Chapter 785. The entire command center was silent and filled with the stench of blood. Pei Ziyin did not stop. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at a spot in the darkness. Two screams could be heard as he grabbed out two balls of grayish-black energy. Two faces could be vaguely seen within. The two souls were struggling. Pei Ziyin's expression was solemn as he said slowly, "Tell me, what year is it now?" One of the two souls was Yasuhiro Hiroki, and the other was Jinchuan Liji. Yasuhiro Hiroki had just died and was not fully conscious yet. He was filled with hatred. Hearing Pei Ziyin's question, he screamed and resisted answering. Pei Ziyin laughed sarcastically. "What a joke. It's fine if you're alive. Now that you're dead, you still want to resist my words?" Indeed, no matter how venomous he was, Yasuhiro Hiroki had no choice but to answer after 3 seconds. "This year is the 17th year of heaven." Heaven was the name of the Emperor of Heaven. There was a custom in Japan. "So, it's been a year and a half? That's strange. I've been here for at most 10 days. Pei Ziyin thought. Normal spaces don't have such an effect. Could it be a special restriction? Just as he thought about it, Jinchuan Liji's soul seemed to have some resistance. He screamed, "I'm a priest serving the Tian Shan. You can't do this to me." When a deity asked a question, he had to answer and tell the truth. Although this sounded exaggerated, it was non-exaggeration. In Greek mythology, when a hero asked a question to a soul, many souls would have to answer. If it was a deity, even if it was the lowest level deity, an ordinary mortal soul would have to answer, even if it meant killing their own deity. Pei Ziyin had only recovered to his demigod state, so he still had time to resist. What a joke! Seeing that Jinchuan Liji was resisting, Pei Ziyin did not want to listen to such nonsense. He bent his left middle finger and pierced through the fog-like soul. The soul was covered in fog. It looked like a ball, but was actually very thin. With one pierce, countless memories were revealed. Instantly, a shrill scream could be heard. Actually, when a mortal died, the soul would not have enough energy to contain its memories. When the West talked about petitioners, they would lose all or part of their memories. This made sense. Now, with one pierce, the skin was broken. The soul screamed, and countless memories flowed out, just waiting for Pei Ziyin to withdraw his hand. Jinchuan Liji's soul turned into ashes and scattered with the wind. Cataclysm? Pei Ziyin's eyes swept across the room as he stepped on a piece of newspaper. He picked it up and flipped through some of the more insignificant news articles. Coincidentally, there was a column dedicated to this topic. As the public can see, a year ago, a large number of evil spirits attacked, and in some areas, hundreds of evil spirits even appeared at night. The smaller the population of villages and mountains, the greater the damage. The government had no choice but to move many villagers from the rural areas to the cities. The cities were overcrowded. Since humans could barely take care of themselves, the animals had to find a way to survive by eating garbage and dead bodies. Some of them were no longer afraid of humans and attacked them. The only fortunate thing is that, according to the research of scientists, evil spirits must have something to rely on in order to cause direct harm to humans. Moreover, they can still be greatly restrained during the day. A large number of farmlands are mechanized, and production is carried out during the day. We can still maintain food self-sufficiency. It's said that fireballs fell from the skies of Europe, and man-eating trees grew from the earth. Vines entangled and devoured, and giant spiders grew from the fruits, chasing and killing humans. Pumpkins and scarecrows appeared in America, and zombies appeared in Africa, especially in backward countries and regions where social order no longer existed. Robberies, murders, and rapes all happened in broad daylight. People couldn't even take care of themselves and had no choice but to tolerate it. Even in our own countries, although they maintained basic order, in order to maintain security, the local governments had no choice but to develop armed forces. Local armies, militias, and societies sprung up like mushrooms after a spring rain. They no longer listened to the central government, and this was the prelude to the Warring States era. The situation is changing so quickly. Pei Ziyin sighed. It seemed like this wasn't just a matter of Japan, but the entire world. What was strange was that the Japan of this world was very similar to the Japan of his own world. The difference was that the Japan of his original world had gone through World War II, and the U.S. military had landed. They had no choice but to change into a democratic society, and the prefectures, counties, and towns had all implemented local autonomy. In this world, the shogunate had entered a democratic society, and the prefectures were originally governed by the feudal lords. After entering a democratic society, they maintained basic autonomy. The two could be said to achieve the same result through different means. However, in troubled times, the loose local autonomy showed signs of separation. Compared to a year ago, he couldn't help but sigh. Pei Ziyin let go of the newspaper and let it float away with the wind. He looked around and found a broken wall. After searching for a while, he found a phone, but the display screen was broken. He dialed a number, and a long, busy tone came from the receiver. He couldn't help but feel happy. He put the phone to his ear, but after waiting for a long time, he still couldn't get through. He dialed another number, and it was quickly connected. Hello, this is the office of the president of the Banto Financial Group. Who is this? I'm looking for Kawako Sakato. Do you have an appointment? A polite but polite voice came from the other side. No, but you can tell her that I'm Yamada Shinichi. The other side of the phone was startled, and there was a rustling sound. He could vaguely hear the sound of high heels walking over. Yamada-kun, is that really you? Yamada-kun? The phone was picked up, and a surprised voice came from the other side. It was Kawako Sakato, and she was slightly panting. It's me. I'm Yamada Shinichi. Where have you been for the past year and a half? I've sent people to search everywhere, but they couldn't find you. There's no trace of you at all. I want to follow the people who kidnapped Hayakawa Naomi, but I didn't expect to be led to the other side. Pei Ziyun's answer was very simple. That should be the headquarters of the toppling army. I only stayed there for about 10 days, but it's been a year and a half since I came out. But the moment I came back, I was attacked by the army. They used cannons and explosives and seemed to be targeting me. This is the name and designation of the commander. Pei Ziyun reported the name and designation fluently. He then said in a low voice, the priest's name is Tsukuo Richi, and he seems to be from the Jinluo Palace. The Jinluo Palace is a shrine that worships the Kitami Emperor. Although there are many people who worship them, it's not a small place. I understand. You had a huge conflict with them. I'll go and mediate immediately. In Japan, if one were to say that they controlled the government, it would be a lie. However, if one were to say that they were the lifeline of the economy, it would be more appropriate. The Sakato family had 16,000 direct employees, 14 core companies and banks, and 200 affiliated companies. They had a close relationship with the government and had great influence. Hearing this, Pei Ziyun said, there's no need for that. I've killed them all. Killed them all. Kawako Sakato was obviously shocked. When she heard this, she quickly asked, how are you? Are you all right? Are you hurt? Hearing this, Pei Ziyun felt a warmth in his heart. Even in such a situation, she was still the first to ask about his safety. He smiled and said, I'm fine. Counting the time since the army opened fire, it took me about 23 minutes to kill them all. The command has a video recording. I've taken a look at it, and it's basically intact. I'll send it to you. As he said this, Pei Ziyun sent the video recording over. The fog shrouded the entire village, and the command was still in the periphery. Receiving the video recording, Kawako Sakato's voice became serious. Where are you now? I'm still in Sea Order Village. I'll send someone to pick you up immediately. Kawako Sakato raised the phone slightly and said to the person beside her, check the garrison near Sea Order Village. She then read out the unit number. Yes. Someone immediately obeyed and turned to leave. Only 5 minutes later, the person who had just left came back and whispered a few words in Kawako Sakato's ear. Kawako Sakato nodded and pinched her eyebrows. Why did you kill them all? They're from the 605 Squadron, the regular army. Kawako Sakato felt a headache coming on. Pei Ziyun smiled a little coldly. They were determined to kill me and even used the cannon. How could I not kill them? Tell me, what's their background? They don't have much background. They were originally a small unit of the emergency company. After the situation became serious, the army expanded and became a squadron. A small unit was slightly larger than a platoon, usually consisting of 54 people. A squadron consisted of a squadron headquarters, a messenger, and 3 squads carrying armored vehicles, machine guns, and even 1 or 2 cannons. The process of expanding the army involved local autonomy. We already suspected that they were colluding with the Tabaku, but the problem is that they are indeed part of the army. Kawako Sakato frowned. You're in danger now. Don't wander around. I'll send someone to pick you up immediately. Pei Ziyun snorted coldly. I'm not afraid. It's not a matter of whether you're afraid or not. The key is, if they continue to send a national army to encircle you, will you resist or resist? If you continue to resist, let alone us, even the Tabaku will be powerless. They can only declare you as the enemy of the country. How's my family? Pei Ziyun interrupted. They're safe and everything is normal. I've already sent people to protect them. Understood. I'll wait for you. Pei Ziyun hung up and lowered his head, deep in thought. This world of Japan was very unique. The emperor, the Tabaku, and a democratic government. After the Shinagawa Tabaku unified Japan, they controlled 1 million stones. At that time, Japan only had 22 million stones. In other words, they controlled 40% of Japan. The emperor only had 6,000 stones. He also issued the law of the imperial family. The emperor's task was to study. The generals had the right to interfere with the marriages of the royal family and to make the royal family become monks. After entering a democratic society, a democratic government was actually established under the compromise of the emperor and the Tabaku. It could be said that the emperor and the Tabaku were the parents of a democratic government. The prime minister was democratically elected and approved by the emperor. His title was the Prime Minister of Japan. After 2 years in office, he would receive the rank of prime minister. This could be bestowed upon him after his death. However, some important positions were reserved by the Tabaku, especially those in the military. Under such circumstances, it was indeed difficult to openly oppose the government. Furthermore, they were only a squadron. If they continued, the Tabaku would not be able to protect them. In other words, it wasn't worth it. However, Pei Ziyun only smiled. He found some food and mineral water and turned to leave. He still had to settle Hayakawa and Naomi. Note 1. The Prime Minister of Japan was the Minister of the Cabinet. China had long abolished the bestowal system. However, Japan still retained it. After 2 years in office, the Prime Minister would receive the rank of Prime Minister, which was equivalent to a Bodhisattva in Buddhism. If the Prime Minister was not in office for 2 years, he would only be equivalent to an arhat. Chapter 786. The people from the Banto group arrived very quickly. Within half an hour, Kawako's convoy arrived. 7 or 8 of them were professionals. The moment they alighted, they inspected the battlefield and collected information. A long limousine drove over. Naturally, it was expensive. The door opened, and a female employee jumped down from the driver's seat. She took small steps, but her movements were swift. She bowed and greeted them. Master Yamada, Miss Hayakawa, I am Ishida Asako. Please get in the car. You can lie down in the car, and there's medicine. Japanese female employees had to put on makeup for work. If they did not, they would be looked down upon and ostracized by the other women in the company. Hence, Ishida Asako wore her uniform, and her appearance was impeccable. Hayakawa, Naomi looked at Ishida Asako. She was in a daze. She had used the mist earlier and felt very tired. Her head felt like it was about to explode, and there were voices speaking in her ears. If not for Pei Ziyun, she would not have been able to hear them. She was at her limit. Her face was pale, and her steps were unsteady as she boarded the car. Pei Ziyun hurriedly reached out to support her, and Ishida Asako helped as well. After entering the car, the seat could be lowered, and it was like a bed. Pei Ziyun helped Hayakawa, Naomi lie down, and Ishida Asako served him a hot towel. Pei Ziyun nodded his head in approval, and Ishida Asako bowed in gratitude. Pei Ziyun wiped Hayakawa and Naomi down, and then himself. Ishida Asako spoke gently. Master Yamada, Miss Hayakawa, there's medicine and drinks in the fridge. The insulated box is made of materials that can still keep warm. Thank you for your concern. Although they had drunk some water and eaten some rations, Peizian still fed Hayakawa, Naomi some sushi. Hayakawa, Naomi struggled to get up. Minister, I'm sorry to trouble you. No, you've helped me a lot. Lie down. Hayakawa Naomi was extremely tired, and after a few mouthfuls, she fell asleep. Pei Ziyun then heaved a sigh of relief. The car was already on the road. This car was a bulletproof car. The sides of the car were made of ceramic and alloy plates, and the tires were specially made. Even if it were to encounter bullets or explosions, it would still be able to move at high speeds. At this point, Pei Ziyun looked around and understood it can withstand bullets from a rifle and is even able to withstand damage from a handgun. The Bando family is very thoughtful. On the small screen was an electronic map showing the car's speed and destination. Pei Ziyun heaved a sigh of relief. He opened the fridge and took out a bottle of wine. He poured himself a glass and downed it in one gulp. Only then did he look outside. At this time, the rain had just stopped, and a rare rainbow hung in the sky. The plane trees on both sides of the road were verdant green. He couldn't help but lean against the seat and doze off. When he woke up, he was already in Tokyo. Tokyo was the capital of Japan and one of the largest cities in the world. A landmark building stood beside the moat. It had white walls and black tiles. Yamada-sama, we have arrived in Tokyo. Ishida Asako said respectfully. She was an employee of the Sakata family. Every day, she would leave early and return late like a bee. She worked hard for the sake of her family's development. She had been driving for the president and was in charge of receiving guests. Usually, the people she received were the ministers and presidents. At this point, he used the reflective mirror to sneak a peek at Pei Ziyun. The sun was shining down on the youth's body. This kind of person, who was only 15 years old, was able to make the president's office personally call him to fetch him. He really couldn't figure out his background. Could it be that he was the president's boyfriend? But what was the meaning of bringing this young girl along? The car drove into Tokyo. It was both familiar and strange. Nothing seemed to have changed. Pei Ziyun looked at the people bustling about in the city. On the 9-inch LCD screen was Okada Kawako, the popular newscaster of the Japanese television station. She was reporting in a sweet voice. According to reliable sources, there has been a terrorist attack in the vicinity of Haiji Village. The culprits are the Huichuan gang. They are believed to be involved in a series of recent terrorist attacks. The local government has deployed armed forces to eliminate them. Now the situation has calmed down, and they are currently reassuring the local residents. Pei Ziyun thought to himself. He remembered that the 5 major Japanese television stations did not belong to the Sakata group. Why did they intervene so quickly? After thinking for a long time, the car stopped. Ishida Asako said respectfully in Japanese, "We have arrived." As she said this, she hurried down the car and walked to the door, opening it. Pei Ziyun stepped out and glanced to the side. He saw a short and stout middle-aged man standing at the door to welcome him. Behind him was a group of people waiting respectfully. Pei Ziyun was not surprised, but Ishida Asako's heart tightened. This young man had an extraordinary background. The person who welcomed him was Tokugawa Hisashi. This was Tokugawa Hisashi, who had a territory of 18,000 stones. He had once been a grand elder of the shogunate. Under the great generals of the shogunate, the highest-ranking official was the grand elder. However, this position was rarely set up. Under normal circumstances, the grand elder was the highest-ranking official in the shogunate. There were 4 to 5 of them, and they were chosen from the generations of daimyo who had a territory of 12,000 stones to 65,000 stones. Hence, the appointment of the Grand Elder showed the close relationship and trust between the Tokugawa family and the shogunate. Although the power of the daimyo had waned after the advent of democracy, they were not completely eradicated. Even now, they still controlled a lot of land and were secretly wealthy. The Tokugawa family was a classic example. It was said that they were still part of the shogunate, and had been represented by the shogunate for many generations. Japan had a very strict hierarchy. For such an important person to be standing at the door to welcome him, it was obvious that he was very important. Ishida Asako broke out in a cold sweat. Peizian smiled. "May I know who you are?" Tokugawa Hisaoki smiled as he retrieved his name card and handed it over to Pei Zi-yun with both hands. Pei Zi-yun hurriedly lowered his head and received the card with both hands. He looked at it and saw that there was only one line of words on it. Tokugawa Hisaoki, Tokugawa Hisaoki. This was also the title of the shogunate. It was second only to the Grand Elder and was responsible for managing the imperial family. There were 3 to 5 of them, and they took turns to take up the post. Pei Zi-yun lowered his head and said, "I've heard of your name for a long time. This is the first time we've met. Please take care of me in the future. However, I don't have a name card with me now, so please forgive me." Tokugawa Hisaoki nodded his head and smiled. I know. You just killed your way out of the Imperial Army. How could you possibly have a name card with you? Please enter." Pei Zi-yun replied, "Your Excellency Hisaoki, please enter." He then whispered, "Naomi, please take good care of me." "Hi," Ishida Asako acknowledged as she watched the group of people enter. This restaurant was very famous, and the ambience was very elegant. They were led into a hall where the team master, Matcha, and Tokugawa Hisaoki watched as his entourage retreated. He then raised his cup to his lips and said, "Yamada-kun, can you tell me what happened so that we can deal with it accordingly?" Pei Zi-yun smiled. Of course. He explained everything in detail and concisely. "So that's how it is. These officers are too much." When Tokugawa Hisaoki heard this, he did not hesitate and said, "Don't worry. Yamada-kun is a hero who has returned from fighting against the Imperial Army. How could they turn around and attack him with cannons? This was purely self-defense." Although this was what he said, the country did not care about such things. Now that he had said this, it was as if he was being lenient. Pei Zi-yun was a little puzzled, but he still lowered his head to show his gratitude. "Thank you very much. Please convey my gratitude to the minister." "Hi. Please convey my gratitude to the general. This is my duty." "Yamada-kun, can you tell me more about the dimension on the other side?" So that's what the shogunate values. Pei Zi-yun thought about it and realized that it made sense. He squinted his eyes and pondered for a moment. Tokugawa Hisaoki did not seem to mind as he smiled and called out to the huaishirmai. The group of people served the dishes in silence. The huaishirmai was a dish that the host of the Japanese tea ceremony would treat his guests to. It was called 3 dishes in 1 sauce. Now, it was synonymous with the highest quality of cooking. It was extremely exquisite, and there were high standards in both the utensils and the placement of the food. However, the amount of food served was very small, and some people viewed it as a work of art. Pei Zi-yun felt that this was all nonsense. When everyone had left, only the recording officer was left. Pei Zi-yun then said, "When I first entered the Sea Order village, I did not see anyone. However, there should have been people around then. This is a phenomenon where the dimensions are overlapping. When I reached the other side, I could confirm that this was indeed a different world from our own." "Yamada-kun, can you explain in detail?" Tokugawa Hisaoki listened attentively and asked earnestly. "Firstly, it's because of the mountains inside. The terrain is completely different from the surroundings. However, the more fundamental reason is because of one's intuition." Intuition. Tokugawa Hisaoki did not curse out loud. Instead, he leaned forward. "Yes, it's the intuition of a warrior," Pei Zi-yun said. The recording officer's pen paused. Tokugawa Hisaoki smiled and said, "I understand. Thank you very much. Please continue." Pei Zi-yun paused before continuing to explain the situation. When he was done, Tokugawa Hisaoki bowed and said, "Yamada-kun, thank you very much. Your information has filled in a huge gap. The origin of the Tokugawa army has always been the focus of our investigation. However, no one has been able to survive. This time, you have contributed greatly to the Tokugawa army. It is highly likely that the Tokugawa army was attacked to prevent you from returning. Hence, you do not have to worry about this attack. The Tokugawa army will handle this matter appropriately. Not only are you not guilty, you will also be rewarded. Also, I know that you have many questions about the Tokugawa Hideyoshi. This is the information I have for you. Tokugawa Hideyoshi smiled and said, "Once you read it, you will understand." Pei Ziyin flipped through the information, and his face darkened. Is the situation really that bad? Yes. Japan is currently governed by local elections. In other words, in theory, the Tokugawa army can be controlled through local elections. Now, many places have fallen into the hands of suspicious people. Even some of the troops are involved. That is why the attack happened. However, Yamada-kun, please do not worry. The Tokugawa army is still the strongest. They control 70% of the Japanese army. If not for the fact that we could not find the enemy, we would have been able to uproot them a long time ago. Your information has helped us a lot. Not only that, the Tokugawa army has also issued this order. As he spoke, he took out a document. The document looked very informal and was written with a brush. Pei Ziyin took a look and was shocked. The words on the document were very simple. Increase the knowledge of the Tokugawa shrine to 1,200 stones. Chapter 787. The banquet was held in a Japanese-style building. The interior was simple and clean. There was an ancient painting, a potted plant, and an antique porcelain vase. Pei Ziyin was deep in thought. 1,200 stones. This was the ancient system. The imperial cabinet stipulated that every ueda was 15 stones, nakata was 13 stones, and shimoda was 11 stones. One ueda was 15 mu, which meant that one stone was equivalent to 1 mu. The Jinchuan Shrine's original standard was 700 stones. Now, it meant that they were being given another 500 mu. Although they were at the foot of a mountain, the price of land in Japan last month was more than 119,356.7 stones. 500 mu would be 600 million stones. Since the location was in the middle of Chiba County, the actual price could be around 1 billion stones. Even now, this was a huge sum of money, not to mention the increase in status. In the shogunate, a salary of 100 to 500 stones was considered a low-level banner, and a salary of more than 500 stones was considered a mid-level one. The Makawa Shrine was originally in this series, and a salary of more than 1,000 stones was considered a high-level banner in the shogunate. Within the Shinkawa shogunate, there were 23,600 salaries. There were 73 salaries of 5,000 stones and above, 21 salaries of 6,000 stones and above, 12 salaries of 7,000 stones and above, for salaries of 8,000 stones and above, and only 2 salaries of 9,000 stones and above. 1,200 stones was considered a high-grade salary in the shogunate. Among the feudal lords, they were considered elders. Pei Ziyin stared at the letter of appointment in silence. Tokugawa Hisashi personally filled up Pei Ziyin's cup and said, "Yamada-kun, what are you hesitating for? The Jinchuan Shrine belongs to the shogunate. Of course, now that we're in a democratic society, we only wish to cooperate with Yamada-kun." Cooperate? How so? Pei Ziyin received the cup and drank it in one gulp. He then filled up Tokugawa Hisashi's cup as well. There's no need for Yamada-kun to follow the ancient customs. Tokugawa Hideyoshi also downed the contents of his cup in one gulp. His breath reeked of alcohol as he spoke sincerely. He was a very charismatic person. Being a millionaire, just the land holdings alone were enough, and a high-ranking official of the shogunate, he did not have the arrogance of a superior. His attitude was like a spring breeze, and he was very friendly. He said, "Yamada-kun, you can have your own life. Don't worry, Yamada-kun. Our treatment will be very generous, and we will share our intelligence network with Yamada-kun. Some departments will be dispatched by Yamada-kun, and some companies and businesses will open their resources to the Yamada family. As for the trouble, just now, we will also solve it. That major is just a local armed force. Although the local forces are somewhat disobedient now, we still have our strength. This little trouble can still be settled. It won't be a big problem. There's no need to talk about normal life. Making the Yamada family happy is our duty as friends. Of course, if Yamada-kun want to officially enter the shogunate, we will warmly welcome you. I can't promise anything else, but Yamada-kun can at least become a major general by the time he turns 30. Tokugawa Hideyoki smiled as he recalled the achievements of the young man before him in literature. He leaned forward and said, if he were to walk the path of a civil official, he would definitely become a minister. The Japanese cabinet consisted of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Economy and Industry, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Culture, the Ministry of Science and Technology, the Ministry of Defense, the National Public Security Commission, the Imperial Household Agency, and other provincial departments. The highest leaders of these provincial departments were called ministers or officers, equivalent to ministers. As he spoke, Tokugawa Hideyoki felt that it was about time and raised his cup to persuade Pei Ziyin. To be honest, this treatment was extremely generous. Pei Ziyin nodded his head and raised his cup as well. He drained the wine in his cup and lowered his head. Well then, I shall accept it. Tokugawa Hideyoki clapped his hands in delight. That's great. Yamada-kun is indeed straightforward. Now that they had reached an agreement, it was time for the banquet to begin. Although Huaisher cuisine was extremely famous, it had already surpassed the standard 3-dishes format. It consisted of 9 dishes: starters, mugwort tofu, deep-fried dried fish, appetizer, thin-cut snapper, main soup, white miso soup, boiled gluten with taro sprouts, boiled vegetables, moray eels with roasted matsutake mushrooms, fried vegetables, fried sea bass, mixed boiled fish, 8-inch fish, and vinegar pickled vegetables. Furthermore, the utensils used to prepare each dish were all handmade. However, Pei Ziyin still felt that he wasn't full. A meal for one person cost 150,000 taels. What a joke. But to Tokugawa Hideyoki, that should be enough. Since Tokugawa Hideyoki had reached an agreement on politics, he no longer talked about other matters. Instead, he talked about literature. He was humorous and knowledgeable, which showed his good intentions. Pei Ziyin had indeed plagiarized many of his works, but that didn't mean that he was empty. On the contrary, his literary skills could be said to be top-notch. Tokugawa Hideyoki couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The banquet was harmonious, with both the host and the guest enjoying themselves. After the meal, they bid farewell to each other. Pei Ziyin walked through the corridor and was about to board the carriage when he noticed that there was another carriage in front of him. It was already occupied, and it was Kawako. They hadn't seen each other for a year and a half. Her eyes were bright, and her black hair hung loosely. She looked even more like a young lady. Pei Ziyin bowed slightly. Kawako, it's been a long time. Kawako then said, it's been a long time. I took a look and saw that Naomi was still asleep. Why don't you and I ride in the same carriage? That was Tokugawa Hisaki's stage just now, and it wasn't appropriate for me to interfere. Pei Ziyin understood what she meant. She wanted to avoid arousing suspicion, which in turn proved their relationship. He smiled and said, it's my honor. As he said this, Pei Ziyin opened the door for her. Kawako smiled and got into the carriage. After closing the door for Kawako, Pei Ziyin walked to the opposite side of the carriage and got in. He then sat beside Kawako, and the two carriages started moving at a steady speed. There was silence in the carriage. After a long time, Kawako then said, I can't believe that you've changed so much in such a short time. Pei Ziyin laughed. Are you referring to the fact that I've changed? I don't think so. Indeed, to him, he had only recovered a little bit of his strength. However, Kawako naturally didn't think that way. She had a complicated look on her face. I've seen the video. Although it's just a local armed force, the strength of a squadron is not to be underestimated. Furthermore, the weapons they use are standard modern military equipment. You've annihilated 200 people in less than half an hour. How can I not be shocked? Not only did I shock you, I also shocked the shogunate. Otherwise, why would you be so polite to me just now? Pei Ziyin smiled. You are Haratoriheim. In theory, you should be able to do the same. I'm not good at fighting, and my physical body is even worse. Kawako said. Her body was still that of a mortal. Unlike Pei Ziyun, she couldn't withstand bullets. She paused and asked seriously, "What did you gain from this trip?" "I've solved many of my doubts," Pei Ziyun answered seriously. For example, evil spirits killing people. From what I know, this is impossible. Evil spirits are actually inferior to humans, and it's difficult for them to interfere with humans. However, when I arrived at the other side, I understood that it's actually a kind of spatial folding. In other words, the so-called evil spirits killing people are actually temporarily pulled to the other side of the space. Only in that space can the evil spirits kill people. For example, the first time I met an evil spirit in Shi Duqing's house, there was a fog, but it was actually pulled to the other side. Of course, it's not complete, so the evil spirits have to possess the body to kill people. This time, the space I went to was complete, and there are a series of demons and ghosts that are not in our world. They can kill people directly. In other words, it's their home ground. Seeing that Kawako was listening seriously, Pei Ziyun smiled. "I'll write a summary of this part in a few days and send it to you by email." "Thank you very much." Kawako paused and said, "If possible, I want to arrange a position for your family in the company. Of course, I'll ask someone reliable to take care of them. You know Asako. She's the driver who sent you here. She's my direct driver. She's good at martial arts and trustworthy. You're now a member of Jinchuan Shrine, so you may not be able to take care of them. Specifically, your father is now a minister. I'll ask the company to invite your father to be the Minister of Internal Affairs in my company. This way, the risk will be reduced." Although they were both ministers, a small company and a financial group were two completely different things. This was a leap in one's career. "I'll also make arrangements for Hayakawa Naomi's father. He can also receive the services of the company's security department. Our security personnel are selected based on merit. In the company, you can rest assured of their personal safety. I think this way, you'll have less to worry about and can be more assured in handling matters." Pei Ziyun nodded in agreement. If this was the Great Sue in his previous life, he would have suspected that the other party had the intention of holding him hostage. But now, he was already a demigod. If he killed enough demons and ghosts, it wouldn't be difficult for him to become a true god. The power of a true god was not something modern civilization could imagine. Kawako didn't expect Yamada Shinji to trust her so much. She paused for a moment and bowed her head to express her gratitude for his trust. Then she smiled sweetly, and her expression became more radiant. "As for your Kawako, to be honest, I'm very surprised. Jinchuan Shrine has so many geniuses." As Kawako spoke, the car arrived at Yamada's house. She didn't continue but just reminded him, "By the way, I didn't tell your family about my disappearance. I only said that I went abroad to study." "I understand." He hadn't been back for a year and a half. Society had changed greatly, but the Yamada family seemed to be the same. Pei Ziyun got out of the car and saw Kawako and Sanako coming out. Sanako's long eyelashes drooped, and she walked with small steps. She was wearing a colorful kimono and light-colored wooden clogs. After not seeing her for a year and a half, she looked even more like a young girl. Kawako had changed a lot as well. She didn't have any expression on her face. Her hands were folded in front of her abdomen, and she took small steps. She still looked very cute. When they arrived at the door, Sanako bowed respectfully. "Yamada Dame, welcome back." The Japanese were the only people who continued to kneel to this day. Their etiquette was so strict that people from other countries couldn't understand it. "Brother." When Kawako saw him, she changed. Her eyes lit up, and she rushed over. As time passed, she had a slender and elegant temperament. Pei Ziyun reached out to catch her and touched her head. He couldn't help but frown. He could feel the murderous aura coming from her. It seemed like she had experienced many battles in the past year and a half. Chapter 788. Guangzi, you're injured? Pei Ziyun could smell the faint scent of blood in the air, and his expression changed. "It's just a small injury," Kawako said, and pulled her sleeves. Kawako was forced to wear genitals 5 days ago. Sakako said with a nervous tone. "Oh, what happened?" Genitals meant wearing hats in a samurai family. Genitals meant the coming-of-age ceremony. Kawako was only 10 years old. According to the nominal age, she was at most 11 years old. It was not the time for the coming-of-age ceremony. But in ancient Japan, something big must have happened for a 10 or 12-year-old to wear genitals in times of emergency. That's it. Sakako's eyes turned red. When you disappeared, Miss Banto asked the principal to invite you to a foreign exchange in order to cover it up. Then, at the beginning of this year, your father, Mr. Yamada Kazuhiko's company, had some problems and was in danger of being fired. Fortunately, Miss Banto knew about this. Banto Group had business dealings with the company, so she gave him a chance and saved his position. Things did not end there. 3 days ago, there was an attack by evil spirits. People came with guns. At the critical moment, I gave Kawako a simple genital ceremony and let her go to battle. Kawako killed the 4 people and defeated the evil spirits, but she was also injured. I was ashamed to let a minor like Kawako go to battle. Sakako still remembered the situation. For bodies were lying on the ground. Kawako's body was stained with blood. She used water to wash her sword. That feeling was unforgettable. If only I was a samurai. Sister Sakako, I'm a samurai. It's my duty to go to battle. I swore to protect my mother and brother. Kawako's voice woke Sakako from her thoughts. She suddenly noticed Kawako's expression. Suddenly, she was confused. Kawako, don't tell me she likes him. She was very surprised, and an indescribable feeling welled up in her heart. Pei Ziyin did not think of this. 3 days, according to the time ratio, was the time he killed the mayor and wanted to get out of the space. The enemy must have sensed it and wanted to attack his family and take them as hostages. Fortunately, there was no irreversible accident, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking up to this point, Pei Ziyin felt a chill run down his spine as anger surged within him. He stuffed his hands into his pockets and said, I know. Let's send Naomi home first. Naomi's condition isn't good either. She needs some time to recuperate. Hey, let's go together. Without even entering the door, everyone boarded the carriages again. At this point in time, there were many people in Tokyo. As the carriages moved forward slowly, Pei Ziyin and Kawako were seated in the same carriage. Looking at the traffic and the lights outside, Pei Ziyin muttered, It's still very prosperous. Miss, I've just returned from the alternate dimension, and I've already encountered such a huge problem. Fortunately, you and the shogunate intervened, and I was able to escape unscathed. I'm also very grateful for the care you've shown to my family. Pei Ziyin bowed his head to express his gratitude. Near the Yamada family's house, he could clearly sense the presence of more than 10 people. They were from the Sakato family. Kawako bowed her head and replied, No need, no need. Yamada-kun, you don't have to be so polite. This is what I should do. This is not what you should do. I will always remember the Sakato family's kindness. Pei Ziyin continued. However, although you were involved in the shogunate's actions, I don't think it's that simple, right? The shogunate should have their own considerations. They've sent money and raised their status. Is there anything I can do to repay them? Pei Ziyin asked. Kawako looked out of the window, unable to see her expression. She turned her face and stroked her hair. I didn't intend to hide it from you, but things are a little complicated. Since you've just returned, I wanted to tell you slowly, but I don't know where to start. Kawako was silent for a moment, as if she was sorting out her thoughts. The current situation is that there are evil spirits attacking on land, and there are rumors of monsters in the sea. This has a huge impact on Japan's economy. Our opponent is very mysterious and powerful. As for the Japanese government, due to some people holding us back, we can't say that we're in a state of disunity. The central government is out of control, and the local governments are divided. With such a situation, our chances of winning are slim. Not to mention, the current situation isn't the bottom line. According to speculation, there's a possibility that the situation will worsen further. The opposite continent calls it the revival of spiritual energy, but this is a severe test for the government. Under the influence of various supernatural forces, our line of defense is in danger. At this time, we can't be scattered. We need a strong hand to bring order out of chaos and gather all the forces together. I believe you're very clear about this. Pei Ziyin was slightly shocked. He thought of a phrase and murmured, "Return of the Great Government." In the original history, it happened in October of the third year of Ko, 1867. The 15th shogun, Tokugawa Yoshinobu, returned the power to the emperor, marking the end of the 260-year rule of the Tokugawa shogunate. It also marked the end of the feudal era of Japan and the beginning of modern Japan. Now, it's almost the same situation. Your phrase is very accurate. It's indeed the return of the great government. Kawako looked at Pei Ziyun and added, "But the target is different." Pei Ziyun understood and said, "Return the power to the emperor or to the shogun." After entering the modern era, the influence of the emperor was actually spreading, especially when there were people who had the intention to promote it. Yes, whether it's the shogunate or the emperor, they both need to strengthen the country's power. The only difference is who's in charge. Kawako praised, "You're very clear about this." But before I answer this question, I'm not sure if you've noticed that besides the emperor and the shogunate, there's a third force secretly spying on us. Pei Ziyun nodded. The power of the tobacco. Kawako seemed a little worried. Yes, in order to unify the country's power, we must first eliminate this force. But we can't find the core of the Tabaka faction. We only know that some of the demons are their chess players. The scene fell into silence for a moment. Both sides looked thoughtful. Kawako slowly said, "Moreover, they're the ones who attacked your family. I hope you can be the samurai's representative to deal with these demons. That's why the shogunate quickly raised your knowledge executor rank. You're now the head of the shrine. Of course, you're still too young. You need achievements to truly become the head of the shrine." Pei Ziyin nodded and said, "I understand. I can accept this task. But what about the reward? The shogunate will not mistreat its meritorious subjects." Kawako said and took out an iPad. "This is the first set of information. Take a look." Pei Ziyin took the iPad and frowned. "System?" Sure enough, a plum blossom appeared in front of him and quickly enlarged, turning into an information interface with a faint sense of light. Task: Return of the Great Government. The tide of spiritual power has been revived. Please kill the demons and strike the Tabaku 0/4. The main task had appeared. With the evolution of power, such tasks were getting fewer and fewer. Now that it had appeared, it meant that it was very important. Pei Ziyin was deep in thought. He temporarily stopped looking at the iPad and asked, "The revival of spiritual power isn't just happening in Japan, right? It's happening in every country, right?" Of course, it's a global phenomenon. Similar phenomena are happening in every country. Some legendary beasts have appeared. According to the exchanges between countries, the appearance of legendary beasts in every country is related to their culture and traditions. It's said that cultivators have appeared in the opposite continent. Angels and demons have appeared in Europe. There are also signs of Greek gods. Strangely, although there are traces of Celtic, Norse, and Egyptian myths, they're very faint. Speaking of anything else was fine, but when he spoke of Greece, he heard a loud boom, and his vision turned black. He then found himself in a place that looked like a simple temple. A middle-aged man was preaching, surrounded by 7 or 8 people. As everyone knows, in the pre-Christian era, the Greek gods were active on this land. The faith was once cut off, leaving only scattered sparks. However, in 1990, the flames of revival were finally ignited. In Thessaloniki, the largest port city and second largest city in northern Greece, we publicly built a temple. The first group to publicly support the revival of the ancient Greek religion was the Supreme Council of the Greek nation. They helped us organize public activities. We are not alone. As of 2005, we have 2,000 brothers and sisters in Greece, and an additional 100,000 people who are concerned about the Greek religion. As for the brothers and sisters scattered around the world, due to our limited financial resources, we have not officially counted them. However, at least we are not alone. Let's rejoice. God will step on the earth again. The middle-aged man shouted, his voice even changing from excitement. I feel that God is watching us. Oh, A few people in white robes also cheered. No, he's lying. Pei Ziyin shook his head. He did not know why, but with one look, he knew that he was wrong. The number of people who truly believed in the Greek gods was only in the 3 digits. As he thought about this, his thoughts retreated. He heard the chauffeur say, "We're here." As he spoke, the chauffeur got out of the car and opened the door for them. Pei Ziyin alighted and saw that there was another car behind them. Sanako helped Naomi out. Hayakawa, Naomi's mother, had already received the notice and was waiting at the door to welcome the guest. She was wearing a kimono and had light makeup on. When she saw Pei Ziyun, she bowed deeply and said, "Yamada-kun, welcome back home with Naomi." Her tone was calm, but her eyes were red and swollen, revealing that she had been crying. Pei Ziyun returned the greeting and said, "Sorry to disturb you, Mrs. Hayakawa." Sakato Kawako, Sanako Sakagami, and Sasako bowed as well. After a series of courteous greetings, Madame Hayakawa invited them in. The 3 of them said that it was getting late and that they would visit again if they had the chance. After declining a few times, Madame Hayakawa finally stood up. She looked at the beautiful girls and the limousine that was visible under the dim light and sighed her heart. Initially, she thought that Yamada Shinichi was a good choice. Even if he failed, she would not have any regrets. However, her daughter had been missing for a year and a half. Although she knew that it was not the fault of the young man in front of her, she could not help but give up. Furthermore, the young man was now a famous author in Japan. He had a bright future ahead of him. Looking at the situation, he was probably acquainted with a rich lady. It was better for her daughter not to get involved. As she thought about this, she held her daughter's hand and said, "Naomi, you're finally back. Come in quickly." She held her daughter's hand tightly. However, after taking 2 steps, Naomi mustered her courage and turned around. "Department head, I want to help as well, just like Sasako. Please, you must agree." Chapter 789. Don't worry, you'll have a chance. Pei Ziyun patted Hayakawa Naomi's head. Under the streetlight, her smile was bright, without any shadow. Okay. Naomi's hair was messed up, and her neck shrunk. She was overjoyed and let her mother pull her in. At this point in the night, a gentle breeze blew past. Pei Ziyin retracted his smile and looked around him. He could feel the presence of someone and turned around. "Looks like you guys know Naomi's identity." "I know a little, but I'm surprised that you've involved her." "She's not a samurai," Kawako said. The shogunate had its own intelligence agency, and the Sakato group also had its own sources of information. Naomi, who was close to Yamada Shinji, would naturally receive the attention of the intelligence agency. She would be investigated and monitored. Thinking about it, it was normal. At this point, a light breeze brought with it a light drizzle. The drizzle was extremely cold, but when it reached Pei Ziyun, the raindrops bounced off. Pei Ziyun smiled. This is a common scene in comics and novels. Her father killed people and made enemies. In order not to implicate his children, he did not teach them martial arts or spells. That's how he raised a daughter who was like a white rabbit. Not to mention 100 years ago, almost every government in the world openly implicated family members. According to Japanese law, it was only changed in 1935. But until now, the organization has always said to those who disregard life and death, think about your family. The meaning is self-evident. People in the martial world have no choice. The martial world is just a small part of the world. As long as it's a big case, the government will use family members to threaten them, let alone the martial world. If there's enough profit or hatred, how stupid must one be to think that the enemy won't implicate family members? Hayakawa Naomi has enough power. If we don't let her enter this circle, we'll be harming her. How much do you know? Indeed, if she's an ordinary person, she might be able to avoid trouble by not implicating her family. But now, she can't get away. Kawako nodded and looked at Pei Ziyun. She decided to tell the truth. The Banto group does know some inside information. Her mermaid bloodline shouldn't be too much of a secret. According to the records, when the mermaid bloodline is calm and happy, the nearby sea area will be calm, and the sea will be rich in seafood. When a mermaid bloodline is not calm, especially when she loses her temper, there will be a violent storm that will swallow all the ships that dare to go out to sea at this time. This has even become a legend passed down from generation to generation among the fishermen. This has piqued the interest of some people. A year and a half ago, the first intelligence team started investigating and monitoring Naomi. Although they didn't make any substantial progress, they did get some clues. Now we can go deeper. Having said that, Kawako smiled. Do you want me to send you back? Sure. Pei Zi-yun replied readily. She had said so much to him, and he was grateful for her kindness. As night fell, the motorcade returned. The streetlights outside the window were continuous, and the people who had been busy all day were hurrying back. When they arrived at the gate, Kawako Sakato politely said goodbye. Pei Zi-yun had just opened the door when he heard a commotion coming from afar. Looking up, he saw Yamada and Yin walking slowly towards him. Their bodies were slightly stooped, and they looked exhausted. This was the father of his body. Pei Zi-yun greeted him from afar. Father, you're back? Yamada Kazuhiko looked up in surprise. With the help of the streetlights, he recognized Pei Zi-yun. He revealed a look of joy. So it's Shinichi, you're back? After a pause, he said, You don't have to wait. It's nighttime now, and it's not very peaceful. He thought that Yamada Shinichi had specially waited for him. He felt a sense of satisfaction from being valued, and his fatigue seemed to have disappeared. Hi, I'm back today. Pei Zi-yun smiled. It must have been hard for you to come back so late. I'm back early. Yamada Kazuhiko sighed. The current economic situation is not good. Even if I want to work hard, there's not enough work. Many people have already lost their jobs. Those who have jobs now are working hard. Yamada Kazuhiko said with a little bitterness. His own company had layoffs last time, and he heard that he was in danger. But at the critical moment, he took a big job and saved his career. In contrast, many people who had worked for 10 years were swept out of the door. And in Japanese society, many wives were at home. Once the man lost his job, the family's income would be reduced by more than half, and his dignity would be lost. Yamada Kazuhiko even thought of Saburo Mizuno. After he was swept out, he heard that the situation was not good. A few days ago, he heard that he had a part-time job in charge of cleaning up the city. Pei Zi-yun passed through the courtyard and entered the house. Yamada Kazuhiko heard a voice. Welcome back. Yamada Nanako was already in the second year of primary school. She also came out to welcome him. Her hands and feet were small, but she was very diligent. She quickly made a pot of tea. Nanako, be good. Pei Zi-yun patted her head. Yamada Kazuhiko was surprised and laughed. He adjusted his glasses to hide his smile and looked at Pei Zi-yun. It seemed that his son did not grow much taller, but he still looked mature. His temperament could not be deceived. He was very pleased and asked, How's the situation abroad? I heard that there are many riots. There are some riots, but I'm very safe. Pei Zi-yun took a look and asked, The current economic situation is not good, and your company is greatly affected. Do you want to find a way to go to a better company? It's very difficult. All companies like stable employees. Job hopping will leave a stain on your resume. Besides, just because the company is in trouble, I can't job hopping. It's too unloyal. Yamada Kazuhiko looked at his son with a gentle gaze. Although you are taking the path of literature, you can't job hopping at will. Do you remember? Japanese were very particular about team spirit. Frequent job hopping was a big taboo in Japan. Under normal circumstances, most people would do it more than once in their lifetime. Not to mention 3 times, it would greatly affect their future work and employment. And the previous company had not gone bankrupt, but he was eager to pick a job when it was in trouble. The consequences were more serious than normal job hopping. He was regarded as the most untrustworthy job seeker who could not share weal and woe with others. In this case, I have to let the company fire him first, and then hire Omako's company. Pei Zi-yun thought and made a decision. At this time, Yamada Izumi came over with the dishes. Nanako was also working. In Japan, women had to learn how to do housework from an early age. Let's eat shoshi hot pot today. Shoshi hot pot was a beef hot pot. Spring onions, mushrooms, tofu, asparagus rolls were all laid out. Even the beef with rich tallow was prepared. It was obvious that a lot of thought had been put into it. The family sat down to eat. Pei Ziyin took a bite and nodded. It was indeed delicious. Just as he took a bite, he heard a knock on the door. Yamada Izumi quickly got up and ran to open the door. But it was Omako who had just returned home. She bowed and greeted, "Sorry to disturb you." "Oh, it's Omako. Let's have dinner together." Yamada Kazuhiko already knew about her. Omako gladly accepted the invitation and sat down happily. The night of family reunion was naturally beautiful. After dinner, Yamada Kazuhiko went to rest. Yamada Izumi washed up, while Pei Ziyin brought Omako into the room. He had not been back for a year and a half, but the room was still very clean. He sat down and checked Omako's wound. After a while, he said with satisfaction, "Seems like it's healing well." He then looked at her forehead. Although it was invisible to the naked eye, even ghosts and gods could see it. There was a bead on Omako's forehead. According to the monk, it was called the white hair reflection. Pei Ziyin squatted down and placed his forehead on Omako's forehead. Omako closed her eyes, and the bead glowed, communicating with Pei Ziyin. "It's 72%. A year and a half ago, Pei Ziyin had a sudden inspiration and gave it to Omako. He thought she would take a few years to complete it, but now, Pei Ziyin was surprised to find that she had unlocked 72% of the seal. This was equivalent to obtaining the inheritance of Mikawa Shrine. Was Omako's talent that high? Banto group at this time, Kawako's car arrived at the building. As soon as Kawako got out of the car, everyone bowed to her. She did not return the greeting. She just nodded and walked into the hall and into the elevator. The elevator's performance was good. It moved smoothly and silently. She quickly reached the 12th floor. After passing the guards, she saw that it was densely packed with people. Most of them wore white coats and walked around the hall, operating various instruments. In the middle of the hall was a large screen. In front of the screen stood several people in kimonos and military uniforms. They were the military and the shogunate respectively. Kawako came before the screen and stopped in front of a man in a kimono. This man was Tagawa Hisaoki. He stared at the screen and said, "He single-handedly annihilated an entire squadron. Kawako, your boyfriend is really something." Tagawa Hisaoki was an influential figure in the shogunate. Kawako lowered her head slightly and did not refute her boyfriend's words. She then looked at the screen and said, "As far as I know, he wasn't as strong as he is now. He disappeared for a year and a half, and the moment he returned yesterday, he caused such a huge commotion. Even I was shocked. It seems like he has gained a lot from the other dimension. Although I have some guesses, I have to wait for the data before I can come to a conclusion." Tagawa Hisaoki said as he continued to look at the screen. On the screen was the process of 605 squadrons annihilation. Wherever Pei Ziyun's long blade pointed, heads would roll. Everyone had a solemn expression on their faces, especially those from the military. "Stop!" Tagawa Hisaoki shouted, and the operator pressed the stop button. The screen then showed the process of Pei Ziyun being hit by multiple bullets, with sparks flying everywhere. Someone reported XM-109 armor-piercing sniper rifle, 0.50 caliber, 12, 7mm, bullet. The skin was dented, but did not penetrate. Everyone looked at the dented area in shock. Tagawa Hisaoki pointed at his left shoulder and shouted, "Zoom in, zoom in." The screen zoomed in 2 times, 4 times, 8 times, 16 times. At this point, everyone could see that although the image was blurry, there was a red dot on Pei Ziyun's shoulder. It seemed like even though he was invulnerable, he was still injured by such a heavy sniper rifle. The screen froze at this moment. Tagawa Hisaoki stared at the screen and said, "This is a penetrating wound. The bullet should still be at the scene. Send someone to look for the bullet. There's Yamada Shinji's blood on it. We can extract his DNA." Everyone was enlightened and immediately gave the order. The military and shogunate were very interested in Yamada Shinji's strength and origin. If they could extract Yamada Shinji's DNA and study it, they might be able to discover the secret behind his strength. If they could replicate this strength, it would undoubtedly be an overwhelming force in battle. It would be a huge breakthrough in the history of warfare. Tokugawa Hideyoki stared at it for a long time, and his heart sank. However, he quickly adjusted his expression, frowned, and turned to leave. When he arrived at a small, empty hall, he reached for a cigarette and lighter on the coffee table and lit it up with a snap. After a while, Tokugawa Hideyoki asked in a low voice, "Lord Muki, can a deity be invulnerable?" "No, at least I can't." Kawako Sakato sat opposite him. "And in spirit form, I don't think it's possible. What if it's the true form of a deity?" "I can't say for sure. Strictly speaking, I'm a Kojin deity. It's only because I was appointed by the general that I became a member of the Tianjin deity. As for the true power of the Tianjin deity, I don't know." "Then do you know what kind of deity Pei Ziyun is?" "I'm sure it's not the Tianjin deity. Otherwise, the Tianjin deity wouldn't have treated him this way. As for the details, I'm not sure." Tokugawa Hideyoki nodded and said solemnly, "I understand. I will report this to the general himself." Chapter 790. School Club. It's raining. It was after school hours. Hayakawa, Naomi, walked along the dark corridor. It was still early, but the sky outside was dark and gloomy. The air was damp and chilly. Aside from last year until now, it feels like there are many cloudy days and the rain is cold. Luckily, the umbrella is still in the cupboard. Subiko Nomura said as she bade farewell to Hayakawa, Naomi. She was a member of the homecoming club and had left early in the morning. "Goodbye." Hayakawa Naomi waved her hand and returned to the club with a large lunchbox in her hand. Perhaps it was because of the rain there was no one in the corridor. It was very quiet, but Naomi did not mind. In fact, she felt very comfortable. "This rain is so refreshing, like fresh snow melting on my tongue. It makes my heart feel peaceful. Not many people feel this way, right?" Hayakawa Naomi was aware of the changes in herself. Ever since she came back, she had a good impression of everything related to water. The ocean was good, and the rainy nights were good too. After a few turns, she arrived at the club. She could hear voices from afar. "Fencing." The two youths bowed and saluted. The tip of their swords drooped down slightly and leaned forward slightly, accumulating strength. Following an order, the two of them waved their swords and slashed at each other in the air. They were constantly changing their stances. In the open areas, they would slash, but in the corridors, they would stab. Stab! One of them swung his sword to the left and took a step forward. With a push of his arms, his sword shot forward. His opponent blocked his attack, but he did not retract his stab. He retracted his sword and stabbed again, switching back to offense and defense. Before entering the club, the sound of bamboo swords clashing against each other could be heard. Hayakawa, Naomi smiled. "Ah, everyone is working hard." By the time Pei Ziyun returned, it was almost the third year of middle school. However, the club had regained its vigor. Yuta, Murata Saikuro, Aji Tomoyuki, and a few others were shouting as they fought. Practicing swordsmanship required shouting, and they looked like a herd of wild bulls charging at them. In a corner of the training hall, Quozi was wearing a uniform and holding a wooden saber that gleamed brightly. Perhaps it was an illusion, or perhaps it was the environment, but there was a sound of ha. Quozi's eyes were like lightning as he raised the wooden saber and swung it down. With a flash of the sword, the hanging straw mat was cut cleanly into two halves. "Wow, this is really amazing." Naomi Hayakawa clasped her hands together in front of her chest and let out a sigh of admiration. She was still normal when she was young, but there was a time when people said that she was a broom. After being ostracized, she became a little cowardly and was often bullied. She accepted everything that came her way, and when she was wronged, she didn't know who to talk to, which left a shadow in her heart. After joining the Dominating the Nation Society, he was often taken care of by Yamada Shinji. He felt deeply apologetic and felt that he was useless and would only bring trouble to others. However, even Naomi had a stubborn streak in her heart. She wanted to be brave and gain recognition, so she worked hard to improve her cooking standards. Seeing Kawako was the complete opposite of how she was in real life. Wasn't this the strength and toughness that she had always yearned for? How she wished that she could be as strong and brave as Kawako, so that she could help Yamada-kun more. Disperse and rest. Pei Yun ordered. Hi. Everyone relaxed, and Yuta Toniyama ran over. Ah, Naomi, you're finally here. I'm starving. As he said this, he picked up a plate and wolfed it down. Murata Saikairo was a little uneasy and depressed. Yuta Toniyama patted him and said, Saikairo, don't worry. The economy will improve. Furthermore, you're still in middle school. You can only work when you're in high school. Yuta Toniyama knew that Murata Saikairo wanted to work. I understand, Yuta. Murata Saikairo nodded his head. Naomi Hayakawa sighed. She was a little sympathetic. Murata Saikairo's father had been laid off, and the family's income had been reduced by half. In the past 2 years, due to the attacks on the sea and the insecurity on land, the economies of various countries were in trouble. Recession swept across the entire world. Although the government had used money printing, bonds, and other methods to alleviate the situation, the economic winter had still arrived. The first to be laid off were the ordinary workers. Reality was cruel. Pei Yun understood the situation and sighed in his heart. Besides the 1 billion yen that the shogunate had given him, his own income from literature was also very high. His literature had also been affected. However, the Seven Samurai had more than 300,000 copies, and the royalties were as high as 200 million yen. It could be said that Pei Yun was not short of money. However, even his friends in Japan rarely lent him money. Pei Yun had an idea, but he did not say it out loud. He turned to Naomi Hayakawa and said, Naomi, don't be envious. You're different from her. You have your own strength. Although it's different from Kawako's, as long as you learn how to use it, you can be as strong as her. Really? Hayakawa and Naomi asked in surprise. To be as strong as Kawako was something she had always wanted to be. Yes. Pei Yun nodded his head and took out a book and handed it to Hayakawa. As long as you practice according to this, you could do it too. Good luck. Hi. Hayakawa and Naomi happily took the book and flipped through it. This book was written by Pei Yun based on his own combat experience. It was not considered a Dao art. Dao arts were different in every world and could not be used directly. Pei Yun had not finished deciphering it and could not use it directly. However, Hayakawa Naomi had her own strength and did not need to learn how to accumulate it. It mainly talked about the theory and how to use it. Pei Yun's book was thin, but anyone who used it would be very strong. After memorizing it, Hayakawa Naomi raised her head and looked at Pei Yun hesitantly. Your strength is water. You have a lot of strength in your body, as long as you use it well. Pei Yun lowered his voice and said to Hayakawa, You've already used the water missed the last time. It's very useful. There are other ways to use it. First, use it on Kawako. Hi. Hayakawa Naomi made a gesture with her hands, closed her eyes, and pointed at Kawako. Kawako, who was standing right in front of her, swayed slightly as he frowned and looked around suspiciously. Yeah. Hayakawa Naomi looked at Kawako in surprise and anticipation. She did not consider the consequences if Kawako knew that she was being used as an experiment. AI. Hayakawa Naomi's surprise turned to disappointment. After a while, Kawako acted as if nothing had happened and continued practicing. Pei Yun laughed. Very good. You're a beginner, and you've done very well. Really? Hayakawa Naomi was a little unconfident. But why didn't it work? Pei Yun explained. Your power lies in the control of water. Water has many powers. Previously, when you instinctively used the fog, although it was unintentional, its effects and power were clear to see. It was able to block out all senses within a certain range. Even electronic signals were affected. This move is called water meddling. You have to know that 65% of the human body is made up of water. All you have to do is disturb the opponent, and they will feel nauseous, vomit, and faint. You've done well, but you're still a beginner. You still need to improve your strength. Other than the power of the spell, it's also important for the user to be able to withstand it. The same spell has different effects on different people. Kawako's spiritual powers are very strong, and normal spells have no effect on her. Even she felt a little uncomfortable this time, which shows how powerful you are. Really? Hayakawa Naomi was very pleased. If you don't believe me, you can try it on another person. Seeing that Hayakawa Naomi was hesitant, Pei Ziyin said, "Don't worry, your powers are not that strong. The most you can do is make them feel a little nauseous, but it won't cause them to faint, much less die. Furthermore, although mortals have no spiritual powers, they have a biological field. The amount of water you can affect is very small, and it will be difficult to kill them. Furthermore, you can decide the effect you want." Actually, this type of spell that was based on modern science was very scary. Most of the elements in a human body were water. If one could control the water content of an enemy's body, one could simply use one's will to turn the enemy into a mummy. Alternatively, the spell could be altered according to the caster's wishes, such as forming a blood clot in the enemy's brain, causing them to die from cerebral hemorrhage or stroke. The various uses of this spell were unimaginable and extremely dangerous. Hayakawa Naomi nodded her head and cast the spell again, but this time it was cast on the entire club. The entire club was filled with screams and screams. Everyone clutched their stomachs and ran to the toilet. Pei Ziyin did not expect that spells could be used in such a way. 2 drops of sweat dripped down his face, while Hayakawa Naomi laughed happily. Let's move on to the next step. Most of the members had left, and there was a large empty space left. Only the table was left, which made it convenient for Pei Ziyin and Hayakawa Naomi to practice their spells. Hayakawa Naomi pointed her finger, and a glass in front of her exploded. The glass shattered, and the water in the glass formed a ball of water, floating in the air. Not bad. When it comes to water, you can only affect it when it's inside the body. But when it's outside the body, you can control it. It's obvious that it's several levels higher. This is the ice cube. If you were molded into a spear or an arrow, it would be an ice arrow or an ice spear. Try it. Yes, I understand. 5 minutes later, Hayakawa Naomi used her will to control an ice arrow. She raised her hand and waved it lightly. The ice arrow shot toward the table, and with a pu sound, it pierced half an inch into the table. "This isn't very powerful," Hayakawa Naomi said. "That's because you haven't mastered the technique." Pei Ziyin pointed a finger at the table, and a piece of ice turned into a drop of water. With a tug, the ball of water turned into an almost invisible water film. Pei Ziyin pulled it downwards, and the water film sliced across the table. The table remained motionless, and with a pa sound, the water film sliced the table in half. Do you see that? If you could turn a drop of water into a thin film, you can easily cut through armor. Pei Ziyin broke out in a cold sweat. Actually, this was not worth it. He had to use a limited amount of divine energy to achieve this. However, this was to give Hayakawa Naomi some guidance. He did not expect her to complete it within a few years. "Hi, I'll go and practice now," Pei Ziyin thought to himself. Through Kawako and Hayakawa Naomi's practice, I've gathered quite a bit of data. Perhaps I could try out the usage of Dao techniques. DD. Just as he was thinking, his phone rang. Pei Ziyin took out his phone and answered the call. After listening for a while, he frowned. "The operation team has their first target? I understand. I'll take care of it immediately." He hung up the phone and turned to the 2 girls. "Let's go. We have a mission." As he said this, he led the 2 girls out of the club and out of the school. His classmates looked at him. A young man was followed by 2 girls, and 2 of them were carrying wooden blades. It was not strange at all. As soon as they reached the door, they saw a car driving towards them. Pei Ziyin ignored the looks of his classmates as he hopped into the car and sped away. Chapter 791. 20th Day, 17:00. The billboard lit up automatically according to the preset time, illuminating the car below. Through the satellite, every movement was captured on the screen of the headquarters. Moments later, the image froze on the screen. A young man with a youthful look on his face looked very handsome. His dark eyes stared at the screen. Tokugawa Joshin watched for a long time before shifting his gaze away from the screen. Are the results of the genetic analysis out? The bullet recovered from the battlefield was indeed stained with Pei Zi-yun's blood. The bullet was sent to the laboratory immediately for DNA analysis. The results would be reported to various departments, and Tokugawa Joshin naturally had the authority to do so. The female scientist was dressed in a white robe and was holding a stack of documents. She adjusted her glasses and replied, "The results are out. We have analyzed all 26 pairs of chromosomes, and the results show that Yamada Shinji's genes are the same as a normal human's. We have also checked the DNA of the Yamada family, and there are no abnormalities. However, we can only analyze it in the physical layer. There's nothing we can do about it in the spiritual layer. However, the supernatural analysis data has proven that spiritual power can produce certain changes in the genetic layer. However, the genetic layer still has to obey the laws of physics. As long as the body is still a carbon-based life form, it will be impossible for it to resist bullets. As for Yamada Shinji's body of steel, we can only understand that it is resonating with the physical layer, which allows him to defend against attacks. Tokugawa Joshin, it is theoretically impossible to find such power in the genetic layer. Furthermore, even if there is divine power in the genes of a god cannot surpass the laws of energy. Using cells to nurture a god, in theory, one has to obtain the corresponding energy, not the other way around. Thank you for your hard work. It was not easy to obtain Pei Zi-yun's DNA sample. Initially, he had high hopes, but he did not discover anything substantial. This was disappointing. Everything was back to square one. Tokugawa Joshin spoke reluctantly as he watched her walk away. He was unwilling to give up, but there was nothing he could do. He rubbed his chin with his right hand and fell in a deep thought. Tokugawa Joshin was a man of science, and he understood the female scientist's words. Even if one day he obtained the genes of a god, and the genes did indeed contain power that could be used for cloning, the prerequisite was that he had an energy reserve that surpassed that of a god. If it was equivalent to an atomic bomb, it would be fine. If it was equivalent to a sun, then in order for the cells of a god to develop, he would have to consume one or more suns. But he really couldn't accept it. Seeing that Tokugawa was silent for a long time, a young man in a kimono nodded slightly. Our target this time isn't considered to be very dangerous. At most, he's a Class C. Is it appropriate to ask Yamada Shinichi to take action? Yamada Shinichi can be considered a trump card in our hands. Most importantly, we can't order them around. We have to pay them handsomely. The shogunate's intelligence network was very long. For the convenience of communication and confidentiality, the enemy was divided into 3 grades, A, B, and C. Enemies that could be controlled, B enemies that were troublesome, and A enemies that were difficult to control. Yamada Shinji was probably above a level. As for ordinary people, they did not belong to the list of ABC, and 2 military police officers could capture and kill them. Tokugawa Hisashi nodded. Very suitable. We need to truly observe Yamada Shinji's strength and the way he handles things. No, we need to include the 2 girls as well. We need more data to build a data model. Only then can we truly understand the source of Yamada Shinji's powerful strength and know ourselves as well as the enemy. Yamada Shinji's stance is still unclear. It's hard to say if he'll be a friend or a foe in the future. No matter what, this power is a huge threat to us, and we need to be prepared. Tokugawa Hisashi walked to the glass wall and looked at the bustling city through the one-way glass. He said plainly, "No matter what, this is our world. It's a world built by us ordinary people." The young man in the kimono did not speak, but lowered his head in agreement. The car arrived at a coffee shop. By then, it was already nighttime. Actually, many people had gone to the izakaya. At this time of the year, getting drunk was more useful than having fun. Hence, the small coffee shop was empty except for a few employees who had nothing better to do. "Is it here?" Pei Ziyan looked at the people in the coffee shop through the glass wall as he asked. "Yes, according to the data, he comes here every day. The chauffeur was wearing a worker's uniform. Her name was Renako, but she had been specially trained. She nodded lightly. She stood up and opened the door for Pei Ziyin. Pei Ziyin lowered his head in thanks before bringing Hayakawa Naomi and Kawako into the coffee shop. Welcome. Immediately, the waitress smiled and bowed. Hello. Please come in. What would you like? Pei Ziyin sat down and looked around the shop. The shop wasn't big and only had 7 seats. The atmosphere was warm and cozy. Hayakawa Naomi liked the place as soon as she walked in. She said excitedly, "It's really nice, Yamada-kun. I've always liked this place. It's just that I don't have much pocket money." Pei Ziyin smiled and said, "Naomi-chan and Kawako are both working now. You can come if you want." Hayakawa Naomi smiled and said, "You're right." Kawako had already picked up the menu and looked at it carefully. He realized that the prices weren't too expensive. Steampunk, 380 renminbi. Cappuccino, 480 renminbi. V60, 450 renminbi. Iced coffee, 400 renminbi. And single coffee, 1,280 renminbi. Single coffee, milk ice cream, and donuts. Kawako looked at Pei Ziyin. Pei Ziyin didn't even look at the menu and nodded his head in agreement. The waitress smiled and bowed before retreating. After 10 minutes, everything was served. The 3 of them started enjoying the food and chatted casually. Looking at Pei Ziyin's smiling face, Hayakawa Naomi blushed and bit her lips. She was overjoyed. When everyone was almost done, Pei Ziyin turned his next target. In a corner of the cafe, a skinny young man was writing on a piece of paper. He had only ordered a 380 renminbi coffee. In modern countries, in public places like cafes, hotels, fast food restaurants, etc., there would be waitresses asking if you wanted anything. Even if you only ordered 1 cup, as long as it didn't disturb others, they wouldn't chase you away. Pei Ziyin took a sip of coffee and smiled. At this point, a customer walked in. A gust of wind blew past, causing the manuscript to fall onto the table. Pei Ziyin picked up the manuscript and looked at it. The young man noticed it and hurriedly stood up and bowed. "Ah, did I disturb you? I'm really sorry to have caused you trouble." Pei Ziyin put down the manuscript and asked, "Are you a writer?" "I can't be considered a writer. I'm just someone who wanted to walk the path of literature, but didn't succeed. However, for Kawako's sake, I will work hard." The young man said. Japanese writers had a high status and were respected, but it wasn't easy. Pei Ziyin nodded. "Is that so? I took the liberty to look at your manuscript. I'm very interested in literature. Can I continue reading?" "Sure." This was a very presumptuous request, but the young man readily agreed. He probably needed readers to encourage him. Pei Ziyin called for another cup of coffee for the young man and ordered some snacks. "Please take this as your reading fee. If not, I'm really sorry. How can I accept this?" The young man was about to reject when his stomach growled. He hadn't eaten for a long time and was starving. He bowed to thank Pei Ziyin. The coffee and snacks were served quickly, and Pei Ziyin was reading seriously. At this point, Pei Ziyin was pleasantly surprised. The writing style was exquisite, the words were meaningful, and the content was not bad. What was good about it was that it was full of spirituality. It was just that many young people tended to be pretentious, which affected the quality of reading. Furthermore, the content was a little empty. Now, the economic situation was bad, and the purchasing power of readers was declining. In order to survive, the publishing house had to start from a high starting point and had strict requirements. Although Pei Ziyin didn't go to White Rock Institute Publishing House and didn't care about its operations, he had a basic understanding of the situation. After reading it, Pei Ziyin gently placed the paper on the table and said, "Your standard is not bad. I think it's worth publishing." When a young man heard this, he said, "Please correct me." Pei Ziyin smiled and said, "The entire novel is full of ideas, but there are some flaws in the way it is handled. The mood is too complicated. Look, it's a little artificial. And this part of the story is completely unnecessary. It interrupts the flow of the plot." As he said this, Pei Ziyin took the pen and crossed out a few lines. "What do you think?" The young man took the paper and read it again. Gradually, his expression changed. He had mixed feelings. Could it be that even a young man was better than him? Just as he was thinking, Pei Ziyun said, "You're thinking about the value of literature in your work? In my opinion, the most basic attribute of literature is its readability. Secondly, it's its time. This time is divided into two types. One is to reflect and convey the richest information of the era. Works that can be passed down through the ages are mostly related to the information of the era. For example, the Tale of Genji, the Pillow of Kusanagi, the Diary of the Izanagi clan, etc." The young man nodded. The characters in the Tale of Genji were meticulous, the writing was elegant, and the plot was complicated. It had a great impact on Japanese literature, but it carried a lot of historical information of the Heian period, which was the main reason for its longevity. However, this is due to the lack of records in ancient times. In fact, objectively speaking, because of the spread of information and the storage of information, literature's ability to reflect the times has been declining. Moreover, because of the market and the pursuit of pure literature, a large number of readers and amateur writers have been lost, especially the young. Along with this, the aging population has become marginalized. But no matter what, participating in life, enriching oneself, and grasping the spirit of the times are still necessary. Hearing this, the young man seemed lost. After a long time, he nodded. "What you say makes sense. That is indeed the case. But what is the spirit of the times now? Perhaps it's dreams," Pei Ziyin said. "In the current era, people realize that reality cannot be changed. The solidification of social class is hard to break. Hence, they place their hopes on dreams. Novels can bring people dreams and hope. It's a land of peach blossoms where fishes grow and eat. It's a distant yet always existing shore in the ocean." As Pei Ziyin spoke, he lowered his gaze and saw the faint yet firm demonic aura that was attached to the young man. Chapter 792. This demonic aura did not originate from the young man himself, but was embellished. Pei Ziyin thought about it and smiled. Literature is not only about dreams, but also about breakthroughs. No matter how good the work is, it will be hard for it to receive high praise. Breakthrough? Just like Taku Yashizaki? The young man immediately followed up, his eyes gleaming. Yes, just like Taku Yashizaki. Pei Ziyun's smile deepened as he shrugged. However, if I can't return, I'm afraid the outcome will not be good. Taku Yashizaki committed seppuku. Hearing Pei Ziyun's words, the young man replied without hesitation. From a certain point of view, that is indeed the case. However, if I can achieve as much as Taku Yashizaki, even if I commit suicide, I will die for literature. Furthermore, for Kyoko, I have to do my best. Even if there is a price to pay, I am willing to bear it. Pei Ziyun looked at the young man in front of him again. The young man was skinny and not tall. He shook his head and asked, "You mentioned Kyoko, is she your wife?" "Not married yet. She can be considered my girlfriend." The young man replied, "Oh, Kyoko is my childhood friend. She knew that I would be a successful person from a young age. However, my path in literature has not been smooth. I can't even provide her with basic necessities, let alone a wealthy life. That is why I left her 3 years ago. Originally, Japanese valued privacy very much. They wouldn't say such shameful words no matter what. But for some reason, this young man kept saying it out loud. In Japan, the man was responsible for the family and was the main source of income. The wife was responsible for the family, and the man had a high status. When he returned home, the wife would say, "Welcome back." She had to help her husband carry his shoes, and so on. But this was built on the premise that the man had a stable income. If a man did not have a stable income, his dignity would be gone. One could imagine how difficult it was. Under this kind of pressure, the young man felt guilty. The only way was to leave Kyoko. So, he used the excuse of collecting as an excuse to leave and wander the world. Hearing this, Hayakawa Naomi and Kawako were stunned. "Did you hear that?" Hayakawa Naomi asked Kawako. When Kawako was young, she followed her mother and had a difficult life. After she became rich, she received the traditional education of the Hayakawa shrine. Yes, I saw it. I saw Oni-chan talking to a strange and useless person and even treating him as snacks. Hayakawa Naomi wiped her sweat. That person has the scent of a demon. Is that so? Yes, but the smell is very faint. Could it be that our mission is to find him? Tang Zi felt around. The knife wasn't in his hand, it was in the car. I'll go get a knife and hack him to death. A man who can't even keep his wife alive and ran away from home. He doesn't deserve to live. Hey, let's wait for the director's order. Hayakawa was dumbfounded when she realized that Momoko was going to make a move. She quickly pulled her back. The young man did not know that Queasy was about to chop him to death and was still talking. In Japan, the hourly wage of a part-time job in a convenience store was usually 900 yen. Young people could make a living by doing some part-time jobs, but as time passed, he gradually thought of Kyoko. 3 years later, the young man finally couldn't stand it anymore. He sneaked back to his rented apartment, plucked up his courage, knocked on the door, and imagined 1,000 results. However, what he never expected was that Kyoko was the same as the day she left 3 years ago. She stood at the door to welcome him home. Her smile was the same, her hairstyle was the same, and even her clothes were the same. The young man's clothes were ragged, and his beard was unkempt. Faced with Kyoko's welcome, he opened his mouth, wanting to say something, and tears flowed out uncontrollably. From that day onwards, I swore that I would achieve something, and at least be able to support her. The young man was immersed in his memories, and did not speak for a long time. After a while, he regained his senses and hurriedly stood up to apologize. Pei Ziyin smiled and waved his hand, saying, "It's all right, it's just that it's getting late. I'm sorry for disturbing you just now. I have to go back now, goodbye." The young man stood up and watched Pei Ziyin leave. "Oni-chan, is our mission this man? Then I'll chop him to death with a knife." Queasy did not like this young man, and shouted that she was going to chop him to death. "No, I saw it with my own eyes. This demonic aura did not belong to this man, Harigawa Rishi. It was an embellishment. In other words, our target is not Harigawa Rishi. Even if it's not Harigawa Rishi, it must have something to do with him. All we have to do is force him to confess." Queasy snorted. "It's not that simple." Pei Ziyin shook his head. This was not only the principle of not harming the innocent. More importantly, if the Japanese government could rely on this to solve the problem, they would have used it long ago. He raised his eyes and looked into the sky and said in a relaxed tone, "But to me, the solution is very simple. All I have to do is to contact Harigawa Rishi." After entering the car, Pei Ziyin picked up the phone and said, "I'll give him a chance." "Yamada-kun?" A female voice came through the phone. "Hello, is this Nego-san? I'm Yamada Shinji." After exchanging pleasantries, Pei Ziyin said, "I met a writer at the coffee shop today. He's quite good at writing. You can give him a chance. He's written to you before. His name is Harigawa Rishi. If it's possible, please call me back now." "No problem. I'll go through it immediately," Nagano Narumi said. Pei Ziyin hung up the phone and leaned against the back of the chair. He closed his eyes and waited patiently. Queasy had already found her knife. She slowly unsheathed it, and the blade glowed with a bright light. Pei Ziyin glanced sideways. He knew that Queasy's father had abandoned her, so she didn't like this kind of man. He just let her be. The knife was 60 centimeters long, and there was a faint feeling on it. If Queasy killed someone, would she get share as well? Pei Ziyin looked at her eyebrows again. It seemed like the bead had been refined a little more. Hayakawa, Naomi wasn't thinking about this. She was also very fond of literature. She hesitated and asked, "Why did you mention Taku Yashizaki to Mr. Harigawa just now?" "Oh, this has something to do with the Japanese people in Japan who believe in collectivism, tradition, breakthrough, and return are all part of the system. When Western literature was introduced to Japan, Taku Yashizaki was inspired and formed a new school of literature. This could be considered a breakthrough. But among the Japanese who are willing to line up to travel abroad, putting politics aside, even if it's literature, they can only feel the value and authenticity of tradition. Once they stray too far from tradition, not only will they not feel freedom, but they will also become rootless. It's good to break through and innovate, but if they don't return to tradition in time, they will be ostracized. Taku Yashizaki didn't have time to return to tradition, and thus developed the unique beauty of nothingness and sorrow. When it reached its peak, it led to suicide. Out of the conscience of a writer, I have to warn Harigawa Rishi. Peizian said, originally, Japanese writers in the world would commit suicide because of the sorrow they felt during their growth, or because their sensitive hearts couldn't bear the weight of reality. But one of the main reasons was that the great Japanese writers often broke through the stereotypes of traditional Japanese literature. This kind of breakthrough was equivalent to self-exile, and the end of this path was death. Only within the organization could one feel the truth of life. Once one lost control of the organization, one would become a rootless person and be ostracized by the collective. This was a rule that outsiders couldn't understand, but it was very real. The most rash Oda Nobunaga died in a rebellion. Toyotomi Hideyoshi, who controlled the country through peaceful means, died in a war to invade Korea. And Tokugawa Ieyasu, who was most in line with the law of tradition, breakthrough, and return, had truly controlled the country for 265 years. Is that so? The minister would think so, too? No, I'm not Oda Nobunaga. Peizian closed his eyes and answered. In this world, Oda Nobunaga was just a mediocre daimyo who lost his reputation. But what Peizian really thought was that Oda Nobunaga was too rash and was called the Demon King of the Sixth Heaven and died because of Akechi Mitsuhide's rebellion. It was because he didn't have true power. Even if he was more rash than Oda Nobunaga, the power belonged to himself. What could society do? This was similar to a child or teenager shouting, "I want to go against the heavens," everywhere he went. It was just that everywhere Peizian went, he carefully studied the rules of the world and society at that time, and then said such deafening words. Because when he said it, he could achieve it. At this time, the phone in the coffee shop rang. It rang twice, but no one answered. Harigawa Rishi was still deep in thought and writing when he suddenly realized that the phone was ringing. He looked up in confusion and saw the annotation on the phone. He quickly got up, and because he was too fast, the manuscript was scattered all over the floor. There was no time to tidy up. He picked up the phone and panted, "Hi, I'm Harigawa Rishi." "Hello, Harigawa-kun. I'm Nagano Narumi, the editor of Shiroishi Academy. It's my honor to receive your call." Harigawa Rishi didn't expect a famous editor of a big publishing company to call him. He was flattered. Although there was no one in front of him, he subconsciously stood upright and bowed. This might be the etiquette of the Japanese. "Harigawa-kun, I read your novel. You're the author of Waiting for Kyoko, right? I would like to invite you to the publishing company to discuss the matter of this book. Do you have time?" Harigawa Rishi's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe his ears. He bowed deeply. "Hi, Nagano-san, I understand. I'll be right there." Good luck came too suddenly. As for how it came, it was too late to care. Hastily packing up the manuscript and preparing to leave the cafe, Harigawa Rishi suddenly remembered something and dialed a number. As soon as the phone was connected, he immediately said with joy, "Kyoko, the editor of Hakuseki Gakuen, Nagano Narumi, is looking for me. She said that one of my novels has potential and wants me to go to the Gakuen. I'll go there immediately." A soft female voice came from the other side of the phone. It seemed to be a celebration, but also a reminder. "Okay, I understand. Don't worry, Kyoko. I won't make the same mistake again. No matter how late, I'll be back." As he said this, Harigawa Rishi got up and left the coffee shop. He ran towards the train station. There was a train station in 10 minutes' walk. Saves me the trouble of following. At this moment, Peizian, who was in the car, reached out and touched the void as if he had grabbed an invisible thread. Target found. Note 1. Toyotomi Hideyoshi could have enjoyed the world for 100 years, but he risked his life by entering Korea. Chapter 793. Tokyo. As the car drove along, it was already nighttime. Groups of white-collar workers began to appear in the izakaya that dotted the streets, complaining from time to time. The waiters stood in front of the door with a professional smile and kept bowing to welcome them. Even with the frequent supernatural incidents, Tokyo was still a bustling city with tall buildings and crowds of people. However, as the car entered a corner, the situation gradually changed. The atmosphere was gloomy and inconspicuous, as if it was shrouded in shadows and forgotten by the world. The car slowed down and drove into the area. The roads were old and dilapidated, and were covered with fallen leaves. Although there were still street lights and other public structures, they were all rusted. The car made several turns before stopping in front of an old 3-story building. Peizian got out of the car and looked around. He frowned and asked, "This isn't the Three Valleys, right?" Renako was dressed in a suit and looked very experienced. Yamada can know it's still quite a distance away from Mitsuya. Mitsuya was a slum area in Tokyo. There were many cage houses there. This was not the Mitsuya, it was an apartment for people with low incomes. It seemed like this was the most ordinary rental area for the poor. As they walked in, they saw an apartment. This is a 4-story building. It was built in 87 years of the last century. Each floor has 6 units, and the layout of the building is uniform. It was built to be rented out and used to collect rent. Harigawa Riki is living here. We've searched the room many times. It's very ordinary, nothing out of the ordinary. As she spoke, an old man in his early 60s with white hair walked over. Renako introduced him. "This is Mr. Onuchi. He's been the landlord here for more than 30 years. Onuchi laughed. "I don't live here anymore. I only come here to collect rent every month. I was notified this morning, so I've been waiting here. Sorry to have troubled you." Renako bowed slightly. Japan was a country that valued etiquette. Although there was a clear hierarchy, it was still necessary to be polite. Renako's bow was very standard. The size of her bow could be recorded as a teaching material. After returning the bow, Onuchi led the group upstairs. The corridor was covered in dust. This apartment was old and had entered a period of decline. Even the property management was almost gone. When they arrived at room 302, Onuchi took out a key and opened the door. Room 302, a total of 15 square meters. The monthly rent is 60,000 yen. The tenant has always been punctual. Other than the monthly rent collection day, we rarely meet. I only know that there's an author. It's not easy to become a writer. I once had a tenant who wanted to write, but he ended up going to Mitsuya. I saw him scavenging last year, but I won't see him this year. The people of the Three Valleys had no guarantee of their own safety. Sometimes, they would disappear without anyone knowing. In the movie The Sacrifice of a Suspect, the male lead killed a scavenger and swapped his body. No one found out. Some of them might not have disappeared, but committed suicide. In Japan, there were many countries with a lifetime employment system. Once a middle-aged man lost his job, it would be difficult for him to find a job. In the eyes of his family, neighbors, and friends, he would become a worthless stray dog. Suicide or vagabonding became the only choices. Renako looked solemn and didn't say a word. The door opened. The room was very small and compact. The walls were partitioned with wooden boards and were filled with daily necessities and books. It looked like an ordinary house. "I'll go take a look," Quozy called out, scanning the room with the eyes of a drug-sniffing dog. Hayakawa Naomi and Pei Ziyan were also pacing around the room. Everything was normal. Hayakawa and Naomi said, "That's not right." Mr. Harigawa said he has a girlfriend, but there are no traces of a woman's life in this house. That's right. There were no women's clothes or cosmetics in this house. The books and manuscripts were all Harigawa's belongings. It was obvious that he lived alone. But why would Harigawa lie? Renako looked at them from outside the door. She lowered her head, her face expressionless. As a public servant of the shogunate, she wasn't a professional driver. She was a female police officer who had received special training. She had been to this room long ago and had reported everything she could find. Now, she was sent to be Yamada Shinji's driver. She was very confused. Yamada Shinji was an outstanding writer. No one could deny that. When Seven Samurai was released, it was highly sought after by the readers. It created a situation where paper was expensive in Luoyang. Up until now, the sales had exceeded 1 million copies. This was nothing more than a shot in the arm for the shrinking Japanese publishing industry. It was understood that because there were 7 copies released, the total royalties were as high as 800 million yen. This was a very high figure. University professors, doctors, and department heads of companies only had an annual salary of 12 million yen. They had to save up for 60 years without eating or drinking. But no matter how good the author was, it had nothing to do with this investigation. What was even more ridiculous was that he had brought 2 little girls with him on this mission. This was unacceptable. Seeing that she had not found anything, Renako felt inexplicably happy. However, the other party was a famous author. It was said that he was a distinguished guest of some important people. She did not dare to offend him and could only remain expressionless. Pei Ziyin was not surprised and asked, "Room 302's Harigawa Rishi. What do you know about him?" The minister was stunned and replied, "I don't know much. I only see him once a month. I only know that he wants to write. He is very polite and pays his rent on time. He rarely interacts with his neighbors. The people who live in this building are people who are looking for jobs or dreams. People often move in and out. Harigawa has been living here for a few years and can be considered an old tenant. However, in recent years, he has been paying the rent directly to my card. I don't have much contact with him. Did he do something wrong? The last time the police investigated, they did not even go through the landlord. But now, the minister could tell that something was amiss. Nothing, I was just asking casually. Sorry for the trouble, Pei Ziyin said. Naomi Hayakawa was not satisfied. Her eyes swept across the room again. Why would Harigawa Rishi make up a lie and say that he had a girlfriend? What was his motive for saying that? Moreover, although she did not directly communicate with him, they were not far apart. She heard all the conversation. Hayakawa Naomi felt that Harigawa Riki did not seem to be lying. That kind of heartfelt emotion, unless it was a professional actor, it would be difficult for ordinary people to hide. However, the house in front of her was filled with dull, old utensils. At most, there were books and papers. How could this house look like a hostess? Furthermore, Harigawa Rishi was focused on creating. He had no source of income. Even if he worked part-time, how could he pay the rent on time? Pei Ziyin did not hesitate. He smiled and bowed slightly. Let's go. Sorry to trouble you. As he said that, he led the suspicious Kawako and Naomi out. When the minister closed the door, Renako smiled and turned around. As she led everyone through the corridor, Pei Ziyin suddenly turned around and walked back without saying a word. Kawako and Naomi looked at each other and followed closely behind. The minister was stunned. Looking at Pei Ziyin's back, he could not help but complain. Didn't we just check? Did we forget something? Furthermore, the key is still in my hands. I can't open the door. As she thought about it, she turned around and was stunned. In the narrow corridor, there was no one. The 3 of them had disappeared. Impossible. Renako's expression changed. She quickly chased after them. The door to room 302 was closed, but there was no one around. She started to sweat and ordered, "Open the door immediately." Hey. The minister's legs turned to jelly. He took out the key and tried to open the door, but he could not open it. Renako could not care less about politeness. She rushed to the door and turned. The door opened, but there was no one inside. Unwilling to give up, she scanned the room again. She felt her throat was dry. She swallowed her saliva and took out her phone to make a call. Team leader Yamada Shinichi is missing. Missing? What's missing? Renako quickly reported. We just searched Harigawa Rishi's place and found nothing. Just as we were about to return, they disappeared. There was no window in the entire corridor. There was no one in the room either. In just a few minutes, more than 10 people in police uniforms rushed over and started a search. They turned the entire apartment upside down, but still could not find Pei Ziyun and the other 2. A police officer apologized. Team leader, I'm very sorry. We did not find any clues. The cameraman did not find anything either. Please forgive us. A police officer's face turned fierce. Continue to search. Search again. What are you waiting for? Baka, the team leader saw that his subordinates were busy again. He wanted to hold back his anger, but in the end, he could not help but punch the wall angrily. Rikudo Yamada was from the quasi-professional group. The quasi-professional group was promoted based on experience and contributions. Although he could be promoted to the rank of inspector, in reality, he had used up too much of his potential in the police department. Now, he had to be like the company's quasi-professional group and be the scapegoat for the professional group, official staff. Peizi Yun, Kyoko, and Naomi did not know the grief and indignation of a police officer called Yamada. They stood at the door of room 302 and knocked on the door. Inside the room, a young girl was wearing an apron. Her small eyes were focused on the beef, carefully removing the fascia. She was very happy. Harigawa-kun is finally going to debut. His work is going to be published. Today we have to celebrate. Beef. Ordinary people would rarely eat it once a month. Just as Kyoko was using the needle to remove the fascia, there was a knock on the door. Kyoko frowned, but in the blink of an eye, she relaxed. After a while, the door lock made a small crack. She asked softly, "Hello, who are you looking for?" Peizian lowered his head slightly and said, "I am the editor of Harigawa Riki. I was sent by the publishing company to do an investigation." This was a lie, but Kyoko looked at it and immediately showed a warm and happy expression. She seemed to believe it and opened the door, welcoming the three into the room. The three entered the room and sat around the table. Kyoko served the tea set and filled the three. "Harigawa-kun, please take care of me." It's okay. It's what I should do." The founder of Whitestone Academy, Mr. Motohashi, once said that excellent authors are the real source of strength for the academy. As long as there are excellent authors, as long as the excellent authors do not abandon Whitestone Academy, then Whitestone Academy will not fail. I came here on the orders of the chief editor, Tengjo, to do some background research on Harigawa-kun. Our company has recently considered publishing Harigawa-kun's novel, but because this is our first cooperation, I hope to deepen our mutual understanding. Peizi Yun said seriously, "Harigawa-kun is not considered an excellent author, but he has the potential to be one. We are willing to grow together with him." When Kyoko heard this, her face turned serious. She bowed to the ground and choked with sobs. "Hey, I understand. Riki is really lucky to have an editor like you. Please ask." Peizian picked up the tea and found that it was cold. He put down the teacup and opened the notebook to look at the content. Harigawa-kun was born in Shibuya Prefecture, Kanagawa. "Yes. Tell me your story." Seeing that Peizian was recording in the notebook, Kyoko fell into memory and said, "Our two families are neighbors." His family moved here from the countryside. When he first arrived in Shibuya, he had no friends and was unfamiliar with the place. When he moved, he was drenched in the rain and fell ill. He could not go out. I happened to live next door, so I often went to see him. I told him about the local customs and brought him the carp flag for Children's Day. We agreed that when he recovered, we would watch the celebration together. We went to school together, grew up together, and naturally fell in love together. I remember once, I was confused about what flavor of lipstick Riki liked, so he asked me to apply every flavor of lipstick. Kyoko lowered her head shyly and did not continue, but everyone understood what she meant. "After graduation, did you live together?" Peizian wrote down the transcript. "Yes, it was that year that we moved to Tokyo." "Why did you leave Shibuya and move to Tokyo?" "Riki said he wanted to pursue literature, so we moved to Tokyo. I am his girlfriend and future wife. I have an obligation to support Harigawa-kun." Kyoko answered very seriously. "Are Harigawa-kun's parents still alive?" "Yes, they are. Every year, they call back." The Japanese valued the collective and played a social role seriously. At the same time, there were signs of contempt for the family. It was still popular to abandon the elderly. The elderly lacked the support of their children, so they had no choice but to form a large number of old people's homes, forming a huge industry. According to the National Power Survey conducted by the Japanese government every 5 years, in 2005, the number of elderly living alone reached as high as 386 million. It was not that they did not have children, but their children generally lived an independent family life and had limited contact with them. Last year, an old woman was interviewed by the television station. She still guarded her own grocery store, and every day she would keep accounts. On her 100th birthday, none of her children came to visit. Only her grandson, who was far away, gave her a call. Do your best. From the point of view of the Chinese, this scene was inconceivable, but it was very common in Japan. Calling back every year was already an obligation. According to what we know, Harigawa-kun used to wander around Tokyo, right? Pei Ziyin suddenly asked. Kyoko's whole body trembled, and her happy smile quickly disappeared. The atmosphere suddenly became strange, and Kyoko immediately touched her knife vigilantly. At this time, Pei Ziyin smiled again. Perhaps this wandering experience was the source of inspiration for Harigawa-kun's literary creation. The young girl's expression softened slightly. She lowered her head and said, Ricky is really a very talented person. Thank you for giving him a chance. Pei Ziyin smiled, but did not say anything. He just fiddled with the teacup and asked, So, after Harigawa-kun wandered, when did you meet again? Kyoko was startled, and she lowered her head and murmured, I can't remember, or don't want to remember, the Yoshida Kyoko who died in the house long ago. This sudden shout made the young girl feel as if she had been struck by lightning. Ah! She let out a scream. Her face was ferocious, and black smoke rose from her body. Chapter 794. Freeze! The girl screamed miserably, mixed with a sharp voice that didn't seem human. Then, mist appeared, and it grew thicker and thicker. A translucent figure floated above her body. Then, following a command, both of them froze at this moment. To be more accurate, two figures appeared on the same body. One was an ancient kimono girl, and the other was a modern girl. The modern girl looked like a Japanese girl and was very cute. However, the kimono girl had her eyes closed, and her arms were folded in front of her chest. What is this? Hayakawa Naomi took a step back, frowning. Pei Ziyin walked to her side and looked at her troubled expression. Can you feel it? Hayakawa Naomi nodded. It's very simple. You've all read the information. 5 years ago, a young couple moved from Shibuya, Kanagawa Prefecture to Tokyo. As Tokyo was the center of Japan, there were many publishing companies and literary societies. Many literary awards judges were also based in Tokyo. Many literary giants rose from there, and many unknown young people achieved their dreams and became famous overnight. Dreams were dreams, and reality was reality. In order to support Harigawa Ricky's writing, Kyoko was the sole breadwinner. She worked odd jobs, and the income was meager, but it was still enough. In Japan, it was the men who went out to support their families. Now, it was the other way around. This put a lot of pressure on Harigawa Ricky. In the end, he could no longer write his manuscript. He tore his hair, burned the manuscript, and rushed out in the rain. Kyoko looked at Harigawa Ricky's back and shouted his name. However, her voice was lost in the rain. She ignored the rain and chased after him. That day, she died in a car accident, but her spirit still lingered in the apartment, calling out Harigawa's name. On the day of the meteor earthquake, she fused with another spirit that shared the same fate. Using her strength, Kyoko returned home and waited for Harigawa. The guilt-ridden Harigawa saw that Kyoko did not blame him at all and welcomed her warmly. Pei Ziyin shrugged and looked at Hayakawa Naomi. That's the whole story. As for what she said to me earlier, I believed her. That's because I'm an author, and a successful one at that. She can see it, so she naturally believes it. She's so pitiful. Can you not make her feel pain when you kill her? Naomi didn't dare to look directly at the scene and covered her eyes. Why would I kill her? Pei Ziyin looked at Hayakawa Naomi suspiciously. She's just a transit point. Most dimensions are unrelated to each other, and overlapping them requires a medium. The other party came to the human world through Kyoko, but she also has a special energy on her body. As long as we obtain this energy and follow the diagram, we will be able to find the bridge that leads to that dimension. As for her choice and grudges, what does it have to do with me? Hearing Pei Ziyun's words, Kuang Zi was elated. He turned his face away and grunted. After saying so much, you still haven't told me how to get there? Kwoko's eyes widened in shock, but his hand did not stop. He continued to insert his hand into Yoshida Kyoko's body, causing a hole to appear. He retracted his hand and then pulled it back. What a pity. Kwoko and Naomi were surprised. They followed Pei Ziyun's example and inserted their hands into Yoshida Kyoko's body, but there was nothing inside. I didn't lie to you, did I? Pei Ziyun laughed. Then let's go through Miss Yoshida Kyoko and get to that dimension. Hi. Kwoko felt that this was a novel idea and disappeared from the room. Then the two of them flashed and disappeared as well. Pa! There was a loud sound, and Yoshida Kyoko was stunned. She looked around blankly. What happened to me? She seemed a little confused, but then she screamed and rushed back to look at the pot. Indeed, the water was almost dry. What's going on? Yoshida Kyoko was vexed and quickly turned down the fire. This soup was meant to be used as a side dish, but now it was almost boiling. She looked at it and felt like crying. What should I do? Why did I make such a mistake? Would Horikawa-kun be unhappy? Just as she was thinking about this, the phone rang, and she quickly picked it up. Kyoko, my novel is going to be published. Horikawa Rishi walked on the street and said excitedly, giving way to a person who was riding a bicycle through the street. Not far away, after turning a corner, the bus station appeared in front of him. He wanted to go back as soon as possible. Great, congratulations, Horikawa-kun. I told you that you would succeed. Kyoko suddenly showed a happy smile. As a Japanese woman, she knew that men needed a sense of achievement, and now he had finally succeeded. Although she could hear Horikawa Rishi's great sense of achievement in his voice, and even his voice was unconsciously choked. Kyoko, it's been hard on you in the past. It's been hard on you in the past. But Horikawa Rishi wiped his face and hung up the phone before his choking became bigger. Wait for me to come back. Hi. Yoshida Kyoko put down the phone, and she slowly shrank back, covering her face. After a long time, she said, I must celebrate with delicious food today. Is the beef not enough? There's some pickled melon in the fridge. I'll go with some boiled eggs and sauce. She worked seriously, her expression focused, as if she did not notice that the girl in ancient Japanese clothes was gradually becoming one with her. Boom! In the blink of an eye, in the thick darkness, a flash of light appeared, illuminating the surroundings. In the next moment, the three of them landed on the street. From the looks of it, it was a town market located in the embrace of the mountains, surrounded by clouds and mist, the mountains piercing the sky, sacred and solemn. Pei Ziyun and Naomi Kyoko walked slowly along the road. People came and went in the town, some leading donkeys, some carrying goods. On both sides of the road, there were Japanese houses, men dressed in clothes, a middle-aged monk meditating in front of the door, and naughty children placing beetles on their heads. A shakuhachi player wearing a bamboo and rattan helmet accepted donations from passers-by, bowing his head to express his gratitude. After a few more steps, he passed by a blacksmith shop. The so-called shop was just a dilapidated house, with a large furnace in the middle of the house. There was a bellow beside the furnace, and when the bellow was pulled, the flames in the furnace rose. The blacksmith moved the red-hot iron to a large iron block for forging. An ancient Japanese town. No, looking at the era, it's not too old, probably modern. Along the road, there was a torii. The torii was a Japanese shrine. It looked a little like a memorial and represented the entrance to the realm of the gods. It was used to distinguish the realm of the gods from the mortal world. The torii reminded visitors that stepping into the torii meant entering the realm of the gods, and that they should pay special attention to their actions. Pei Ziyun stopped in his tracks. At this point, he could see the shrine. He frowned and said, Let's go. Don't be in a hurry to enter. Let's take a look around first. The streets of the town seemed to be a festive occasion, with people coming and going. In the tavern, a grandmother and granddaughter were performing. The old man had white hair and was tuning the strings of a pipe, full of energy. His granddaughter was dancing to the music, her movements graceful. There were also people dressed in white hunting clothes, wearing black hats decorated with sunflower leaves. Behind them was an ox cart decorated with Chinese wisteria, passing through the streets. "It looks like the Kagurakai," Naomi said quietly. She looked around and said, "Hey, look, is there a lost child over there?" Quosie followed her gaze and saw a pair of brother and sister standing in the middle of the street. The elder sister was dressed in a colorful kimono with a squarish handbag tied around her waist. She wore light-colored wooden clogs, and her black hair was tied loosely behind her head. Her bangs were trimmed, making her look even more adorable. The younger brother had his hair tied up in a bun and was holding onto the elder sister's hand. He used the other hand to wipe away his tears and lowered his head to sob. The elder sister held onto the younger brother's hand and looked around helplessly. She looked around helplessly, looking at the people passing by, but nobody noticed them. Naomi Hayakawa saw them and walked over to them, asking gently, "Have you met with any difficulties? Where's your house?" The elder sister lowered her head and said, "We came out to the market with our mother. We saw some grasshoppers and sugar figurines and got separated from our mother." When Naomi heard this, she said, "Where do you live? I'll send you home." The elder sister smiled. "I don't know the way home, but my house is big and has a porch. It's easy to find." Naomi Hayakawa turned around and looked at Pei Ziyun, who laughed. "Since that's the case, let's send them home." Naomi held onto the elder sister's hand. "Let's go. Let's send you home." After walking for a while, it started to drizzle, and fog started to form. The number of people on the street started to dwindle, until only Naomi and the rest were left. The rain was getting heavier, and the group had no choice but to hide under a roof. The house was old, and the walls were stained with rainwater. It was as if one could grab a handful of it with their bare hands. The windows that were not tightly shut were creaking, and there was not a single person on the street. The doors of the houses on both sides of the street were tightly shut, and they looked like gray tombstones. "What's going on? Why is everyone gone?" Naomi Hayakawa frowned as she looked around. "Oni-ai-chan, something's not right." Quosie looked around cautiously, holding on to his sword, as if he was a cat with its fur standing up. "Not really. Naomi's strength and numbers are far above Quosie's. However, Quosie doesn't feel anything, and Naomi seems to have unknowingly entered the same realm. She doesn't feel that there's anything wrong with what she's doing, and doesn't feel that she's going overboard." Pitter-patter. The rain fell on the roofs and onto the ground, creating ripples in the air. The entire place was shrouded in a thick mist of rain. Pei Ziyin stood under the roof, deep in thought. He reached out his hand into the rain. The rain was cold, and there was a hint of coldness in it. "This is phantom rain?" The rain looked clean, but it was actually filled with yin qi. It carried with it an indescribable sense of resentment, and it felt like needles piercing into one's body. The entire realm was already activated when we entered it. Oh well, let's see where it's leading us to. Chapter 795. The rain gradually stopped, but the sky was still filled with dark clouds. A patch of dark clouds floated between the mountains and the sky. From time to time, a few raindrops fell on Hayakawa Naomi's face. This was the water of the Yellow Springs. In Hayakawa Naomi's mind, she could vaguely sense this name. "Naomi!" Someone called out to her. Hayakawa Naomi then woke up and looked around. It was Yamada Shinji. "The rain has stopped. Since we're sending them back, let's go." Yes. I'm ashamed that I still need Yamada-kun's reminder." As Hayakawa Naomi spoke, she pulled the siblings along as they continued on their journey. She didn't know why, but she felt that the fog was getting thicker and thicker, and her hands were getting colder and colder. Naomi shivered and turned around to look at Pei Ziyun. "Don't worry, just follow me." Pei Ziyun patted her on the shoulder. Only now did she notice. At the end of the road, the group stopped in front of a mansion. It was a mansion. Is this how your house looks?" Hayakawa Naomi looked uneasy as she stammered. In this world, Due to the lack of foreign invasions and the lack of westernization, the Japanese rarely built mansions. Hayakawa Naomi was surprised by this. "That's right, this is our house." Her sister was energized as she pushed the door open. With a creak, the iron gate slowly opened. "Cool." Pei Ziyin lightly whistled. Everything in front of him was of a large scale. The walls were filled with shrubs and trees, preventing anyone from peeping in from the outside. The mansion was 3 stories high and had a strong Gothic feel to it. This was not something an ordinary Japanese could build. It looked very much like a German mansion. Is a Chinese family? The Meiji Restoration began on the 17th of June, 1869. On the 7th of July, 1884, the Chinese race order was completed. The original titles of Kung Fu and Daimyo were abolished. Instead, they were called the Chinese. They were divided into 5 ranks: Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron. Among them, the old Kung Fu families were given the title of Viscount and above. The old daimyo families were given the title of Baron and above based on Shirgao's performance in the Bochin War. Dukes are above 1 Syracuse. Marquises are above 2 Syracuse. Earls are above 2 Syracuse. Viscounts are below 3 Syracuse. And barons are above 4 Syracuse. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be a very high-level Chinese here. However, it might not be true. After all, it's not real. When they reached home, the siblings were overjoyed. They skipped happily into the house. Although the courtyard was huge, there was no one around. Pei Ziyin and the other 2 followed them through the courtyard and entered a house. Although it looked like a mansion on the outside, the layout of the house was obviously in the Japanese style. Screens shielded the inside and outside, and the floor was laid with carefully oiled flooring. Japanese swords hung on the south wall, and there were also Japanese decorations. It seemed to be in a modern era. "Where's your mother?" Hayakawa Naomi was slow, but she still felt something was wrong. At this moment, a shrill alarm suddenly sounded. "Alert! There's an alert!" Wakako was the first to jump up. In Japanese kindergartens, they had basic disaster preparedness and emergency training. It was a compulsory course in primary and secondary schools. She immediately ran to the window and saw a plane flying across the sky and something landing. "What's this? An air raid?" Hayakawa Naomi's jaw dropped. "Lie down and close your eyes." Pei Ziyin took one look, and his expression changed. He then stabbed the wooden blade into the ground. Boom! 2 concentric circles appeared, protecting the 3 of them. Hayakawa, Naomi, and Wakako had already closed their eyes and subconsciously lay down within the circle. Following that, a bright light flashed, and a blinding white light pierced into the ground. What followed was a violent tremor, and it felt as though the mansion had been sent flying. The surrounding clouds reflected a bluish-green light, and the ground shook violently. A mushroom-shaped cloud rose up, piercing through the layers of clouds and tearing apart everything within a few hundred meters. At the moment of the explosion, it was as though the cloud had been attacked by an invisible force. The white light and the bluish-green light rushed into the cloud, emitting an ear-piercing screech. Pei Ziyin took a step back, groaned, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at the mushroom-shaped cloud that covered the sky, countless memories surfaced in his mind, and he felt as though he had returned to the moment before the accident. Was it really so difficult to earn some money? Pei Ziyin couldn't help but want to shout out in anger. His ruthlessness had ignited his anger. After a long time, Pei Ziyin slowly waved his hand, and a gust of wind blew away the cloud of dust. Not far away, there were 2 dismembered corpses. Looking at the 2 mutilated bodies, Pei Ziyin's eyebrows twitched. "Yamada-kun?" Hayakawa Naomi shouted. She tried to open her eyes and looked outside. She saw that the house was gone, and the walls had collapsed. She could feel the scorching heat in her lungs. When she looked outside, she realized that there was nothing. The original site had been scorched, and the facilities were in ruins. There were also some debris from the nearby houses. The huge column of smoke continued to rise upwards. Occasionally, people would walk past, but they would collapse after a few steps. Some would get up and continue walking, while others would never get up again. There were corpses and people everywhere. Some of them had blackened faces, and some had even lost their eyes. Could it be that a meteorite had hit the earth? However, there were no more earthquakes or flying rocks. Oni-chan, what happened to you? Kawako screamed. Naomi turned around and saw two flimsy corpses. Yamada Shinichi's eyes were closed, and two streams of blood flowed down his face. She could not help but tremble. Yamada-kun, what happened to you? Was that an atomic bomb? Yes and no. Don't go out, Peizian said. The three of them were surrounded by a ball of light, and the area was about the size of the mansion. The fire and smoke could not get close to them. He mumbled, "This is unbelievable." To recreate the scene of an atomic bomb explosion and combine it with the resentment of hundreds of thousands of people to attack at the same time. What an eye-opener. If it were anyone else, their soul would have been destroyed in an instant. The atomic bomb explosion caused people to lose control of their soul, and the resentment of hundreds of thousands of people rushed in. Even if someone could resist the resentment, they would still crash due to the overload of information. This made Peizian very happy. However, this is not a problem for me. The next wave is coming. Kawako, Naomi, buy me some time. I understand. The sky was burning, and the air turned red. Thick, hot dust floated in the air, burning their lungs. Visibility was extremely low, and they could only hear the movements of people around them. One by one, corpses appeared from the smoke. More and more corpses appeared, and they surrounded them silently. Kill! Kawako raised her blade and shouted. Her movements quickened, and she pounced forward. Oni-chan taught me that war and swordsmanship are different, but the same. You must not give the enemy control over the space and the initiative. You must attack automatically, just like playing chess, and defeat the enemy. So this is why we Japanese call swordsmanship the art of war. With a puff sound, a human head flew into the air. There was no blood, only white flames. The corpse quickly turned into a torch. Then, a surge of power surged into her body. This was the power that Oni-chan had given to Kawako, allowing her to grow stronger and stronger. Her movements became more agile, and she flew like a swallow, passing through the gaps between the enemies. At this point, Kawako displayed a brilliance that dazzled Hayakawa Naomi. But I'm not bad either. Work hard, Naomi. Hayakawa Naomi stretched out both her hands. Mist. Boom. A mist appeared all around them, and it spread quickly. Strangely enough, this mist affected the senses of the corpses. They lost their target and started to panic. Let the hail rain. Hayakawa Naomi raised her arms and shouted to the sky. Black hailstones fell from the sky, and each hailstone was like an arrow. With a puff, puff, puff sound, more than 10 corpses were torn to shreds. They're doing well. Just as Peizian was thinking about this, his vision darkened for a moment before it brightened again. Steel and concrete buildings filled his field of vision. There were people hurrying past. Some were dressed in suits, some were students dressed in black, and some were dressed in modified kimonos. The policemen who maintained order were dressed in black uniforms with large brimmed hats, and had swords hanging from their waists. In front of the policemen, the rickshaw driver was dressed in rubber shoes, and he was trying to attract customers. Not far away, he could see a paper sliding door. I'm back, is this Showa? Peizian frowned and took a step forward. In the shop opposite, the shopkeeper was shouting loudly, trying to attract customers. The middle-aged woman greeted him warmly. Mr. Oki, you're back? Living alone, without a woman to take care of you. Must be tough, right? Please buy some. I'll make it cheaper. I'll buy some then. Peizian did not seem surprised at all. He smiled and picked up some carrots. The middle-aged woman filled the bag with carrots and passed it to Yamada. She bowed and thanked him. Thank you for your patronage. Please come again next time. Peizian had only taken a few steps when a piercing alarm sounded. He opened his eyes and saw a plane flying past, dropping something. It was too far away, and he could not see what it was. All he could see was a small black dot. The black dot fell from above and grew bigger and bigger. By the time he could see it clearly, it was already very close to him. Boom! A mushroom cloud rose up from where Pei Ziyun was standing. History was repeating itself, but this time, Pei Ziyun was at the center of the explosion. He looked down and saw that there was no ground. All he could see was his feet vaporizing and his body burning. Then, he heard a deafening explosion. The shock wave spread out, and all the buildings within a few hundred meters collapsed. A mushroom cloud rose up into the sky. It's happening again. It's said that spirits will drag a person to experience the process of death, and thus destroy the person's spirit and resistance. An atomic bomb explosion and the hatred of hundreds of thousands of people. This is a big deal. But this is already the 7th time, right? The first time, my whole body was vaporized. The second time, I kept my head. The third time, I lost my shoulders and neck. Now, only my feet are affected. You want to do it for the 8th time? Pei Ziyan looked up and laughed disdainfully. Even if you want to, how much strength do you have? How do you know? Impossible. This is a spell that Izanami has blessed. Even if you are a god, you will sink into the yellow springs and forget your memories. You will become one of them and be worn down by the repetition. Suddenly, a corpse stood up and screamed. Why? You can stay awake. Why? Even the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people cannot move your heart. Chapter 796. Pei Ziyan didn't reply, but smiled mysteriously. All he could see were specks of light appearing all of a sudden, floating into Pei Ziyan's body, forming a white fiery glow. Naomi and Kawako are fighting. Every undead that they kill gives me a small amount of spiritual power. This little bit of spiritual power is nothing, but it's enough to stimulate me and make me resist Izanami's talismans. This is actually using Izanami's divine power to create a semi-independent space in the underworld. Even if I am not addicted to it, it would not be easy for me to break it. But since you have a trump card, do you think I don't? Descend my temple. Boom! A ray of pure red light pierced through the air. In an instant, the surroundings turned pitch black. This time, it was not the enemy's transformation, but a new transformation. The entire space was instantly shifted to an empty space. In the empty space, there was a plaza with stone walls. Inside, there were 2 buildings. One was a temple, with marble pillars supporting the steps and torches. The other looked like a Taoist temple, but it had a majestic aura. This is impossible. Could it be that you are a perfected master from the other continent? No, you are even higher than that, but you are not a perfected sovereign yet. The corpse's first impression was of a Taoist temple. Thank you for your hard work. Now it's my turn. A wooden blade appeared in Pei Ziyun's hand. Following that, white light emanated from his body, as if it had a mind of its own. As the light spread, a black, majestic armor appeared on his body, emitting a murderous aura. Roar! Agitated by this, the corpse did not speak again. Instead, it howled. Endless black aura gathered and turned into a cloud. As the black cloud spread, the entire plaza was plunged into darkness. Following that, the countless broken corpses quickly merged together, forming a monster. This monster was bleeding profusely and emitted a nauseating stench. It had 8 large hands, each holding a huge iron hook and a sickle. Izanami's divine power gathered the corpses of those who died in the explosion to form this monster. Unfortunately, this is my domain. Tao Lord, Dragon Breaking Strike. Back in the Great Su, he had forced Emperor Chi-Tai to kill him and became a Tao Lord. At this moment, the Tao Palace suddenly lit up. A Taoist dressed in an imperial robe suddenly teleported and slashed with his sword. A trace of fear appeared on the monster's face, and it swung its hook and scythe at full strength. However, in the next moment, there was a boom as the monster was sent flying. Strangely, it should have been sent flying out of the plaza, but in a flash, it landed heavily in the center of the plaza, creating a large depression. Ayo, ayo, ayo. After suffering this attack, the monster's body was badly damaged, and black fog rose up from its body. Countless evil spirits flowed out and scattered around the plaza, but soon even more evil spirits flowed into the wound, causing the wound to quickly heal. Indeed, as I expected, in order to kill you, I have to kill you in one fell swoop. If not, the hundreds of thousands of evil spirits will continue to heal you. Seeing that the Dao Palace had dimmed, Pei Ziyun shouted out, "Vanishing deity, God's wrath." With that, a sun rose in the middle of the shrine. Then, a dazzling ray of light cut through the space, and a muscular young man threw out a spear. Boom! It was as if the entire space was shaking. No! The monster let out an angry roar. The spear of light fell heavily, and a scroll appeared. It had been pierced through, and a goddess screamed in anger. In the next moment, a white light exploded. When the white light dissipated, the monster was on the verge of death. It raised its arms to defend itself, but its body was almost torn to shreds. However, no one gave a chance to breathe. Pei Ziyun dodged and appeared behind the monster. With a pu sound, the wooden blade pierced through one of the monster's cores. Ayo! The monster's eyes bulged out, and its purplish-black face looked hideous. However, it just stood there, not making a sound, not moving. It was like a clay statue that had yet to be painted. If I die, you'll be buried with me. Turn to a ghost domain. Before he could finish speaking, a red light exploded, and then there was no more sound. Then, with a loud bang, the monster dispersed. Countless wronged souls wailed as they turned into smoke, and countless severed limbs scattered all over the ground, piling up into a layer. Suppress. This time it was very fast. The white light shone down, and the countless evil spirits in the black fog screamed and turned into ashes the moment they came into contact with the white light. Some of them quickly transformed into human figures. They cheered, and the darkness on their bodies faded away. They emitted a faint light as they rose into the sky. One by one, they rushed into a certain place and disappeared. The souls and corpses outside were the first to be purified. Only a broken hanging painting was still resisting. It turned into lightning, and there seemed to be a thunder god in it. However, under the white light, the lightning quickly disappeared, and the whole hanging painting slowly disintegrated. Following that, the third place, which already had some foundation, a bright red torii appeared. It was made up of a forehead, a wedge, and a tortoise's abdomen, platform stone. There was a rope attached to it. One could feel that once the torii was formed, a barrier was formed. This was the door between the gods and humans. As if it had broken through a certain threshold, the power generated after the purification rushed towards Pei Ziyun, as if urging him. The talisman that purified Izanami was formed in advance. Pei Ziyun didn't find it strange as he continued walking. Strangely, as he walked, cherry blossom trees appeared one after another. At a glance, there were red plum blossoms, white plum blossoms, green plum blossoms, forming a forest of plum blossoms. By the time he reached the torii, there were 1,000 plum blossoms. Most shrines were surrounded by a lush green forest. In fact, this forest was the most important part of the shrine. It was called the Guardian Forest, and it was the place where the gods gathered in the shrine. Unauthorized people were not allowed to enter. The Meiji Shrine was located in the center of Tokyo. It occupied 70 hectares of land and maintained a large forest. It was the largest green area in Tokyo. Every inch of land in Tokyo was worth its weight in gold. As he stepped in, a stone path appeared under his feet. This was the long path that connected humans and gods. When ordinary people went to the shrine to worship, they had to avoid the center of the path and walk along the two sides. Following that, lanterns appeared on both sides of the path, giving off a welcoming light. Following that, a pavilion appeared. There was a pool under the pavilion with flowing water. There was even a wooden ladle placed on top of the pool. This was a hand spa. As he walked along the path, he saw the Shrine of Divine Music and the Shrine of Worship. The Shrine of Divine Music was a place where divine music was performed. During festivals, or when people offered sacrifices to the gods, the witches would dance divine music to worship the gods. In a shrine of worship, the clergy would conduct sacrifices, and the devotees would also face the shrine of worship. The shrine of coins and the shrine of Inuga appeared as well. Seems like I don't have enough strength, Pei Ziyin thought to himself as he took a few more steps. The most important part of the shrine of worship was formed. Indeed, as soon as the steps were raised, all his strength was depleted. Oh well, to be able to reach this stage is already pretty good. Pei Ziyin looked back and saw the cherry blossoms blossoming. The entire shrine was filled with a sense of tranquility. In the next moment, Pei Ziyin disappeared. Outside, amidst the ruins, the two girls had developed a tacit understanding with each other. In order to increase her power level, Naomi no longer used the hailstones. The mist was still maintained, and the swarm of corpses seemed to slow down as they entered the mist. Kill. Japanese martial arts were usually focused on momentum. Attacks were often accompanied by shouts. Kawako's long sword flashed past, and a pu-pu-pu sound could be heard. 3 corpses trembled, and thick black blood flowed out. With a loud boom, a white flame appeared. After killing so many corpses, Kawako knew how to conserve his energy. He maintained his sword and dodged in a small area. Indeed, a few more corpses heard the sound and pounced forward. This dodge was perfect. With a pu-pu sound, a blade appeared from the back of one of the corpses. Amidst the silent screams, another ball of flame appeared. This set of movements was coherent, simple, and did not waste any energy. It required a long period of training. In Japanese terms, it was called the integration of the mind and technique. In Chinese terms, it was called the integration of the mind and technique. Techniques and strength were unified, and the damage dealt to the enemy was controlled to the most appropriate amount of strength. I've improved again, Kawako thought to himself, but there was no joy in his expression. The densely packed corpses in front of him continued to swarm towards him. As for Hayakawa Naomi, she was exhausted. The mist had thinned. No, I could still hold on. Kawako, will not admit defeat. Kawako thought to himself as he raised his heavy sword. Kawako, Naomi, it's been hard on you. At this point, Yamada Shinji suddenly opened his eyes. The tears of blood had disappeared, and his eyes had regained their clarity. He looked around and asked, "Are you ready?" As soon as Pei Ziyin woke up, the corpses went berserk. They pushed against each other and bit everything in their path. Countless pale, white arms reached out and pounced on Pei Ziyin. Pei Ziyin reached out and hugged Kawako and Naomi's waist tightly. "Don't worry, trust me." Then, the two of them felt their bodies lighten and involuntarily flew out. In the blink of an eye, they had traveled tens of meters and landed on a high platform. In the next moment, Pei Ziyin put his hand down on his waist, and his sword pierced through the air. Pei Ziyin became one with his sword, and everywhere he went, the corpses on the platform fell to the ground. As the mist dissipated, the corpses went berserk. Hayakawa, Naomi looked down, and her face turned pale. She started retching. Even Quozi could not help but take a step back. He felt a chill run down his spine. Tens of thousands of corpses stretched out their pale, broken arms towards the high platform. They were densely packed, one after another, as if they were protesting silently. "Don't be anxious. It's time for you to rest." Pei Ziyin stretched out his hand and pointed at the air. A plane appeared. It was very small, only about a foot long, and it floated in front of them. Pei Ziyin raised his hand again. "Fly, my fated B-29 bomber." As soon as he spoke, a loud roar could be heard. The plane stretched out and flew up into the sky. Strangely enough, the plane that was originally a foot long would shrink as it rose into the sky. But now it seemed to maintain its size and continued to rise. Kawako heard the sound of the wind. She saw the plane fly to a certain height, and suddenly, a black dot appeared. The black dot grew bigger and bigger. Suddenly, she understood what it was. "Don't look." Pei Ziyin blocked their line of sight and used his hands to cover their eyes. It originated from an atomic bomb, and it will return to an atomic bomb. This is their way of salvation. Before he could finish his sentence, the black dot landed on the ground. With a loud boom, a white light swept across the streets, buildings, alleys, shopping malls, parks. In an instant, a mushroom cloud was formed. As the mushroom cloud spread, the sea of corpses suddenly turned into white dust. The dust was carried by the wind and floated into the sky. It was endless, without beginning and without end. Chapter 797. Tokyo, emblem of the bamboo, sea was lush, and the car could only go to the front of the mountain. There was a small path up the mountain, but it did not enter from the torii, but from the side entrance. There were not many people on the road, and it was very quiet. It was connected to the towering trees, but because of that, it did feel like a shrine. There was an activity on the mountain road a little further away. A person in white hunting clothes and a black gauze hat arrived at the shrine with an ox cart, accompanied by tourists. Kawako Sakato glanced and arrived at a small door, and a witch came out to greet her. She was wearing a kimono embroidered with emblems. She bowed respectfully and said cordially, "Welcome, Kawaki." Kawako returned the greeting and said, "Sorry to bother you, Kana-sama." The two of them looked at each other and laughed at the same time. They turned around and arrived at a wooden house. There was a wind chime hanging in the corner of the house, making a burst of sweet bell sound with the wind. Kawako Sakato signaled her entourage to wait outside the house. The witch returned inside and picked up a scroll in one hand. "Come here, the water is boiling. It's just right to make tea." The house was not big, and there was a low tea table in the corner. Kawako was sitting on the tatami, washing the tea and making it. The witch glanced at Kawako from the scroll and said, "Kawako, your tea ceremony has regressed." Kawako did not stop and smiled. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it's difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. I'm now the head of the family, so naturally, my skills have regressed. After a pause, he said, "It's been 3 years since I made tea for you last time." The witch Kana put down the book and thought about it. "Yes, in a flash, the last time I saw you, you were still an uneasy girl, and now you're the supervisor of the Sakato family and the consortium. It's really touching. By the way, how is the situation in Tokyo now?" Kawako replied, "Some small demons have appeared in Tokyo, but the situation is still under control, and there won't be any big mistakes for the time being." Kana nodded. "It's the same in Kyoto. Recently, some evil spirits have been purified and expelled." She was a typical Japanese girl and had the makings of a beauty. It was just that her long hair was scattered on the couch with a few strands of white hair. Wakako took a look and respectfully served tea. "Kana, you have more white hair now." Kana sighed. "It can't be helped. The missions are getting heavier and heavier now. If a year ago, the spiritual power of the monsters in the human world was only 10, now it has increased to 50. There have been many casualties in the shrine." The two were silent for a while. Only the sound of Chana drinking tea could be heard. At this time, the phone rang. Kawako Sakato frowned and answered, "What happened?" A man appeared on the screen, reporting with a calm expression. "Master Mug G, Level 2 Surveillance Officer Yamada Shinichi, and 2 young girls are under orders to search for the demonic ghost." Kawako already knew about this long ago, so he just listened. Meanwhile, Kana's expression changed slightly. She crossed her arms and supported her chin with interest as she listened and watched. According to the information we provided, Yamada Shinichi was eyeing Horigawa Richi, and then his book was chosen by Shiraishi Academy editor Nagano Narumi. Kawako frowned slightly. She probably knew the reason and straightened up. What's next? The reason why Yamada Shinichi followed that man is because he has the demonic ghost aura on him, but that aura is not his own. It's just an embellishment. We already knew this. To be infected with such an aura, the demonic ghost has a close relationship with Horigawa Richi, and the target is his fiancée, Kyoko. But then, just like last time, Yamada Shinichi opened the door and found nothing. It was still the same old house. But then, Yamada Shinichi suddenly turned back. According to the video, our people rushed into the room only 6 seconds later, but the room was empty. Not only was there no Kyoko, even Yamada Shinichi and the other two were missing. I got it. Kawako Sakato was not surprised. She hung up the phone and glanced at the witch. She found that she was reading a book with the title Seven Samurai written on the cover. She smiled and changed the topic. You read this book too? I've read it a few times. Kana smiled. I can't not read it. This book may not be too important now, but it solved a major problem a year ago. We've had doubts for a long time. Why does the intruder give us a familiar yet strange feeling? Now we know. Two similar worlds, similar gods. Kawako listened, but said seriously, but it can't be said to be one. The witch nodded and said thoughtfully, yes, but this Yamada Shinichi, what does he know so much? I've read his information, Gaiji. With his power, many man gods can't possibly have such power. He's definitely not human. Speaking of this, she frowned. But I don't feel a familiar aura, and his behavior is unique, not like a local god. Could be a god from the mainland or the west. Kawako shook her head. Impossible. Every god has their own area, unless it's the legendary god of gods. Otherwise, it's impossible. Now that it's spread so widely, it may not be. Kana frowned. It's not the same. There's no soil. It's not a suitable area. The two argued for a while, and at this moment, they felt something was wrong. The ground shook slightly. In Dongying, almost everyone had experienced an earthquake. As long as they went to kindergarten or elementary school, they would have taken earthquake disaster relief classes. Kana's senses were sensitive. She jumped up and asked in surprise, "There's an earthquake in Dongying?" Kawako Sakato also stood up. She said doubtfully, "No, earthquakes are longitudinal waves to the ground. Then transverse waves, it doesn't seem like it." Kana didn't say anything, turned on the TV, and tuned to Tokyo TV. On the TV, a host immediately reacted and said in a clear voice that it was just a slight tremor. The experts had determined that there would be no aftershocks, and the people didn't need to panic. After watching the news, Kana stared at the void. As if through the TV, she saw the world around her tilting and spinning, and the map of Dongying appeared in front of her. Dongying, 2,155 square kilometers, under the jurisdiction of 23 special districts, 26 cities, 5 towns, 8 villages, and a population of 51 million. At this time, it could be seen that on the model-like map, it was covered with dense gray and black dots, like a group of mosquitoes gathering, covering the sky and the sun, among which a few were particularly large and black. Then, a white light flashed, and a large black dot suddenly disappeared. The surrounding gray and black dots were affected, burning and turning into ashes, clearing out a large area. Kana suddenly exclaimed in surprise, and raised her head slightly. The gap in Dongying has opened up so much? Who's cleaning this time? What happened in Shinjuku, Wanshu, and Mitsuru? Before Kawako Sakato could answer, the screen showed a call. Master Muki, Master Kana, the ecology of Dongying's spiritual world has changed dramatically. The degree of change is very intense. The department wants to invite Master Muki and Master Kana to go to Horikawa Riki's residence to collect further information. Got it. Kawako Sakato took the phone and said, "Let's go." The Sakato group was taken care of by Dongying, so they naturally had to bear the obligation, and now was the time. Which Kana also became serious, quickly put on her clothes, and then silently went out. What she saw was a long stone staircase leading straight down the mountain. The small vibration just now didn't seem to affect the activity too much. There were people going up and down on both sides of the staircase. From time to time, someone would grab the hemp rope and shake it. The copper bells under the eaves made a pleasant jingle. This was the sound to alert the gods. This sound even startled a few birds. When the group went down, they saw a mother holding a 12 or 13 years old little girl in her hand. When she saw the people coming, she smiled and bowed slightly. When they went out of the mountain gate, a car drove over. As soon as they entered, the screen in the car was connected to a larger video conversation. Master Muki, Master Kana. The person on the other side of the video formally saluted. Yes, I'm on my way to the apartment. What's the new situation? The special monitoring group has recorded that 1/3 of Dongying's spiritual world has experienced a huge turbulence. Hundreds of thousands of spiritual powers have been extinguished. It is predicted that a demon king has been killed in the inner world. Here's the specific situation. Dense numbers slid down the screen. There are also photos and videos of Pei Zi Yin bringing the two of them in and out. There were also many small windows attached. Obviously, it wasn't just for Kawako and Kana. The Demon King has been killed. This is a major event. Many things have changed. Therefore, the Dongying Strategic Special Service Division earnestly requests everyone to confirm this as soon as possible. What? How is this possible? The Demon King has been killed? Yes, it's impossible. If it's true, then who killed him? There was a series of objections on the screen. They were unwilling to accept this fact. With the Demon King's spiritual power, how could he be killed so easily? It was simply inconceivable. There was even the suspicion of being slapped in the face. None of the people present could do it. We know this news is very shocking, but please calm down. Now, please confirm the information. Which Kana closed her eyes to rest. She didn't even lift her eyes. She seemed to be looking into the distance. After a long time, she snorted and said slowly, Kawako, what did you see? After a while, Kawako Sakato also rubbed her eyebrows and said, What you saw is exactly what I saw. The spiritual power area has been destroyed. Hundreds of thousands of souls are missing. In particular, the Demon King's aura has completely disappeared. Although that was what she said, Kawako Sakato didn't look happy at all. There's something fishy here. Which Kana nodded and said what she wanted to say. First of all, Kyuko has been found. She's just an ordinary demon, but her original enchantment couldn't be detected by you and me. This is very abnormal. Yamada Shinji entered the house without any effort and broke the enchantment to enter the interior. This shows that his strength is indeed very strong. Not only that, since he entered the interior, he must have found something. The demon ghost is fine, but the Demon King has been killed. I feel traces of Nera's power. It seems to be Izanami. I just don't know which Izanami it is. Yes. Kawako Sakato nodded slightly. Her expression was a little bad. She didn't continue. I'm sure that the Demon King has been killed. Which Kana also opened her eyes and said seriously, I'm Kana. I'm sure that the fourth Demon King has been killed. Agreed. A lot of confirmation was transmitted from the screen. Chapter 798. Seconded. On the screen, many people used various means to confirm this point and immediately seconded the motion. Yamada Shinji killed the Demon King. The Strategic Secret Service Department will have to adjust their evaluation and view of him. The witch glanced at Kawako, then turned to the screen and looked at the different faces on it. Some were angry, some were curious, and some were confused. Most of the voices were discussing. The witch put her hands on her pillow to isolate the noise and closed her eyes to rest. I'm Nagashima, the representative of the Furukawa Consortium. I request to investigate this matter. Suddenly, a voice broke in. I'm sorry, we're only confirming the information. The investigation hasn't entered the procedure yet, someone replied. But how can we convince the people here if we don't investigate such important information? I request to investigate. If something goes wrong, the Furukawa Consortium will be responsible for this incident. Do you want to shut our mouths? In the face of the other party's aggressive words, the Strategic Secret Service Department seemed to waver. Japan wasn't controlled by the Chaebol as some people thought, but Chaebols undoubtedly had great influence. The Furukawa Consortium was comparable to the Banto Consortium and even slightly better. It was the leader of the entire Japanese retail industry, and 60% of Japan's retail industry was related to it. However, the biggest difference between the Furukawa Consortium and the Banto Consortium was that the Banto Consortium was a family-owned consortium, while the Furukawa Consortium was a consortium of several consortiums, and the entire property was controlled by several consortiums. The witch glanced at the screen and asked with a smile, These guys seem to be restless and restless. Do you want me to help you? No need. I have other concerns, but the Furukawa Consortium doesn't have to. Kawako Sakato sneered and sent a message. Then, she turned back and changed the topic. Although our Banto Consortium isn't the top, we still have some deterrent power. Besides, once you show up, it will definitely affect your shrine and alarm the shogunate. This matter will become bigger, and when that time comes, we won't be the only ones investigating this matter. It won't be good for you or me. Is that so? Chana smiled and glanced at Kawako. You're really quick to defend yourself. She wasn't naive, but her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that there was something wrong with the Furukawa Consortium? That was why Kawako Sakato was so contemptuous. As the two were talking, the car stopped in front of the apartment. It was an ordinary and old Japanese duplex apartment. The sunlight was broken by the gaps between the leaves and spread on the walls. The surroundings were quiet and peaceful. There was no unpleasant atmosphere. It seemed normal, so normal that it was a little abnormal. Only a few police officers were still patrolling outside. The two had just gotten out of the car when a police officer came to greet them. He looked haggard and his eyes were bloodshot, but he still maintained basic courtesy. I'm from the Mountain Division of the Police Department. Are you guys from the Strategic Special Service Department? Yes, please lead the way. Where's Harigawa? Harigawa Riki has been summoned by us. He will not come out for 24 hours. We have a lot of time. The mountain tribe's Lu Run led them in and passed through the dusty corridor. He looked at the nameplate on the door that said Harigawa and found that it was a little rusty. The door creaked open slowly. When he entered the apartment, he found that there was no one in the apartment. The two were not surprised. They looked at it and Kana said, there really is a boundary. But you and I should have been able to feel this boundary before, but we didn't notice it at all. What's going on? The person who set up this boundary has too much spiritual power. It isolated our senses. Kawako scratched the air and seemed to feel some traces. Now that the boundary is broken, we can feel the spiritual power space. The witch couldn't help but sigh in her heart. It's fine to isolate me, but it's not easy to isolate you. Is it that person? It should be, Kawako said and looked at the ordinary bedroom. There was no one in it, and the decorations revealed the warmth of a home. She shook her head slightly, put her middle finger and index finger together, and pointed to a certain part of the room. Break! Bang! A dazzling white light suddenly flashed in the originally ordinary room. The white light disappeared, and a crack appeared out of thin air in the corner of the room. Kana and Kawako stepped forward and stood in front of the gap that was as tall as a person and looked inside. It's exactly the same. Opposite was a room that was exactly the same as this one. The room was not big. It seemed to be only 20 square meters. It was a small isolation room with a living room, bathroom, toilet, and a small kitchen. The only difference was that Kyuko was inside. Kyuko, who was busy in the small kitchen, seemed to have noticed something, and her whole body trembled. Although it's a little pitiful, it's my responsibility to dispel you. Kana thought and stretched out her finger toward the gap. Her finger lit up. At this moment, 3 people appeared in the opposite room. It's Yamada-kun. As soon as Pei Zian landed, he seemed to have sensed something. He glanced at the gap and seemed to see Kawako and Kana. He smiled and turned to Kyuko. Sorry for disturbing. As he said that, he went out with them and closed the door with a bang. Both of them had _emoji. That person just now is the Yamada Shinichi you mentioned? Kana looked at Kawako after a long time. Yes, it's Yamada-kun. Kawako said, but, Kana, did you see it clearly? How did the 3 of them enter and exit the world inside? Kana did not speak and turned to look at Kyuko, who was shivering on the ground. She faintly saw another soul, trying to merge with Kyuko's soul in the same posture. It's going to rain. The wind blew, and there were screams in the distance. There were dark clouds in the gloomy sky. Kana sighed. So that's how it is. When did you start eyeing this woman? She was not talking to Kyuko. A woman in a kimono was synchronized with Kyuko. She gradually straightened up and bowed to Kana. Kana-sama, this happened a few years ago. Kana looked at the woman and said, Since you know me, you must know what to do next. This woman doesn't belong here, and you don't belong here either. Your obsession is too deep and will harm her and her husband. She's already dead, but she still misses her boyfriend. The kimono girl lowered her head. We have encountered the same fate, and we also have the same inseparable shackles to this world. I'm not harming anyone. We just want to stay here, can't we? After saying that, she bowed deeply again. Please, Kana-sama, please don't let me leave. If I leave, she will also return to where she should go. She can't stay here. Kana just looked at her expressionlessly. Over the years, she had long been used to this kind of scene. When the kimono girl saw that Kana was not moved at all, she gradually revealed the sorrow in her heart. She shed tears and fell to the ground. Kana moved her gaze away from the kimono girl and stretched out her hand with an indifferent attitude. She gently moved it up and down a few times, aiming at the kimono girl. Return to where you came from. Even if you don't have the intention to harm anyone, your existence not only affects the life of the person involved, Harigawa, but also causes Tokyo to have many gaps connecting to the other side. Go. I won't say become a Buddha. Return to where you should go. Kana's finger, and a light tore through the air, passing through the darkness and penetrating the kimono girl's body. The kimono girl stood still. Her whole body emitted flames as she screamed in pain. Her skin peeled off, revealing her rotten soul and her original appearance that had been dead for many years. In an instant, a strange wind blew in their faces. The room became quiet, and her body disappeared. As it disappeared, Kyuko seemed to wake up. She looked around blankly and wanted to pick up the teo, steamed rice, but her hand passed through and did not pick it up. Looking at the bewildered Kyuko, Kana was indifferent as usual and looked at the door of the room. Kawako, if I'm not wrong, according to Rinako's description, Yamada Shinji suddenly disappeared at the door. He must have found Kyuko and entered another world. Now that he has returned from the other world, logically speaking, he should reappear at the door behind us. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard a plop and a downpour of rain. Bean-sized raindrops hit the glass so densely that it was almost invisible, but Kawako Sakato immediately looked at the door. Sure enough, it seemed to be an illusion. 3 people suddenly appeared at the door, although the door was open and he could see inside at a glance. Paisian still knocked on the door and asked, Kawako, why are you here? Shinji-kun. Seeing Paisian, Kawako Sakato's expression changed slightly. She smiled and said, Yes, you went in and disappeared. I was a little worried, so I came to have a look. This is my friend, Kana. After a pause, she asked again, Has the matter been resolved? It's been resolved, a vengeful spirit created by an atomic bomb. Paisian briefly explained the situation, but Hayakawa Naomi was a little absent-minded. She finally could not help but ask, Kana-sama, why did you have to dispel her just now? She didn't have bad intentions. Besides, Kyuko can no longer come into contact with our world and can no longer talk to Horikoku. Isn't that too pitiful? This is Naomi, right? Please call me Kana. I've already said this. After all, whether it is Kyuko or her, they're not living people. If they get along with each other for a long time, it will affect the lifespan of the person involved, Horikawa. It may even lead to a drastic change in his original fate. If the life and fate of the person involved, Horikawa, is still his own choice, but the gap connecting Tokyo to the other side will affect public safety. Kana glanced at Kawako, who was in a daze, and smiled slightly. She spoke softly. Her attitude was amiable, and there was a sense of closeness. With this explanation, Hayakawa Naomi could not say anything to refute. She just looked at Kyuko with more sympathy. Everyone was silent for a while. The silence made the atmosphere a little dull. Paisiun changed the topic and smiled. After killing the atomic demon, I think Tokyo will be peaceful for a while. Kawako Sakato looked at him and revealed a faint smile. Yes, you have worked hard this time. This result is beyond many people's expectations. I believe that the shogunate and the government will give you appropriate rewards. This time, The shogunate would not be stingy with their rewards for killing one of the 4 great demon kings. Moreover, their evaluation of Yamada Shinji would definitely be greatly improved. Thank you. Then we will take our leave. Pei Ziyun's expression turned serious and led the two out of the door. As they were leaving, Kana couldn't help but ask, Yamada-kun, why didn't you deal with it just now? Pei Ziyun knew that she was talking about Kyuko. He stopped in his tracks, adjusted his collar, and said, she didn't do anything evil. Why should I deal with it? As he spoke, he led Naomi and Kawako through the corridor. There was silence in the room. The two quietly listened to the sound of the rain and footsteps outside. Kyuko, did you feel it? Kana cast her solemn gaze into the rain. Not only Naomi, you can call her Miki in the future. Even if it's Yamada-kun, it seems that we have to change the way we address him. Kawako Sakato couldn't help but look as well. She frowned slightly and nodded. Indeed, in the past, even if Yamada-kun was very powerful, he did not have the aura of our Japanese gods. But when he came out just now, I felt that he had the spiritual aura of the Japanese gods. Yamada-kun is already one of our Japanese gods. Chapter 799. Oni-chan, who were those people just now? Wakako asked as they walked out of the door. Wakako, there was another one. She was probably a witch, not an ordinary one. Pei Ziyun said that the witches weren't important in the Japanese shrine. The shrine was managed by the social secretary, M.E.E. The witches were merely dancers and servants. In the modern world, witches were just a type of occupation. They were considered part-time workers. The real witches, which were often seen in anime and novels, were actually the children of gods. As they had the blood of gods in them, they could accept the gods and convey their will. Their representatives were the Temple King and the Temple King. The Temple King referred to the witch in the ISC Divine Palace. She had to be an unmarried princess, and was known as the Temple King. The witch in the ISC Divine Palace was the queen. The Japanese queen was the Princess of China, and was known as the Temple King. This rule had been passed down since ancient times. In a world where gods existed, they were very powerful. Naomi Hayakawa wanted to call for a taxi, but there were no taxis available at this time and place. After hearing the explanation, she was shocked and shouted, "Ah, is that so? There have been many changes in this world recently." Pei Ziyun smiled. Even demons have appeared. There shouldn't be any surprises, right? At this moment, a car came to a stop. It was Rina. Your reaction is really fast, Pei Ziyun said as he let the two of them into the car. Tangzi stretched out his hand and took the knife into the car. He then sat in the front passenger seat. Pei Ziyun and Naomi entered the car and said, "Let's go back and send Naomi home first." Hi. The rain continued to fall. It was the peak hour before people got off work. Even after so many changes, Tokyo was still very prosperous. Rina drove the car slowly and turned into a main road. Have some drinks. She opened a small fridge and took out some drinks and sushi. Wakako eagerly took a big bite. Naomi was also very tired. She leaned against the seat and took a bite. She couldn't help but ask, from the spiritual power of this witch, she is very strong. Also, it seems like she wants to chase Miss Kyoko away. If we just leave like this, will Miss Kyoko be in danger? Naomi was a little worried. Shin-kun, should we help him? The sushi was small, but if it were to be sold in the shop, it would cost about 850 pieces. Pei Ziyun looked at her and said, although Kyoko had a kind heart, and even after her death, she did everything she could for her boyfriend. She had never done anything demonic or demonic. Let's not talk about reincarnation. Reincarnation is a Buddhist doctrine. However, the principle of yin and yang is a principle that all living beings should follow. No one can be an exception or even break this rule. It's not a good thing for Kyoko to stay in the living world. After hearing this, Naomi remained silent. Rationally, she felt that what Yamada Shinji said made sense. The dead could not be resurrected. Let Kyoko return to where she should be, complete the cycle of life, and be reborn after 100 years, instead of lingering in the human world. But Miss Kyoko is too pitiful. Naomi's heart was filled with sympathy. In her opinion, Kyoko was just an unfortunate woman who loved her husband deeply. Now, she couldn't even satisfy her small wish of staying by her lover's side. It was too cruel. Looking at Naomi's expression, Pei Ziyun sighed. You know, Kyoko is not just an undead. Naomi raised her head and thought about how she had entered another world through Kyoko. Even if the demons and gods gradually rise and the revival of the Age of Gods, it is still very difficult for spirits to do so. There is still a parasite in Kyoko. It is because of this spirit structure that Kyoko has become a spatial transfer station. Spatial transfer station? Yes, that is to say, not only can we enter the other world through Kyoko's body, but other demonic spirits can as well. Think about it. If a demonic spirit uses Kyoko to reach our world, what will happen? Naomi did not speak. Naomi-chan, Oni-chan is right. Instead of this, it is better to let Kyoko return to her original path of life. In a sense, the witch's dispelling is also giving Kyoko a release. Kawako also came to comfort her. Shin-kun, Kaomi-chan, both of you are right. However, I still hope that Kyoko can meet Horaku-kun and not dispel him, but return to him. Naomi Hayakawa said and paused. Isn't this too willful? No. I hope that you can always maintain your original heart. Pei Ziyun's eyes flashed, as if he was hinting at something. Furthermore, it is not impossible for your wish to come true. Yes. Naomi's gloomy mood was lifted by quite a bit. Seeing that Naomi was finally at ease, Pei Ziyun laughed and leaned back in his chair to rest. However, one of the 4 demons has been killed by me. I reckon that there will be many forces eyeing us covetously. These few days, the 2 of you must be very careful. If anything goes wrong, inform me immediately. You must protect yourselves. Got it. Pei Ziyun glanced at their childish faces and turned to the window. At this time, night had fallen. Outside the window, there was an endless stream of traffic and neon lights. Pei Ziyun looked at it quietly, as if he was quietly enjoying it. However, from his point of view, there were stars constantly passing through the night sky and merging with him in Naomi's body. This experience not only increased the spiritual power of Naomi and Kawako, but Naomi had also merged with her bloodline. She still didn't understand the power of a god. However, it didn't matter. Gods had always interfered with all things. Otherwise, how could a god be a god? At this moment, looking at the car going far away and disappearing into the vermilion rain, only then did Kana relax. She called out, Yuki, powerful spiritual power aside, there's also a powerful physical body. This is too terrifying. Just a touch and my back is covered in cold sweat. Princess Yuki, this is a big matter. You are more familiar with the aura of gods than I am. Moreover, he is an old acquaintance of yours. Who do you think it is? I'm not sure. Although I knew him relatively early, I don't know much. Kawako Sakato shook her head. You also know that I am very embarrassed in the Japanese world of gods. But in my opinion, although the aura was strange but familiar, it was the aura of our Japanese god. Moreover, it seemed to be between the Tian Shun and Kojin Shun. I don't want to say anything else. Shin Ichikuin is my friend. I won't report it to the higher-ups. Really? Are you throwing everything to me? You're really making things difficult for me. Are you going to pretend to be deaf and mute in the future? Kana said with dissatisfaction. All right, I will write the report. Huh? What's wrong, Kana? I originally wanted to dispel Kyoko's matter, but now it seems that she can no longer stay in the world of the living after losing that demon ghost. Looking at the situation, she will be forced to leave soon. How much time do we have left? 1 hour. Is that so? Kawako Sakato looked at the time and turned to leave. The 2 went down the stairs and were about to leave in the car. Suddenly, a man ran over in embarrassment. When he saw the 2 unfamiliar girls, he was a little embarrassed to bow and ran up to them. Kyoko, today is really a happy and unlucky day. As before, the door opened immediately when he knocked. Kyoko heard the sound and quickly came out to greet him. she said with a smile. Welcome home, Li Jikun. The room was a little wet and cold, but it was a common thing. Harigawa Li Ji watched her pick up the shoes she had changed and put them in the shoe polisher to clean them. Harigawa Li Ji didn't care and went straight into the living room. The living room was very small and narrow, but he was still lying comfortably on the sofa. Sai, Baisher Institute has decided to publish my book. The royalties alone are 500,000 yen. Anyway, this is a good income, and it also opened the door. But on the way back, I met some incompetent police officers. These idiots actually mistook me for a wandering criminal and detained me for a few hours. Otherwise, I would have come back a long time ago. Kyuko, are you listening? I'm listening. That's great. Looking at the yawning Harigawa Li Ji, Kyoko said, as usual. She bowed her head slightly and let the shadow cover her face. Sorry, I couldn't get through to you. The food is cold. Do you want to eat now? Harigawa Li Ji shouted. I want to eat. I'm too hungry. I want to eat Kyoko's egg fried rice. Sigh. I'm too tired today. Listening to these words, Kyoko slowly arrived at the kitchen. Put more oil. Pour the beaten egg into the frying pan and let it fully melt into the oil. Put in the rice before the egg solidifies. Let the rice be coated with the egg and oil. This is very important. When the heat reaches the level of smoke, the fried rice will be fragrant. Kyoko silently thought about the method of fried rice with eggs and acted skillfully. Over the years, her income has been very low. This kind of cheap food is her specialty. She quickly passed the egg-fried rice to Harigawa Riki. The rice was steaming. Harigawa Riki took a bite and felt that the fried rice was especially fragrant. Every grain of rice was covered with eggs and oil. It was shiny. How is it? It's delicious, right? And it's delicious. It's really amazing. Kyoko's egg-fried rice is getting better and better. Also, Kyoko, I finally made money. When I get it, we will leave this dark, cheap apartment together and find a new home. It must be 50 square meters. 65 is also not bad. I also want to buy you some clothes. You have worked hard all these years. Kyoko had been working hard. It was not that Harigawa Li Ji did not know her efforts. In the past, he left because he could not bear the psychological pressure. Now, even if there was an incident where the police mistakenly detained him, it could not dispel the joy of finally successfully earning money to support his family. The dull feeling disappeared, and the air suddenly rushed into his chest. The so-called happiness is this? Hey, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying? Just looking up, Harigawa Li Ji saw her tears. Because Li Ji Jun finally succeeded. Kyoko is too happy. Really? Tears because you are too happy? I also feel like crying. The ups and downs of life, as well as surprises, is this it? Harigawa Li Ji hugged Kyoko, feeling that his body and mind were full of happiness slowly overflowing. But then, the fatigue of a day of running also came up. Harigawa Li Ji showed an apologetic expression. Kyoko, I will leave the dishes to you to wash. I will sleep for a while. Wake me up later. Let's see if there is a suitable new apartment nearby. And I will. Kyoko nodded and let Harigawa Li Ji lie on the sofa. She washed the dishes and took off the clothes one by one. Then, she carefully folded them and put them flat. Then, she mopped the originally clean floor. Finally, she became transparent and looked around. The light in the room was very dim. Her apartment was only 20 square meters, but everything in it was carefully arranged by her, even if it was some old furniture that was thrown away by others. She reluctantly withdrew her gaze and arrived in front of the sofa. She looked at the sleeping Harigawa Li Ji for a long time. An illusory tear fell and splashed on his face. Li Ji Jun, goodbye. Chapter 800. Banto Financial Group, headquarters. The employees were used to working overtime. Coffee machines could be seen everywhere, and the aroma of coffee wafted through the offices. The Kumagai board of directors just came. What's worse is that the police chief came as well. Is the situation that serious? Outside an office, there was a 2-meter-wide corridor with dark oak floors and excellent soundproofing. A few people were drinking coffee or tea. This Yamada Shinichi is really different. One of the basic theories of data group theory is that whoever's surroundings are abnormal is abnormal. Inaba was still reading a file. She didn't even raise her head as she said, "Many things have happened around our Yamada-san." Matani held a cup of hot coffee. Abnormalities don't necessarily mean suspicion. What if it's a Shinichi? Look, they're all called Shinichi. Inaba closed the file and said, "If you want to tell me this, I personally think that if Kudo Shinichi is arrested and put in prison, the number of people dying unnaturally in Tokyo will be reduced by at least 3 digits a year. That's tyranny. Kudo Shinichi didn't commit a crime. Crimes are punished by the law. Isn't the so-called righteousness just to suppress innocent people like Kudo Shinichi at the critical moment?" Note 1. They were joking, but it was still embarrassing to touch on this sore spot. At that moment, the phone rang. No one spoke and looked around vigilantly. Inside, Tokuwa Hisashi stood up and walked to the window. He looked down at the streets of Tokyo. The rain splashed down and formed a single sheet. He picked up the phone and heard a female voice. It wasn't Kawako Sakato, but Kana. "Tokuwa-san, you must have heard about the atomic demon incident. What I'm reporting to you is that I sense the presence of a god on Yamada Shinichi, which means that his identity isn't as simple as we thought." While God. Hearing this, Tokuwa Hisashi pondered and hung up. Although he knew that Kawako Sakato didn't call for a reason, he thought about it and immediately dialed the number. "Hello, Lady Mikimi? It's me, Tokuwa-san. Is what Kana-san said true? Can you tell me the details?" "Tokuwa-san, due to my friendship with Yamada-san, I don't want to say too much, but I can guarantee that Kanada-san's senses are correct. Although it wasn't confirmed by Takamahara, it wasn't just wild God." "All right, I understand. Sorry for the trouble." Under the pitter-patter of the rain, Renako drove the car out of Tokyo steadily. When she arrived at Chiba Prefecture and got close to Makawa Shrine, the rain gradually stopped. The Jinchuan Shrine had 600 jishin nearby, so all the way up the mountain was the shrine's land. They simply walked up. The long stone steps were made of mountain rocks. This was the path to the shrine. There were lanterns on both sides. These lanterns were originally used to illuminate the worshippers and were also used to offer light to the gods. Now, they were electric again, but they were not fully turned on. The steps were a little dark. Hayakawa Naomi was a little hesitant. Kawako did not seem to notice and was the first to rush into the torii with a smile. He waved his hand and said, "Oni-chan, Naomi-chan, come quickly." Naomi came back to her senses when she heard Kawako's call. She hurriedly replied, "Coming." When Naomi entered the torii, she felt a strange sensation in her body. It was as though an electric current had passed through her body, and she felt as though she was being repelled. This strange feeling surprised Naomi. She stood in front of the steps and hesitated. "What's wrong, Naomi?" Peizian stood at the entrance of the torii and asked Naomi, who seemed to be in a daze. "Yamada-kun, is there something here?" Naomi asked carefully. She seemed to have seen a membrane, but she wasn't sure if it was an illusion. As she barged in, the membrane seemed to have been torn apart a little, making it even more dilapidated. Peizian raised his eyebrows and asked, "Naomi, you saw it?" "Yes. Yes, there's a barrier here. That's what you saw. It's just that it's very dilapidated. Perhaps it's been too long, and many people have barged in." Peizian replied casually. He did not expect Naomi to have such a quick realization after all these experiences, even surpassing Kawako. "Why is there a barrier here? Who set it up?" Naomi asked. "Actually, there's a barrier around every shrine that ordinary people can't see. The purpose is simple. It's to protect the shrine. Although shrines are places where deities are worshipped and demons don't dare to come near, every shrine has been corroded by the passage of time and has absorbed a lot of filth and darkness. Regardless of whether it's the shrine or the deities, it's not a good thing. At this point, the barrier acts as a form of protection, blocking out the evil aura of the shrine, allowing it to operate for a long time." Pei Ziyun explained patiently. "As for who set up the barrier, it should be a joint effort between the deities and humans, right? So that's how it is." Naomi asked again, does every shrine have a deity protecting it? Not necessarily. In this world, there are many abandoned shrines. Most of the time, it's because the deities are no longer there to worship them. Or maybe the deities are killed, and the shrines become deserted. When Naomi Hayakawa heard this, she felt a little sad. Pei Ziyun then said, Naomi, don't be sad. Both deities and humans have their own responsibilities. Metabolism is also a part of it, although it's rare for an immortal deity. Pei Ziyun laughed as he looked at the shrine. If there's a deity, there must be a shrine. Of course, the shrine was also a part of the shrine. Without hesitation, Pei Ziyun walked through the barrier. Naomi's eyes widened as she saw the entire barrier break. The barrier is broken? Why is the minister being ostracized? Isn't he the successor of the shrine? Just as she was thinking about this, a loud boom could be heard. Pei Ziyun's body was engulfed in flames. This white flame quickly connected to the torii, as well as the top of the stairs. The shrine, 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 and the shrine were all engulfed in flames. Faint screams could be heard. Upon closer inspection, many faces could be seen struggling within. The torii was burnt to the ground, followed by the shrine, 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 and the shrine. Naomi-chan, come quickly. Kawako hopped up the stairs. She still loved the shrine. In Japan, no matter if it was a shrine or a temple, it could be considered a family business. In her mind, this was the family business of Oniai-chan. Not to mention that her father was born here as well. She felt a sense of familiarity with her family. At this point, she was elated and said, although it's the duty of a samurai to fight the enemy, it's tiring. Now that I'm here, I can finally have a good night's sleep. Naomi, why aren't you following me? The sushi here is really good. These words woke Hayakawa Naomi up. She looked around and saw that the torii was still fine. It was already nighttime, and there were very few people around. It was very quiet. Kawako didn't seem to see anything, but she was still waving her arms excitedly. What's wrong, Miss Naomi? What happened? Rina asked with concern. This was one of the people she was responsible for, and she couldn't be careless. No, nothing. Then let's go. Rina smiled warmly and was about to move forward. That. Naomi suddenly called out to her. What's wrong? Renako-san, why did you see anything? Rina's heart skipped a beat, and she asked, Miss Naomi, what do you mean? It's a barrier, something like that. Before confirming it, Naomi didn't dare to let others know about the strange phenomenon just now. Wow, Miss Naomi is really amazing. You can see barriers now? But it's a pity that I don't have abilities like Yamada-kun or you. I'm just an ordinary person who can't see anything. With her status, she knew a lot of things, but she couldn't see them. She just couldn't see them. Oh, so that's why. Naomi lowered her head in thought. At this moment, Rina's phone suddenly rang. She turned to pick it up. Hello, Maki-sama. Rina, how's Yamada-kun's situation? Everything's going well. I just brought Yamada-kun and the 2 kids to Makawa Shrine, Rina answered. Makawa Shrine? Kawako asked on the phone, a little surprised. She thought Yamada-kun would return home to Tokyo. Maki-sama, yes. Yamada-kun was the heir of the shrine, so it was normal, right? Then did anything strange happen? Yes, Yamada-kun is fine, but Naomi, what's wrong? She can see the barrier of the shrine now, and she seems to have seen something else. It should be related to Yamada-kun. On the phone, Kawako Sakato was silent for a while. I understand. Inform me immediately if anything happens. Yes, I understand. After hanging up, Rina said to Naomi, let's go in. Walking on the ginseng path, they didn't feel uncomfortable at all. On the contrary, they felt that the air here was fresher. Naomi turned around and looked at the vermilion torii. Was her eyes playing tricks on her? Puzzled, she continued walking on the ginseng path. The shrine was quiet, and the architecture was simple, giving people a sense of security. There were some small handicraft shops on both sides, but no one was there. Not far away, two witches with red umbrellas appeared. The red umbrellas were as eye-catching as the red mushrooms. They silently welcomed them, bowing as they led the way. It was especially quiet. Yamada-kun, Naomi gathered her courage. I just saw that the torii and other buildings were burned down by you. Why? Pei Ziyun was shocked. She saw this too? Naomi, have you heard of the replacement system? Pei Ziyun did not answer her directly, but asked seriously. Oh, I've heard of it. The ISE Grand Shrine's inner and outer shrines have two pieces of land the same size. Every 20 years, the shrine will be rebuilt according to the ancient method, and the shrine will be moved. Naomi Hayakawa immediately recalled. There were no records of the reason for the shrine to be moved, but most people now thought it was to maintain the shrine's tranquility and dignity. Although the shrine has no need to learn from the ISE Grand Shrine, we don't have the financial resources to do so. But the shrine has been established for a long time, and there's a lot of filth. I feel that there's a need to purify it. Destruction is for better rebirth. As Pei Ziyun spoke, his eyes shone with a golden light as he looked at the shrine. Within the shrine's mortal world, a large portion of the palace had already been burned down to the ground, leaving behind endless filth. Faintly, a torii was gradually being reborn. However, it was illusory. Outside, some filth and darkness were stirring restlessly. Naomi, Kawako, you have to work overtime tonight. Hey, Oni-chan, leave it to me. I won't let you down. Although Kawako did not know what was happening, he nodded his head and replied loudly. Note 1. If there really is a killing machine like Shinigami, I think it will be suppressed. Chapter 801. Naomi Hayakawa surveyed her surroundings. It was unknown if it was because of her trust in the department head, but she could feel a faint aura in the air. It was as though something was being destroyed and something was being reborn. This feeling was fleeting. Hearing Pei Ziyun's gentle reminder, Naomi did not want to fall behind. She immediately shook off this feeling and followed closely behind Yako. Yamada-kun, don't worry. I will do my best. The two maidens who came to greet him were respectful and taciturn. They led him to a courtyard surrounded by ancient trees before bowing and retreating. A faint fragrance wafted from the quaint house. After resting for a while, someone served some sushi to Seiji. After getting used to Naomi's cooking and tasting the sushi here, Pei Ziyun realized that the sushi tasted rather good and his memory was now bland. Yako had been spoiled by Naomi and was initially curious about the specialties here. Now, he was no longer interested. Naomi thought about what Pei Ziyun had said and knew that they would be busy for the entire night. She then said to Pei Ziyun, Yamada-kun, why don't you let me prepare some food? We have to work harder when we are working overtime. What do you want to eat? Yako's eyes lit up. Naomi, can we have pork chop rice? After fighting for an entire day, she did not want to eat bland food. She wanted to eat meat. Sure. Yamada-kun, Miss Rina, what would you like to eat? Naomi felt that she was worth something now. Her crescent eyes were filled with anticipation as she looked at Pei Ziyun. It was obvious that Rina was here as well. Pei Ziyun said gently, pork chop rice as well. Thank you for your hard work, Naomi. Rina stood up and said, it's getting late. I shall not disturb you any further. If there's anything, Yamada-kun, you can contact me anytime. He then turned to Naomi and said, Miss Naomi, I will get someone to send the ingredients over after I go out. Thank you. Naomi thanked Renako, and Renako left. Not long after, Amiko brought over the ingredients for the pork chop rice. There was a kitchen in the courtyard. Although the courtyard and the building looked ancient, as though time had stopped 100 years ago, there were many modern kitchenware in the kitchen. The moment they entered, they felt as though they had returned to the city. When Hayakawa, Naomi, entered, her almond-shaped eyes turned into crescent moons, and she became energetic. Although she could fight, she didn't like it, and only the kitchen could make her feel at ease. With a smile on her face, she began to cook the pork chop rice. Pork chop rice not only required good meat quality, but also required a suitable chef and the right method to fry the most delicious pork chop. As Pei Ziyun lay down, young boy switched on the television and started peeling the sweet and juicy oranges. From time to time, he would share them with his Oni-chan. Pei Ziyun was very satisfied with this. Looking at the cheerful Yazi, Pei Ziyun was affected by it as well. He smiled and took a bite. His eyes turned and looked up into the sky. In the eternal world shrine, spirit world, Tori was gradually being reborn. Due to his own power, Tori was slowly transforming from an illusory entity into a physical entity. This process was slow yet unstoppable. In the filth and darkness, some shadows struggled to squeeze out of the darkness. They reached out towards the faintly glowing Tori with yearning and hatred. Time is very important. Although I already have godhood in this world, I still need time to grow. The infant stage of a god is just as dangerous as the infant stage of a great demon. Before they mature, the infant stage of a great demon will attract the attention of other demons. Not only will the infant stage of a god attract demons who want to devour their flesh and blood, they will also be suppressed by their enemies. The more powerful the god is, the more dangerous the infant stage is. Looks like there will be more than one fierce battle in the near future. But to Pei Ziyun, he was already used to this. The reason why the strong were called strong was because they would often grow through trials and tribulations. Those enemies that were defeated were just stepping stones on the road to growth. After a long while, a few black figures mustered up their courage and touched the Tori. Suddenly, a white light ignited on their hands. This white light instantly spread upwards, and the black figures only managed to let out a pitiful scream before they were reduced to ashes. But such godly power made the things in the darkness drool even more. The pork chop rice is here. Naomi's pork chop rice was ready and served to Pei Ziyun and Yako. The fragrance of the steaming hot pork chop rice filled their nostrils. Pei Ziyun wasn't hungry at first, but now his appetite was aroused. He took a bite and couldn't help but squint his eyes. He praised, "Naomi's cooking is getting better and better. The pork chop rice made by Naomi is the best pork chop rice I've ever tasted." Yako also liked Naomi's cooking and was eating happily. Seeing this, Hayakawa Naomi was happy. Although she had the power to help the minister kill the enemy, killing people was still too much for her. She had always been an ordinary junior high school student. She had always felt uncomfortable and wanted to throw up. But for the sake of the minister, she endured this discomfort and hoped that she could become stronger as soon as possible. The fact that she was not as strong as Yako was always a blow to Naomi. Looking at the satisfied expression on the minister's face, Naomi felt relieved. No matter what, she had value to the minister and wouldn't just cause him trouble. Yako quickly finished her portion. She touched her wooden sword and gestured from time to time, as if she was enlightened. After finishing his cup of tea, Pei Ziyun looked out at the darkness outside the wooden door, where an unknown creature was lurking. A cold glint flashed across his eyes. "Since we've finished dinner, it's time to get to work. Yako, Naomi, follow me." The two of them did as they were told. With a wave of Pei Ziyun's hand, they disappeared from where they stood. In the world, 3 figures appeared. At this time, even Yako couldn't help but widen her eyes. Everything in front of him was dusky, and the entire world couldn't see the sun. Gray mist lingered around, and visibility was extremely low. There was also scorched land. In the darkness, a huge birdhouse was faintly discernible. There was white light shining from it, and a palace could be faintly seen inside. However, it was just an illusion. Outside the torii, it was endless gray. This aura caused the wooden sword in Yako's hand to tremble slightly. It was an instinctive reaction to fight. This is the Jin Chuan Shrine's Changshu. The shrine has been around for so long, and there's a lot of filth here. Just using divine power to purify, it won't be able to get rid of it immediately. The remaining demonic spirits might be hiding in the nearby corners, and we'll have to work overtime to get rid of them. Pei Ziyun said gently, his tone calm. It was as if to him, bringing people into the Jin Chuan Shrine's Changshu was nothing out of the ordinary. Naomi and Yako didn't know much about the Changshu and didn't catch the hidden meaning in Pei Ziyun's words. But at this moment, they could all see that outside the faintly lit shrine, there were countless eyes in the darkness, silently watching. Some were so excited that they couldn't suppress their instincts and rushed forward. Some were observing from afar. Kawako pulled out his sword, and the chilly wind grew stronger. The sky darkened, and the stench of blood filled the air. All of a sudden, a head emerged from the ground. Rather than a head, it was more like a cloud of black fog. The head slowly rose, revealing its body. Gradually, more black fog emerged from the ground, densely packed together, forming an army of demonic spirits. As they gathered, black clouds formed, and cold rain fell. Naomi was naturally sensitive to water. She frowned slightly and said softly, "There's something wrong with this rain. Phantom rain, aren't we going to kill them?" Kawako was eager. "No, we'll wait for the general to come and kill them all together. That way, we'll be done with it once and for all." Pei Ziyun's expression turned cold. At this time, the rain fell, and the entire shrine and the outside seemed exceptionally quiet. Then there were sounds of slapping coming from afar, but no one could be seen. Pei Ziyun's face was filled with mockery. He raised his sword and said, still playing tricks. Before he could finish his sentence, there was a poof sound. A sword ray turned into an arc and slashed forward. As soon as it appeared, dozens of black fog soldiers were instantly separated from their abdomens. If it was a human, they would have died long ago. However, these demonic spirits were split in half. Their wounds were wriggling like mud, as if they were trying to reassemble themselves. Then, with a buzz, a white flame appeared and immediately engulfed them, turning them into drips of blood. Kill! In the face of this situation, the enemy finally couldn't hold it in anymore. The demonic spirits separated, revealing a cavalry in full armor. A black flag was unfurled. Behind them, in the cold wind and rain, a real army that had experienced blood and fire permeated the air. Red Ghost Cavalry. Unfortunately, this is the last thing I'm afraid of. Before he finished his sentence, Pei Ziyun stared at the neatly organized cavalry that was charging towards him. He gently closed his eyes, and the original image of the great Su dynasty's army appeared in his mind. How similar, but I'm finally different. If I was in the Yang world, I would still be restricted. But here, I have already established a god base. How could I dare to be so arrogant? Pei Ziyun took a deep breath and raised his hand. There was nothing in his hand, but it was as if he was drawing a bow. The demonic ghost cavalry had already rushed forward, and their speed was as fast as lightning. The leader even raised a spear and threw it forward. Following a demonstration, dozens of spears were thrown at the same time, like a torrential rain. Pei Ziyun opened his eyes and loosened his grip. A white light flashed in the air, and in the blink of an eye, it was as if hundreds of thousands of arrows were released from the bow. Buzz, the rain of arrows fell. One could only see the cavalry charging forward, and suddenly, there was a clear, piercing sound. Blood sprayed everywhere, and it looked like a bright red flower. Then, their bodies fell off their horses. Next, there was a boom sound, and these cavalry turned into a pool of blood. This was not the power of the arrows, but rather, they wanted to break up into pieces in order to avoid harm. These pieces of flesh trembled and wriggled as if they wanted to reassemble themselves, but then boom! The white light burned, and this time, it was different from before. Hundreds of thousands of arrows turned into thousands of piles of fire, and they quickly connected. Boom! The white flame soared into the sky, and the dark world turned into a sea of fire. The demonic ghosts that followed behind were not hit by the arrows, and only touched a little bit, but they also started to burn like the fire. As the fire burned, there was a continuous stream of white light that turned into stars, and it flowed into the shrine. Affected by this, the Torii quickly stabilized, and even the illusory palace gradually became clear. Kill all the demonic ghosts, leave none alive. Seeing that more than half of the demonic ghosts had died in one attack, and the demonic ghosts fled in all directions. Pei Zi-yun waved his fingerblade. Kill! Yazzie was the first to rush forward, and Naomi did not hesitate either. She waved her hand, and in the sky, there was a new rain falling. Although the fleeing demonic ghosts did not die immediately, they couldn't help but scream. Chapter 802. The night passed uneventfully. At 6 in the morning, Yamako rubbed her eyes and sat up. She woke up early every day and practiced kendo for an hour before going to school. With some movement, Naomi woke up and secretly yawned. That night, just as Pei Zian had said, they worked overtime. When they woke up, both Naomi and Yamako looked a little tired. Aya, it's getting late. Naomi looked at the sky and couldn't help but be shocked. She quickly got up and went to the bathroom. This was related to marriage in Japan. Full-time, wives would wake up early to prepare breakfast and lunch for the whole family. They would get up at 5 a.m., and it was already very late now. Naomi combed her hair, washed her face, and hurriedly prepared the meal. At this moment, Sakako asked to see her. Arriving at the shrine, Sakako took a few steps and suddenly felt very strange. The more she walked, the lighter her footsteps became. She could not help but take a deep breath and felt a fresh breath into her lungs. She was stunned for a moment before she reacted. As soon as she entered the room, she bowed to Pei Zi-yun and said, Lord Yamada, the Strategic Special Service Department just called to express their gratitude. They would like to arrange a time to talk to you in detail. Pei Zi-yun was not surprised. He had long known that after he revealed his strength, the Strategic Special Service Department would be more cautious with him. Sure, he said lightly. Sakako said, and your father, he has been promoted. He called you, but you did not pick up. Please go back. Lord Mookie will also be there. This was also within Pei Zi-yun's expectations. He did not think for long and said directly, then I will go back later. I will leave everything to you. Yes, Sakako replied, please rest assured. I cannot kill the enemy for you, but please leave these matters to me. I will carefully consider everything for the Yamada family and the shrine. Pei Zi-yun nodded and said gently, then I will have to trouble you. Tokyo, Kabukicho, 2nd Street, restaurant. Although it was daytime, it was relatively dark inside. The decoration style was dark purple, and the passage was long and full of mystery. A young man, although dressed in casual clothes, was sitting in front of a dining table with one foot on the chair. His expression was arrogant and wanton, like a wanderer from hundreds of years ago. In modern Japan, such behavior can be said to be very impolite. Even if you come from a noble family, doing this in public will also be condemned. But at this time, several girls around him all have a wooden face. Even the look in their eyes did not change. On the table in front of the young man, other than a plate of meat, there was only a glass of red wine. However, this red wine had a strange color, and the smell in the air was so fishy and sweet that it made one want to vomit. 7 or 8 meters away from him, there was a pool of dark red scattered on the ground. A bit further away in the corner, there was the head of a young woman with a sweet smile on her face. Her gorgeous hair was half hidden under the light. In such a strange environment, the young man was extremely carefree. He took big bites of meat and occasionally took a sip of wine. His thin lips were stained with red, and he licked them with his tongue. TSK. Not only is the meat not as good as the girls from hundreds of years ago, even the blood tastes worse. The young man frowned, a little dissatisfied. Buzz! Suddenly, a phantom with a tail appeared in front of him. It was like a ghost from a horror movie. The entire image was blurry and illusory, and one could even see through the person's body. But not only did the girls not react, even the young man who was eating meat and drinking blood didn't even raise his eyebrows. You ate another girl today. The person didn't even need to look. With just a sniff, he could roughly guess what had just happened. If people find out, many fans will cry. Huh? Only then did the young man raise his head and look coldly at the uninvited guest. After the phantom finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a stack of manga fell in front of the young man's eyes. The top one had the title Dating with Shitendaji written on the cover. It was obvious what kind of content this stack of manga was. This kind of thing was really a form of humiliation to a great demon. But the young man didn't seem to care. He slowly tasted the blood wine and snickered. I, Shitenji, am a demon who feeds on girls. Now, there's so many people who like me and send themselves to me. I'm actually very happy. The more things like this, the better. I even supported a manga author last time. I asked her to draw more of this kind of content. It was good that there was prey that came to the trap, and he didn't have to look for food himself. The apparition wasn't here to discuss the great demon's foraging problem. She quickly changed her expression from a playful one to a more serious one. Did you feel it? She asked. Shitenji put down the wine cup and turned to look in a direction. Excitement and cruelty appeared on his handsome face. It was the big demon's instinct. I felt it. The Atom demon is dead. More importantly, that smell. He licked his lips, and the desire in his heart was clamoring. That smell must be nice. The phantom chuckled. Don't you think so, Tamamo no Mae? Shitenji glanced at the phantom and revealed the person's identity. The phantom was one of the 3 legendary demons in Japan, Tamamo no Mae. On the other side of the sea, there was a record of a 9-tailed fox. According to legend, it looked like a fox with 9 tails, and its voice was like a baby's. It could eat people, but it didn't eat insects. In Japan, during the reign of Emperor Toba, a golden-haired, jade-faced 9-tailed fox demon called herself Tamamo no Mae. She won Emperor Toba's favor and trust. Later, Emperor Toba fell ill and was bedridden. The Onmyoji Abe was invited to perform a divination on him. In the end, he found out that Tamamo no Mae was a demon that could transform into a beautiful woman. Emperor Toba was furious and issued a kill order. Sosuke Kimura and Sukmiura followed the order to kill the 9-tailed fox, but they still let her live. Not only that, with the 9 tails with different abilities, Tamamo no Mae summoned lightning, fire, wind, earthquake, flood, the dead, and the little demon fox. It was said that she was killed by a bow and arrow. It didn't matter if she died or escaped. At least, it proved that she was a powerful demon. However, Shitenji remained unruly in the face of a great demon who was as famous as him. If it wasn't you and any other demon who dared to test me, I would have swallowed them whole. He sneered. Haha, I know that you, Shitenji, don't care about other monsters. You should know why I'm here, right? Is it about the baby form of a god? Tamamo no Mae's body slowly condensed. Originally, he could only see a blurry shadow, but now he had turned into a woman. She was wearing a traditional unlined garment. Her eyes were pure, and her long hair was tied up in a bun. Shitenji didn't care about Tamamo no Mae's image at all. He threw the glass back and stared at Tamamo no Mae's face as if he was trying to figure out who she was. He sneered and said, What? Tamamo no Mae, do you want to persuade me to avenge the atomic monster? Since when do you love your own kind so much? Tamamo no Mae brushed her silver hair back and said slowly, To be honest, your words are disgusting. I didn't mean that. I just think that if we can make that person into a dish, we can become gods. Don't you think so, Omiyamaru? Omiyamaru, Shitenji was a little tipsy from drinking the virgin's blood wine. Now, he couldn't help but shiver. When the demons were ravaging Japan, Shitenji, Tamamo no Mae, and Omiyamaru were grouped together by human yin-yang masters. In fact, it was hard to tell who was stronger among the 3. They were evenly matched, so the 3 demons rarely met up. They each had their own territory, so they didn't want to hurt each other if they met. However, in this era, the difference in strength between humans and demons had changed. The big demons had fallen or stayed dormant, and the small demons didn't have much power. That was until the era of God's descent. However, since they had just arrived in this world, their strength had weakened. They had no choice but to work together and discuss how to deal with a common enemy. The 3 great monsters did not trust the Japanese gods, and their companions, who were also great monsters, could turn around and bite them at any time, so they had to be on guard. If it was just Tamamo no Mae, Shitenji wouldn't care too much. However, if Omiru joined in, it would be 2 against 1. Just as Shitendaji's gaze sharpened, a voice appeared along with a figure. Yes, that is indeed the case. It was the answer to Tamamo no Mei's question. Many people felt that the big demons were powerful, but in reality, the Takagami of the ship's shrine could completely suppress them. After 1,000 years, the big demons finally realized that if they didn't become gods, there would always be a limit. They just didn't have a chance. The Takamagara, which was said to be part of One Sure One, might have internal conflicts. However, if the demons killed the gods and replaced them, they would receive a thunderous attack. Now, the big demons wanted to have a bite of this delicious food that had the qualification to become a god, but was rejected by others. However, if the food was made from Yamada Shinichi, it wouldn't just be a delicious food, it would be a bone that was difficult to chew. After Omiamaru said this, the 3 big demons fell into silence. Tamamo no Mei broke the silence first. She sighed. This Yamada Shinichi is not easy to deal with. Even with Izanami's talisman, the atomic demon still failed. Although we've all swallowed our 2 worlds and become stronger, we might not be able to defeat it. Because of her beautiful face, even though they were discussing how to deal with the enemy, they still felt like they were talking about a lover. She was charming and affectionate. The 2 big demons weren't affected at all. Shitendaji pondered, and Omiamaru didn't say anything. Tamamo no Mei continued. Although the atomic demon is young, it has gathered the resentment of hundreds of thousands of people. It's even more powerful than us. Shitendaji wasn't happy about this, but he had to admit that Tamamo no Mei was telling the truth. Although the atomic demon was a big demon born in modern times, it was much more resentful and fearful than Shitendaji, a big demon who had been active in the Heian era. Even the atomic demon was killed by Yamada Shinichi. If they went there directly, they wouldn't know whether they would be turned into food or food. At this moment, the 3 big demons' expressions changed. The Red Fortress demon army that attacked the Managawa shrine failed. Chapter 803. It's very fast. It's not a tug of war like we imagined. It's over so quickly. It can be said that the only thing it lacks is Takamajihara's confirmant. But when the 2 Takamajihara are in a tug of war, one of them will win it over. It's only a matter of time. Shitendaji's face darkened as he touched his sword. So, we can't just charge in like this. What do you think, Oyamaru? Oyamaru's face was also livid. He took a few steps and gritted his teeth. Go to our era, our world, the Heian era. That's when we're at our strongest. Also, in our world, the world will help us. That's a good idea, but the 2 worlds are colliding and overlapping, and the shield is full of holes. It's difficult for us to pull him over. Shitendaji pondered for a moment and shook his head. Although he was arrogant, he wasn't stupid. He wouldn't rush to deliver food to others. Tamamo no Mei hesitated after hearing Shitendaji's words. She had experienced many things, and because she had lived in the palace, she was more meticulous than the other 2 great monsters. Of course, the great monsters that had lived until now were more cautious. Shitendaji is right. Even if the 3 of us join forces, it'll be difficult to pull Yamada Shinji, who's about to become a god, to our era. If we fail, he'll really die. We can make a sacrifice. Oyamaru said coldly. I'll activate dread and plunge the entire area into the abyss. In modern society, people live in densely packed areas. It's easier to make a sacrifice than in our era. This way, we can make that person fall into the Heian era. Tamamo no Mei was shocked by Oyamaru's generosity. Is that possible? Won't it cost a lot? Tamamo no Mei, it's unavoidable. But if you can become a god by paying a certain price, will you give it up? Oyamaru asked. Tamamo no Mei asked herself. She wouldn't give up such an opportunity. Many people thought that Takamijihara's divine system was polytheistic and easy to enter. In fact, this was a typical misconception. 1,300 years ago, there was a list of gods. 1,300 years later, How many gods have been added? Excluding the emperors, generals, and ministers, the number of true apotheosized gods might not even be in the single digits. The so-called gods of the people mostly relied on the shrine. Once the shrine disappeared, the gods would also disappear. She had never seen a god like Yamada Shinichi, who slowly grew up in the form of a child god. It wasn't that she hadn't done it before. Most of the gods in Takamajara had done it, but she hadn't been able to catch up to the infant stage of those gods. Even if she had, she wouldn't have been able to devour them. If she missed this one, she didn't know if she would have a longer life to wait for the next one to appear. Besides, how many of those who could become gods in such a way weren't hard to deal with? Would the next one be easier to deal with than Yamada Shinichi? Not necessarily. You're right. Monome slowly smiled. Her originally black and bright eyes now revealed the vertical pupils of wild beasts. Indeed, I will not let go of such a great opportunity. That's right. This is a rare opportunity. Two histories are about to collide, and it's only at this moment that we can use the sacrifice to smoothly reach the peak of our time, and then ascend. At the mention of the word ascend, the eyes of the three monsters present lit up, flickering with ambition and desire. As for the price, Omiyamura chuckled. Don't we still have the Tobacco Army? We have a cooperative relationship. In the name of allies, we can pull them over to the sacrifice point. They are actually rebels in this world. Killing them will bring joy to the world. Not only can we successfully pull Yamada Shinichi over, but if we succeed, we can also sneak over here. The great power of the Tokugawa shogunate must be furious now. It wasn't easy to smuggle the power of the Tokugawa shogunate over, and now it's being used up by our so-called allies. Monome covered her mouth and laughed. But we are monsters to begin with. Would monsters keep their promises to humans? The three of them roared with laughter, and the three figures on the wall suddenly began to change. Joshur Duji's slender figure instantly grew to 3 meters long. His fiery red hair fluttered in the wind, revealing the 2 horns on his head. As for Tamamo no Mei's shadow, it had 9 tails that danced elegantly and terrifyingly in the air. Junior high school, 3rd year 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon was when the Japanese high school was dismissed, but most students would participate in club activities. If not, they would usually participate in other group activities. As soon as she stepped out of the classroom, a few girls pushed each other in front of her. Naomi, there's a new escape club in front of the school. We have an extra ticket here. Do you want to go with us? Utagawa Shuko mustered up the courage to ask. This kind of warm and friendly treatment was something that Naomi Hayakawa had been looking forward to for a long time. But now, she could only smile and bow. I'm really sorry, but I still have to go to the club. I can't go this time. Aw, that's too bad. Yeah, but club activities are more important. Naomi, next time you have a chance, you must come with us. Even though they were rejected, the girls still smiled and said goodbye to her. When they saw Naomi Hayakawa bowing slightly before leaving, they said, Naomi, you're so beautiful. Yeah, she's tall too. Even her grades are excellent. She's ranked 3rd in her grade. Is it because she likes Yamada Shinichi, who's ranked 1st? The girls were envious. Naomi Hayakawa was not originally tall, but she had grown to about 165 meters in an instant. Her facial features, black hair, and figure did not look strange at all, but when the details were put together, it was hard to look away. Just looking at a picture would not be able to show even 1/10 of her beauty. Not only that, Yamada Shinichi, who had been suspended for a year, was still ranked 1st in his grade when he returned. It was said that he had a powerful background. The school did not care about his suspension and gave the green light to club activities. Many people immediately became more polite to him. The so-called collectivism actually implied a hierarchy. There is a fundamental conflict between equality and collectivism. Therefore, in Japan, hierarchy was deeply rooted in people's hearts. Everyone had a score in their hearts, and they had to face it with different attitudes. This was really enviable. When Naomi Hayakawa arrived at the club, The sound of a wooden sword striking could be heard from the training room. She did not need to look to know that it was bustling inside. The smile on her face became more genuine. She loved this kind of collective life. It was not that no one regretted not joining Yamada Shinichi's club. However, few dared to leave an existing club halfway through. Even if a new student wanted to join this club, the selection process was very strict. Not many people could successfully join. When Naomi Hayakawa appeared, the air seemed to freeze. Pei Ziyin was teaching 2 new members. When he saw her enter, he immediately stopped what he was doing and clapped his hands. Everyone stopped what they were doing. "Ah, it's Naomi. Naomi, boo-hoo, I'm so hungry. What are we eating today?" The few seniors present cheered. At this time, a few of the new members hurriedly bowed and said, "Greetings, Senior Naomi." The formal clubs in Japan were very strict, especially the sports club. There were many rules, and the hierarchy was very strict. It was more troublesome to do things than to work. Of course, ordinary clubs were not as strict. Naomi Hayakawa returned the greeting and replied with a smile. "Morning, all of you. This is the snack I made. Because it is a new type, I hope everyone can taste it and give me your opinion." "No problem. Let me go first." Yuta Rokuyama jumped over and immediately stuffed a piece into his mouth before Naomi could open the lunchbox. It was just the right amount for one bite. The taste was sweet and not greasy. It was simply a delicacy. "It's delicious. Naomi, your cooking is getting better and better," Yuta exclaimed as he took a bite of the golden fried prawn. "Is this Hokkaido cold water prawn?" "That's right. It's fresh from a nearby shopping mall. I bought some." "How fortunate." The few of them immediately rushed forward and shared the snacks. As for Pei Ziyin and Yako, Naomi would always give them a portion early. Pei Ziyin ate 2 pieces and the rest went to Yako. Yuta quickly finished his portion and squinted his eyes. These are really happy days. I can wait for Naomi's delicious bento every day. I don't even want to go home. Then let's continue our training. Pei Ziyin laughed and said. Naomi watched as they joked and laughed. She loved this kind of atmosphere. This was the kind of life she wanted. At this moment, Pei Ziyin, who had finished looking at his watch, stood up and said, "You guys continue your training. I have to go back early today. Yuta, I'll leave the matters of the club in your hands." With the news of his father's promotion, it was impossible for Pei Ziyin not to return. "Hi, Minister, are you here to celebrate your father's promotion?" Yuta had already heard some news. At this moment, he led the other members to bow and said seriously, "Leave the matters of the club to me. Don't worry." Naomi and Yako followed Pei Ziyin and left. Everyone watched as they left. They were already used to it and naturally did not feel surprised. As they exited the school gates, a car stopped in front of them. The car window rolled down, and Pei Ziyin saw that it was still Rina who was driving. However, the person inside was someone familiar, Kawako Sakato. She waved her hand. "Kawako, why are you here? It's been a long time since I've interacted with you. I wanted to take this opportunity to talk to you." Kawako Sakato alighted from the car and bowed slightly. Yako was confused about Kawako Sakato. From her appearance, she looked like a young girl with a good figure. However, her looks were not as beautiful as Naomi. However, there was an indescribable strange feeling in her. As she looked at her, the confusion in Yako's eyes deepened. Naomi Hayakawa took a step back. She was as cautious as Xiaolu. Pei Ziyin touched his nose and sighed. He bowed slightly and said, "Since that's the case, I welcome you." No matter what, he had been missing for a year. Kawako Sakato had taken care of his family. Disregarding everything else, he had to be grateful. Chapter 804. The extended car could accommodate 4 people. As the car moved slowly, Kawako Sakato's eyes glanced at Yako and Naomi's faces a few times, and then pursed her lips into a smile. Hayakawa and Naomi frowned. Yamako looked at them carefully. For a moment, the car fell into silence. Pei Ziyin asked, "Kawako, what's the matter this time? Also, thank you for taking care of my father." Kawako chuckled. "That's what I should do. Besides, I didn't interfere. Mr. Yamada Kazuhiko is a capable person. He was promoted because he achieved good results in the company. But Shinkichi, although it's said that a scholar who hasn't seen for 3 days must be looked at in a new light, he has unknowingly reached such a height. It really makes me sigh. Pei Ziyin shook his head and smiled. What she said might be true, but many Japanese companies, especially traditional ones, still use seniority. The salary would increase according to the employee's age and length of service in the company. Promotion was also very important. Even if Yamada Kazuhiko was very capable, it was difficult to promote him because of his seniority. It was not credible to say that Kawako was not a factor. No, I still have to thank the Sakata family for their support. Otherwise, no matter how talented I am, I wouldn't be able to display my achievements today. Shinkichi is too modest. Kawako felt that this matter was not a big deal. She lightly changed the topic. By the way, I heard that there are some changes in the shrine. How is it going? Is it going well? Although there was some trouble, thanks to Naomi and Kawako, it was solved smoothly. Oh, Naomi and Kawako? Kawako raised her eyebrows in disbelief. Of course, she knew the background of these two girls. She just didn't expect them to grow so fast and become Yamada Shinkichi's right and left arms. Naomi blushed. Kawako opened the fridge and took a drink. She mumbled, "Oh, powerful Kawako. Kawako is the most powerful samurai." It seems that after a few operations, Naomi and Kawako have made great progress. Kawako pursed her lips and smiled. Almost at the same time, in Yamada's house, Yamada Izumi had already prepared the dishes. The rice, red beans, and rice had also been prepared. More than a dozen plates had also been prepared. Yamada Nanako was not young anymore. She was fair and cute, and she could even help her mother with work. In Japan, inviting guests to dinner was very important. Yamada Izumi saw that it was almost time and rushed to touch up her makeup. She changed into a kimono with a full pattern and made a phone call. "What? So fast? Your father is at home, talking with a guest in the study. Don't worry, I will definitely entertain your guest well." After hanging up the phone, Yamada Izumi said to Yamada Nanako, "Nanako, Shinichi is here with Yako and his classmates. Let's go to the door to welcome them." Yamada Nanako was willing. Although she hadn't seen her brother for a year, she liked him very much since he often bought gifts for her. The two of them stood at the door and waited. After a while, he saw 2 cars coming over one after the other. "Oniai-chan," Nanako asked on tiptoe. Yamada Izumi tugged at her, telling her to pay attention to etiquette. The car in front had already stopped in front of Yamada's house. The first to come down were Pei Ziyun and Yako, followed by Naomi. Nanako and Yamada Izumi were stunned and shocked. Nanako even sucked her thumb in her mouth. She had never seen such a beautiful lady in her entire life. Is this Oniai-chan's girlfriend? She was so beautiful, even more beautiful than the star she saw on TV. Before Pei Ziyun could answer, Kawako Sakato came down. She was still very careful and didn't make an exaggerated dress. She was wearing a formal dress. Although she wasn't as beautiful as Naomi, her posture was more elegant. Nanako was suddenly in a dilemma. The first one was beautiful, and this one looked gentle and elegant. Both of them were great. Which one was Oniai-chan's girlfriend? Kawako Sakato didn't know what the little girl in front of her was thinking. As soon as she came down, she very politely bowed to Yamada Izumi. "Sorry to bother you, Mrs. Yamada." After that, she presented the gifts with both hands. Even Yako and Naomi were given a box. Yamada Izumi declined. "You have always helped Shinichi a lot. This time you can come. How can you spend money again? Please don't be like this." Pei Ziyin looked at them with a smile and let them decline politely. Naomi also followed. "You have always been taken care of by the director. Today we are here to pay a visit. This is just a small token of our appreciation. There is also a gift for your daughter. Please be sure to accept it." Yamada Izumi took it with a smile and said, "We are all classmates. You are too polite. Please come in and take a seat." Kawako Sakato was misunderstood. She didn't explain and just smiled. The 2 outstanding girls with their own characteristics let them in. Yamada Izumi looked at Shinichi's mother and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. It was Shinichi's luck to meet such an outstanding girl. It was rare for him to have two classmates who looked very close to each other. She didn't know if the preparation today would make them feel neglected. She was more or less uneasy. As soon as she entered the living room, she sat down on the tatami. Only Yako was ignored because of her young age and being a neighbor. After a few polite words, Yamada Izumi served tea and said, "Excuse me, everyone. I will prepare the dishes and let Shinichi entertain you." Both of them slightly bowed their heads to return the courtesy. Sorry for the trouble. Nanako received a box of chocolates and a box of snacks. It wasn't that Kawako Sakato didn't want to spend money, but if it was more expensive, it would be inappropriate. It would be suspected of looking down on the Yamada family. Nanako received 2 gifts at once. She was very happy. She wanted to open it, but was afraid of being rude. "Nanako, don't worry. I made a few more boxes." Naomi wanted to please Nanako. She opened a box. There were 8 boxes filled with all kinds of snacks. It was very delicate. "Just eat." Nanako sat down and took one. Kawako Sakato also picked one and ate it. She pursed her lips and smiled. "It's really good. It's sweet, but not greasy. I've heard of Naomi's cooking for a long time. Today I finally get to eat it. It's a well-deserved reputation. I admit defeat in cooking. Let me peel an apple for everyone." At this moment, footsteps came from the stairs. Yamada Kazuhiko accompanied a middle-aged man down. The middle-aged man walked down and said, "Yamada-kun, congratulations on being promoted to deputy minister. You can go to the head office for the next monthly meeting. To be honest, Yamada-kun, everyone is very envious of you. You've been promoted in less than a year. The higher-ups value you very much." Yamada Kazuhiko knew the minister's hint, but he really didn't know who promoted him. He hurriedly said, "You're a senior and a minister. Please give me more advice in the future. Please stay for dinner." The middle-aged man said with a smile, "Although you're also a deputy minister in your previous company, the Sakato Consortium and the Sakato family are completely different. Let's not talk about the salary. Our positions are also different. We're both retainers of the Sakato family. I will certainly take care of you in the future. But now, I have something to do in the company. I won't bother you anymore." Just as he said that, he saw several girls. But the middle-aged man didn't recognize them for a moment. He just felt something was wrong. Just as he finished peeling the fruit, cutting it into pieces, and putting it on the plate, the phone in his pocket rang. She frowned slightly. She took out the phone and had a look. Then she pressed the call. This attracted the middle-aged man's attention. He carefully looked at Kawako Sakato, who was peeling the fruit and cutting it into pieces. He couldn't help but be shocked. "Miss Kawako?" The old retainer of the Sakato family now generally called her Miss. The direct descendants generally called her Miss Kawako. The next level was called President. "Miss Kawako?" Yamada Kazuhiko was startled by the middle-aged man's voice. The middle-aged man stared at Kawako downstairs. He was a retainer of the Sakato family. Although his position was a bit far away, he recognized her at a glance and was shocked. In the blink of an eye, Yamada Kazuhiko understood. His surprised eyes also fell on Kawako. Kawako Sakato had to bow to him. "It's our first time meeting. I'm Kawako Sakato, Shinichi's friend. You can call me Kawako." Kawako Sakato? Yamada Kazuhiko's whole body was eroded. On the first day of working at the Sakato conglomerate, he already remembered the president's name. He knew that the president was called Kawako Sakato. Could it be this girl who claimed to be Shinichi's friend was the big boss of the entire Sakato group? This kind of thing was too exciting for Yamada and Hichi to digest for a while. As for the middle-aged man, he was still in a daze, as if he had seen an alien descending on Earth. Yamada Izumi, who came out with the dishes, didn't see the scene just now. Seeing the tense atmosphere, she didn't know what was going on. She could only force a smile and say, please sit together. Master Yuki isn't answering." In the command room, staff officers and staff were hurrying in and out. All of them were expressionless. Outside, a group of military police was checking guns. They were wearing bulletproof vests and helmets. The atmosphere was tense. Tokugawa Hisaoki fell silent after hearing his assistant's reply. At this moment, someone hurried in and bowed when he saw Tokugawa Hisaoki. Master Tokugawa, the criminals are killing the hostages in the Watanabe building. The Watanabe building was a comprehensive trading building of the Sakado conglomerate. Not only did it have a jewelry section, but it also had a high-class hotel. The people who stayed there were either rich or powerful. But now a large number of hostages had been kidnapped by the mysterious armed forces. Since they couldn't negotiate, they killed the hostages. Tokugawa Hisaki's face darkened. He looked at the surveillance screen. On one of the screens in the Watanabe building, there were two mangled corpses on the ground. They were the hostages' corpses that had been thrown down from high altitude. Tokugawa Hisaoki ordered in a low voice, "Has the Topu company arrived yet? Charge in." Yes. Following the order of the shogunate's special agent, fully armed men rushed in. On the screen, one could see that these men were equipped with assault rifles, tactical vests, tactical helmets, bulletproof shields, and a command system. There was originally a video feed, but when they rushed into the building, the screen went black and all the images disappeared. What happened? Report the situation. Report the situation. The commander immediately gave the order. Although it couldn't be seen, they could still hear the panicked footsteps. Then there was the sound of gunfire. There's a battle inside. There's a battle inside. Then there was no sound, as if it had been cut off. Only the heartbeat on the screen continued to beat intensely. Then it quickly died down. The entire command room fell silent. "They're all dead," someone beside Tokugawa Hisaoki said in shock and despair. Tokugawa Hisaki's heart was equally heavy. Although he was a retainer of the shogunate and had seen many things in his life, he still couldn't help but purse his lips tightly at this moment. Due to the demon's attack, the sacrifices were much better for the current Japan, but such sacrifices were meaningless. What was going on inside? No matter how strong the mortals were, it would be difficult for them to destroy the elite troops. Could it be another demon? At this moment, footsteps came from behind. Only a few people could enter the command room. Turning around, he saw that it was indeed Kanna. She walked over and took a glance before saying, "No, this building has completely mutated. If you don't want the soldiers to die in vain, you can't send them in anymore." Mutated? Tokugawa Hisaoki stared at the Watanabe building on the screen. Although he knew that Kanna wouldn't lie, he couldn't see anything suspicious with his eyes. Only silence could explain the strangeness of this place. Kanna didn't waste any time and directly wiped Tokugawa Hisaki's eyes with her hand. Tokugawa Hisaoki felt a sharp pain in his eyes. When he opened his eyes to look at the screen again, he saw that the originally normal building was now shrouded in a thick black fog, as if it was alive. Chapter 805. Tokugawa Hisaoki looked at it and shuddered. He ordered, "Turn on the life detector." Yes, the life detector was turned on. The screen showed a ball of light, but there were no signs of life in the building. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It's a good thing that the building isn't demonized. But even so, to solve this problem, we have to destroy the entire building or fight our way in. Kanna looked at him and sighed. Demonic energy isn't unlimited. If there were other ways, she wouldn't have suggested such a violent solution. But to prevent the influence of the black fog from spreading and demonizing the building, they had to sacrifice a small number of lives. We can't just destroy the building. This is Tokyo. If we do that, the impact will be too great. Tokugawa Hisaoki immediately rejected the idea. In times of peace, guns were taboo in Tokyo. Even if they were in a state of war, explosions would be too much. Tokugawa Hisaoki took a deep breath and made up his mind. He ordered, "Call the Yamada family directly." "Are you sure? Yamada Shinji isn't our subordinate. He has already used up all the resources available to him." "I know. The shogunate will have a suitable response." Tokugawa Hisaoki turned around and ordered, "Go." Yes. One of the attendants immediately responded. The Yamada family, the aroma of wine filled the air. The Japanese loved sake, and this Dua Sakura was fresh and fragrant. It was priced at 9,000 yen, but it was still within the financial range of the Yamada family. It was appropriate to use it to entertain an important guest. The stiff and unnatural atmosphere slowly returned to normal under the soothing aroma. Dressed in a kimono, Kawako Sakato's every movement was perfect, like a princess. In fact, based on her family background, she was indeed worthy of being called a princess. The lady who had just scared the hell out of Pei Ziyin just now turned her body slightly and gracefully poured him a cup of wine. Yamada Kazuhiko watched as she filled his wine glass with a smile on her face. Yamada Kazuhiko was overwhelmed by the unexpected favor and felt a great sense of satisfaction. His face was flushed red as he said, "I don't deserve it." But he was very happy. Shinji was already a famous writer, and now he had the lady of the Sakato family as a guest. He had been nervous, afraid that this lady would be difficult to get along with. He never expected that Kawako Sakato would act like a junior, serving food and toasting without a trace of reluctance. It was unbelievable. As for the middle-aged man, called Yamamoto Keisuke, she had only said a few words to him. Yamamoto Keisuke heaved a sigh of relief. He could not afford to have his president pour wine for him. Looking at Kazuhiko Yamada, who was sitting at the side, he could not help but feel a little envious. No wonder Kazuhiko was promoted so quickly. Originally, Kazuhiko Yamada was a little dissatisfied with the newcomer's quick promotion, but now he could only rejoice that he did not have the time to say anything unpleasant. Even if Yamada Shinichi and eldest miss are not married, based on this relationship, I can't neglect Yamada Kazuhiko. Now that you become the vice minister, deputy minister, you should at least be the minister, right? Although Yamada Izumi maintained her composure and sipped her tea, her mind was in a mess. Was this Kawako Sakato, in front of her, the eldest daughter of the Sakato family? Or the current family head, the big boss of the Bandong Financial Group? Her gaze involuntarily fell on Yamada Shinji. She saw Yamada Shinji holding a glass of wine and sipping it slowly. His expression was calm, as if he didn't feel anything strange at all, and accepted the hospitality calmly. Yamada Izumi was shocked. Although in Japan, it was natural for a wife to serve her husband, they were not married now. Moreover, the difference in status was too big. Just as she was thinking, the phone in the living room interrupted her thoughts. She bowed and said, "I'm really sorry." She stood up to receive it and returned after a while. She smiled at Yuan Zi. "Miss Yuan Zi, it's for you. Look for her." Kawako Sakato was a little surprised. She remembered that she had hung up the phone just now and felt unhappy. What was bothering her like this? Before entering the room, she had already instructed the attendants not to disturb her, so she could only smile and nod to the crowd. "Sorry, I'll be back soon." She then stood up to answer the phone. She didn't know what the person on the other end of the line said, but in the blink of an eye, her smile had faded. "Shinkoin, something's happened. Come and listen." She didn't hang up the phone immediately, but spoke to Pei Ziyun, who was at the banquet. Pei Ziyun had already guessed what was going on and stood up to answer the phone. What she said confirmed his suspicions. After killing the Atom Demon, the other demons couldn't wait to make their move. "Yamada-kun, I know I've caused you trouble many times." Just as Pei Ziyun was frowning and muttering to himself, Tokugawa Hisashi spoke with sincerity. "However, the shogunate will not mistreat those who have performed meritorious deeds. Lord Gonfong has already prepared to award you with 6 cultural medals." After the war, to topple the Bakufu, the shogunate of this world came up with the Order of Ranks, which established a system of rewards and rewards. 7 people of the 14th rank would be awarded for their merits. Unlike most countries, this system was accompanied by all sorts of privileges and privileges. It started from the 9th rank and went all the way up to the 3rd rank. In modern times, this system wasn't abolished, and it was common practice to have it held twice in the spring and autumn. Specifically, it was divided into 4 categories: military merit, political merit, cultural merit, and special contribution. The 6th rank cultural medal was actually awarded to the 6th rank officials, as well as a corresponding salary of 8 million yen a year for life. This wasn't a problem of money. Pei Ziyin looked at the task list and thought for a moment before agreeing. I understand. I'll go now. Kawako took the coat that was placed at the door and draped it over him. At this time, Naomi also reacted and went straight to the rack. She took the wooden sword with both hands and followed closely behind to Pei Ziyun's side. The tense and solemn atmosphere stunned everyone at the banquet. They didn't know what was going on. Naomi was a little vexed. In order to attend the banquet, she didn't bring the wooden sword that she always brought with her to school. Under such circumstances, she naturally didn't want to be left out. She immediately said, "I'll go get the sword." Since her house was next door, it would only take her a few minutes to get the sword. Everyone watched as she ran out like a gust of wind. This is... Shinichi, what are you going to do? Yamada Izumi couldn't help but ask. Although Yamada Kazuhiko and Yamamoto Keisuke were surprised, they couldn't question Naomi in front of her. They could only follow her out of the door. They saw that the car that had left had silently returned. Following behind these 2 cars were 3 black sedans. The moment the cars stopped, a sturdy-looking man jumped out of the car. All of them were dressed in black suits, and their expressions were sharp. They bowed to Yuanzi and Pei Ziyun. At this time, a petite figure flew over. It was Naomi, who had returned with the sword. Seeing that she had returned to the team, Kawako no longer hesitated and ordered with a cold expression, "Set out immediately. Our target is the Watanabe building." After saying that, she turned around and bowed to the 3 adults who were left behind. "I'm really sorry. Today's visit has to be temporarily interrupted." "Oh, it doesn't matter." Yamada Kazuhiko was stunned. Yamada Izumi had vaguely guessed that her son was different, but seeing this scene, the housewife felt a trace of panic. She wanted to call out to her son, but she swallowed the words that were about to come out. "Don't worry, I will definitely return safely." Seeing that Yamada Izumi was worried, Pei Ziyun smiled. Time waits for no man. After saying this, he led Naomi into the car. As the cars left, only the 3 people were left behind, stunned. Yamada Kazuhiko looked in the direction of his son's departure. The worry in his heart was actually no less than Yamada Izumi's. Yamamoto Keisuke, who was fortunate enough to see this rare scene, was silent for a long time. He patted Yamada Kazuhiko's shoulder to comfort him. He couldn't help but think in his heart, although I don't know what happened, based on a group of men I saw just now, they definitely carried guns. Could it be the private army of the Yamada family? In the modern era, there are still such private armies? In the past, during the shogunate era, the daimyo naturally had private armies. But in the modern era, this aspect was strictly controlled. Yamamoto Keisuke's thoughts went astray for a moment. It seems like it's not necessarily a good thing to have connections with the misty. Although I'm somewhat envious of Yamada Kazuhiko's meteoric rise, if I encounter such danger, it's better to be calm and indifferent. I'm just an ordinary person. What happened? Someone entered the Watanabe building? Someone among the people who were staring at the monitor screen exclaimed. The people who had relaxed slightly because they were waiting for Yamada Shinichi's arrival were suddenly shocked. They all turned to look at the screen. About 20 people entered. The life monitoring device could see some human figures entering the hall on the 9th floor of the Watanabe building. However, as more than 20 people entered, the monitor was shocked to find that other than this group of people, there were almost 100 other figures in the hall. This discovery stunned everyone in front of the monitor screen. Tokugawa Hisashi had a good temper, but he still roared angrily. What's going on? So many people entered the Watanabe building. Why didn't we notice them just now? This was unbelievable. They might have arrived before the black fog appeared in the Watanabe building, Kanda said. They must have used some special method to evade the monitoring device just now. Could it be demons? Keep an eye on them. Let's see what they're up to. Tokugawa Hisashi looked coldly at the screen and finally made the decision. Watanabe building, the main hall, what's going on? Why did they suddenly summon us with the most urgent signal? Nozaki Naomasa had just steadied himself, when he looked around and asked angrily, "And why did they summon us here? To suddenly kill hostages and attract the attention of the government. The shogunate is keeping a close eye on us now. They're ready to capture us all at once. If there's no reason that can convince me, I'll report it to the Divine Lord." Nori Yashinari stayed behind and did not say anything. Shirabon Kuniekai, Yashitomo Yuichi, and the others who had also rushed over stood in the crowd and looked around coldly. They had all been summoned by the emergency summon. According to the rules, once there was an emergency summon of this level, they had to rush over no matter what happened. In the end, they found out that someone had killed hostages and caused the police to surround them. They were shocked and angry. "Yeah, who summoned us here? They must give us an explanation. I don't know who it is. Is that person not here? Ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Is the person who summoned us here not going to come out and give us an explanation?" Nozaki Naomasa shouted coldly. A voice came from the corner of the room. "It's me." As the person walked to the center of the room, the 175-meter-tall boy suddenly grew in size and became a red-haired monster with horns on his head. Everyone present knew who the newcomer was, and the noisy hall immediately fell silent. Nozaki Naomasa was uneasy, but he immediately calmed down when he thought of the power behind him. He asked coldly, "Shutendaji, how could you issue such an emergency summon? Why did you alert the police? If you can't give us a reasonable explanation, I'll report it to the Divine Lord immediately." Tokugawa Ieyasu, who had become a god after his death, was given the title Tasho Daisho I, so he was called the Divine Lord. With the title of the Divine Lord, these monsters would not dare to be presumptuous. Although he said that, Nozaki Naomasa was already filled with killing intent. In this situation, he could only find a scapegoat and say that he and the others were just attending a gathering and were innocently taken as hostages. Although the shogunate would definitely be suspicious, there was no other way. Damn it, these monsters could not be trusted. The only thing they could do was to die. Shutendaji felt the killing intent of the person in front of him. Under everyone's gaze, he suddenly laughed. After laughing, he said, "Is that so?" Unfortunately, he won't know. Nozaki Naomasa was shocked. The next moment, the demonic aura in the corner of the hall had already rushed up with a bang. Becoming a god after his death, Toyotomi Hideyoshi and Tokugawa Ieyasu both had clear godly titles. However, not to mention the future, the godly title at that time, Toyotomi Hideyoshi's great kami of Toyotomi was much lower than Tokugawa Ieyasu's Tasho Daisho. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.